That's always nice.
Good morning to all the pedestrians on the train. Today, this Rothesay Championship between Northamptonshire and Derbyshire. Those that can go on, Derbyshire is 348. As usual, the judgments are available just on the school bus Saturday, which is really nice and smart, and you could say that's your public and you would say something else throughout the between childcare and school which we have to They're going to today in the election to us, the members of the senior members into the board of Tailenders. The communication should be guided by Andrew Rash, who has put us at 1-1 in respect of housing for anyone who wants to contact the Tailenders. morning, ladies and gentlemen. We've scheduled to start at 12 o'clock. We must firstly offer our congratulations to the 8 runners. We would be delighted to know that Melissa was awarded his county carrot this morning. This is the first class. Well done, Will. Congratulations, very good. One race, Maxwell Freeland is Michael Smith, and our scorers are Jones and James Clark. Northamptonshire, into the field, and our Wicket, together with the and not at that Smith, Jay Bush, Tom Bedley, 81 Northampton, and 86-33.
Good morning and welcome back to Northampton. Day 2 of this county championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Derbyshire. About to get underway. The players, as you can see on screen, they've gently made their way out to the middle, haven't they, to resume on day 2. Derbyshire won the toss, elected to have a bat first yesterday morning and are currently 348 for 8. A brilliant 100 by Martin Anderson. And these two, Ben Aitchison and Joe Hawkins, who have put on the best part of 50, are in the middle to resume day 2. It looks like it's going to be Liam Guthrie from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And my name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet. We're nearly ready to go for another day of cricket, Rowe. You were worried about the weather this morning, weren't you?
I was worried about the weather, but I needn't have worried about it. It's all fine. It's a bit gloomy, isn't it? There's been a bit of rain in Northampton overnight, but all good.
Here we go. 2 slips and a gully in place. The ball is relatively new-ish. And, well, that's not going to be a great sign of things to come from a Northamptonshire perspective, is it? If that is the tone setter for the morning. 350 up for Derbyshire. The 50 partnership as well, as Ben Aitchison just leans on a full toss outside off stump by Liam Guthrie, and I think the ball ends up under the super stopper.
Oh, gosh. So that is going to be, I mean, we already know it's going to be very wet because it rolled all the way along the floor. It was nicely timed, wasn't it? Didn't try and overhit it. He's timed it away, but it is soaking. And the fielder who's bringing that back in is indicating that. Is that Justin Broad there? And it's going to be caught by the captain, and he's going to probably take it to the umpire and say, this is soaking.
Yeah, well, as I say, I think it nestled perfectly under the super stopper. See there on screen, Luke Proctor just doing his best to try and dry the seam. I guess they have to do that in front of the umpire so it's not perceived to be any form of illegitimate action towards the actual seam itself.
They get work into the ball.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you'll see, and, you know, we've talked about it in the past, haven't we? There'll be a ball management dedicated person. What's Lewis McManus running off for? Is it his new cap?
It could be his new cap. Maybe he forgot it. Or is a towel, actually. They've been in the bar. They've got themselves the bar towel, the classic bar towel. Has anybody got a towel, lads? No?
Got one full of beer stains.
Yeah.
Lewis McManus got capped this morning.
He did. He did. Congratulations to Lewis McManus.
Yeah, well done, Lewis. Well done. Very good.
His family as well. They all were there on the outfield this morning in presentation with his teammates for the cap. Darren Lehman gave a nice and good speech, which I believe will be making its way onto Northamptonshire socials in the not too distant future.
Good. Yeah, that's good business, that.
All right. Reload. Liam Guthrie. Back of a length. Dropped into the offside. A tumbling stop by George Bartlett. Rob Keogh, I don't necessarily think that's a bar towel. I think that might be one of those extra large kind of bath sheets, I think, that they've brought out for him. He's just trying to fold it up and tuck it down the back of his trousers.
Yeah, that is big, isn't it? George Bartlett has got it from that little tumble very gingerly at backward point. 4 and 1 from Aitchison. He'll be happy with life, won't he? I'll have a full toss and one off the back foot that I can run down for a single.
Good batting, isn't it? Short ball from Guthrie. Hawkins underneath it. He batted really nicely yesterday. For any of those that need a reminder, he is on debut for Derbyshire and debut in first-class cricket. Received his cap yesterday morning and looked very, very good, hasn't he?
He did look good. I really enjoyed the way that he set up, plays the ball very late, looks very organised, and you'd never know it's on debut. You'd think he's played 50 matches. Just looks right.
Yeah, 18-year-old through the Staffordshire pathway. Well, there you go. There's Exhibit 8, and I think they are. There's a bit of a misfield from George Bartlett, which does get tidied up eventually. James Sales. Hawkins moves to 30. Yeah, under 18s captain for Derbyshire. He's played some second 11 cricket through the course of the summer for Derbyshire as well. Scored 60 odd against Yorkshire in that second 11 championship, and signed the rookie contract to take them through for today, or for these 4 games, and then for the One Day Cup as well. So sure he'll have a busy August.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't be here, would he? Playing here, he might be here, but he wouldn't be playing here if it were not for a couple of injuries in the Derbyshire camp. And opportunity knocks, and you got to take it. And he has certainly taken that. He's only on 30 so far, but it's more the way that he's gone about his work. He's played perfectly. I said yesterday, and this is a big compliment, but the way that he shapes up reminds me very much of David Sales, who plays the ball so late.
On appeal from behind the stumps, not much from Liam Guthrie. 6 off the opening over of the day. 354 for 8 after 98 overs. Partnership worth 54 from 100 balls. And unscathed in those opening 6 deliveries for Derbyshire. Both of them will obviously have to start again. The ball is 18 overs old now, and it's just been under the super stopper, and a few more towels and flannels and all sorts have just been brought out by George Scrimshaw and divvied up amongst his teammates.
Every time the ball goes anywhere, it's going to pick up moisture, isn't it? Because there was quite a bit of
heavy drizzle, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was up until quite recently as well. I think it stopped at around 9:30, something like that. So there's plenty of that around. That won't help them. The new ball, as you say, was taken at 80 overs. It's only 18 overs old, but it's now damp 18 overs old.
Yuzvendra Chahal from the David Caper lens. Nicely flighted, nice pace to start the morning. Ricardo Vasconos there. Silly cover, really, isn't he? Justin Broad at first slip. Took a great catch to get rid of Zach Chappell. Oh, and I think that probably carried, didn't it, to Vasconcelos, but straight off the middle of the bat and into the shin pads before he kind of had chance to move.
That can sometimes hit the join of the boot and the shin pad and go straight to the keeper on the rebound. It didn't. It just went along the floor. But I've seen that before. Played. It's unusual to see a guy coming into first-class cricket and play spin with such a dead bat. It's an old-fashioned art that often find youngsters push a bit at the ball.
Bit of nervous energy. In the modern way, isn't it, to fill bat on ball and be busy, as you said, Dave Ripley would like to quote. Just thinking about poor old Lewis McManus's brand new county cap. He's had 6 balls of it with it on his head. Now it's stuffed down the back of his trousers. Drag the length back, gets away with it though. Hawkins can't find the middle of the bat there.
I'm interested in the choice of bowlers this morning. Guthrie from one end, Chahal from the other. Chahal, before that over, with 30 overs, 4 for 116, and the international, the overseas spin bowler. So yeah, that's clearly got merit. The ball's only 18 overs old at that point. Guthrie from the other end, I was slightly surprised at. I thought Proctor bowled particularly well last evening with the new ball. He bowled a spell of about 6 or 7 overs, picked up the wicket, the big wicket of Martin Anderson, and I thought he was just travelling very nicely.
Yeah, they've got a wicket apiece between them. Difference is Liam Guthrie's 1 for 62 from 16 and Proctor's 1 for 30 from 13, so considerably more economical. But then Guthrie, over the course of the season, as we learned yesterday, as that one's flicked off the hip down to the deep square leg boundary for 4, he has taken 29 wickets this summer in comparison to Luke Proctor's 12. So he is your strike bowler, isn't he?
He is. And you know, no denying, we talked him up yesterday in terms of his wicket taking capability. In this game, he's not bowled brilliantly, I would say, and I thought Proctor was more likely. It's hard, I think, you know, being a captain and a bowler. Obviously, Luke opens the batting, he's an all-rounder, genuine all-rounder. Gets in either way. Of course he does. But as a bowling captain, it can sometimes be easy. Oh, I can't fancy it, but I've got Guthrie there. He's got 28 wickets, and you know, if I don't go well, it looks a bit.
Yeah.
He hasn't started well. I mean, he's 7 balls in. Let's not crucify him. 7 balls in so far. He's gone for 9. A boundary each side of the wicket, and already a catcher has come out. Second slip has gone to a hanging around position at deep backward square, which suggests a bumper might be on the way. He's saving 2. You could put it that way as well.
He goes Yorker, really, doesn't he?
With a double bluff.
Guthrie, I don't think I've ever seen a bumper get bowled after the man goes out.
Do you know what I did think about that ball? It was very gentle.
Yes.
In terms of pace.
Yeah.
It was not as quick as we know that Liam Guthrie can bowl.
No, it was just floated, really, didn't it?
It
Onto
did.
the middle of the bat for Ben Aitchison. He's currently on 42. Has got a first-class 50 to his name. Really cool of weight there. And well, since that opening kind of short ball from Luke Proctor, which clearly just got the feet moving a little bit, he's looked very, very good, hasn't he, Ben Aitchison?
You couldn't see from the way that Aitchison played that first ball, you couldn't see him playing as well as he's played. He played brilliantly. Played really beautifully for his 42. And clearly he's a good player. Coming in at number 10, but he can handle himself. That first ball didn't tell us that, that's for sure.
Short ball, which again, well, we spoke yesterday, didn't we? The pitches here at Wantage Road, when they're a bit green and a bit lush looking, they're the ones that have pace and carry. Yes, it nips around, it does swing, but it's the one where it has zip and a bit of life about it. That short ball there came out the hand quick, I think, from Liam Guthrie. Second it hit the pitch, it decelerated so much.
Good.
That one played nicely through the covers. They'll come back for a second, I think, as Justin Broad does the fielding. You mentioned, didn't you, that you'd heard on the grapevine that the pitch was designed to take spin. I guess they'll be thrilled the fact that Yuzvendra Chahal has picked up 4 wickets. Maybe disappointing that he's gone for over 100 for those 4 wickets and not then been able to tidy this up. But the benefit Northamptonshire have got is the fact that Derbyshire are without Alex Thompson, Jack Morley, a bit of David Lloyd as well.
Yeah, they are depleted over the wicket this time.
It's going to be a single, and Aitchison is going to keep the strike.
Guthrie's he's not altogether happy with life, is he? He just put his feet together and had a bit of a roll down. I think my yoga teacher would call that a roll down. He looks a little bit heavy-legged, doesn't he? Certainly it hasn't clicked for him this morning so far. In the 12 balls he's bowled, there was a bumper that was sharp into the pitch and then died, as you say. The rest of it has looked quite gentle.
I mean, it's a cliche, isn't it? But there's a lot of the reason why cliches exist is because there's some truth behind them. But they call it a grind, don't they, in county cricket? Maybe the workload that Liam Guthrie's had for the summer so far has just started to grind away. It's Chahal then from the David Capel end and confidently left well alone by Ben Aitchison.
I think this is a good matchup for Northants. I mean, I've complimented Aitchison, and he's warranted that fully because his 45 has been really well compiled. But I like this matchup from a Northants perspective.
Yeah, although it looks fairly commanding, doesn't it?
There's a difference there, isn't it, in the way that those two guys play forward defensive shots.
Yes.
Aitchison, you heard the ball hit the middle of the bat, bang, and it rolled out to extra cover. When Hawkins defends, it barely reaches Sillyman off.
Oh, and that is
that's beautifully bowled.
genuine play and miss from Aitchison.
Stuffage, that's beautifully bowled. Up above the eye line, slightly slower, slightly straighter. It drops, turns and bounces. Oof. That's gone sharply. It's gone like a leg break.
Strange that, isn't it? Tidy work from Lewis McManus as well. That's dragged down and gone. Well, didn't have money on that the way that the innings of Ben Aitchison would come to an end. One of the best balls that Yuzvendra Chahal has bowled in this innings, but he does get 5 wickets. A bit of a drag down, wide outside off stump. Ben Aitchison can do nothing but drag it onto leg stump, and he's gone for brilliantly well made 45.
I mean, he can count himself slightly unlucky. It wasn't a great ball, was it? And he's entitled to go on the back foot. I think he just tried to hit that very hard rather than, I always go back to David Ripley talking about that very shot. The back foot punch, think 2. Back foot punch 2. Then you time it for 4. And I think in that instance, I feel like from up here, Aitchison thought 4. The bottom hand grips the bat a bit tight. He closed down the arc of the bat inside edge, and it can go anywhere. It went onto leg stump. I did like that, as I said, as a matchup for Northampton. I think that's the bloke they wanted Child to bowl at. But coming in at number 10 and walking off with 45 to his name and a partnership of 60 plus, he has certainly done a great job for his team there.
Definitely has. Northamptonshire have got one in the opening 15 minutes of day 2 as well, which they would have been conscious of and potentially slightly worried. And you can kind of see by that muted celebration for Jahal that he knows that wasn't the wicket taking delivery that he wanted to bowl, was it? But he's got 5.
Slightly embarrassed about that.
But
that won't last long though.
No, he's got 5 for 116. First 5-wicket haul for Northamptonshire in 2025. There you go, 31.4 overs.
I think the other thing, Dan, is he's off the back of, we mentioned it yesterday. I don't want to keep mentioning it, but in the context of Pfeiffer, his last week where he came off a none for 174, the worst bowling figures in Northants history.
It was a bit of a hiding, wasn't it?
So good on him. That's a good comeback, isn't it?
Oh,
we talk about batters coming back, don't we, from a run of low scores. He'll have been nervous turning up to yesterday morning.
He would indeed. In at number 11 then, Blair Tickner.
I've enjoyed that. I've enjoyed Tickner's demonstration of a leg break to his partner there. Hawkins, who's played beautifully for 30, has just been told by Tickner, who's just faced his first ball, that Jar bowls a leg spinner. That's beautiful. I love that. This is brilliant. This is a number 11, isn't it? Do you know who he reminds me of? Harry Cowan.
Yeah.
Harry
Conway.
I've done it again, haven't I?
Bit of Conway.
He reminds me of Harry Conway, very much so. Gesture first ball, and then, is he running? What's he doing? Second ball.
There's some energy here between Hawkins and Tickner, isn't there?
Tickner Kiwi.
He is, yeah.
Harry Conway, obviously in Aussie. It must be something about the Antipodean air. He's animated, having a chat with the captain there. He's loving it.
You said he's off after this, did you? Is that what
I did read that. I mean, please someone correct me if I've got that wrong. I think I read that this is his last game before he goes back to NZ.
I know New Zealand are playing Test cricket, aren't they, in Zimbabwe at the moment? So he's obviously not part of that.
I think I picked it up from the Derbyshire website when I was doing my extensive preparation for this game.
Either way, he's been a terrific signing.
Stumps here, Guthrie, go Stumps.
Well, that would probably be the best way to start, I would say. He does. And that's quite well played and dug out by Blair Tickner and gets himself off the mark.
Played that very nicely. .363, so yeah, another bonus point picked up as well for Derbyshire this morning once they passed 350. Oh, here's a bit of advice. Don't talk to Darren Lehman about bonus points.
Oh.
Hates them.
Because Northamptonshire haven't got many, or because
just
of the complication of it?
Just the concept.
Yeah.
His view is you play to win the game.
I understand that.
That's where the point should be.
I completely understand that.
Doesn't like draws.
Equally understand that as well. It's
I think there's a lot in what he says, actually. I think there is a lot in what he says.
I would say so. And I think it's a bit like the win percentage thing in that World Test Championship cycle as well, isn't it? It just adds another layer of complication that potentially isn't really required. But let's not unearth that one. All the while that England just get docked for points for slow over rates. I'm not convinced the win percentage is going to be that crucial for their aspirations to qualify for a World Test Championship final anyway. So
Why is that? Why do you know? If you're really serious about over rates,
Yeah.
make the punishment more dramatic.
Yeah.
And guess what? Over rates would improve overnight.
of course they
You
would.
know,
yeah.
if you're 5 behind, you lose a wicket. I mean, that's crazy, right? But let's start from crazy and work
Yeah.
backwards.
Yeah.
Are they then going to bowl those 5 overs on time? Of course they are.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, solved.
Yeah, you get 5 runs per over that you are behind the rate or something like that. Nicely played. Tickled down the leg side. George Grimshaw doing the fielding.
Good man.
Very good. Keeps the ball in play. And a good round of applause as well from his teammates.
It was almost too much, though, wasn't it? We know why there was such a lot of support for George Grimshaw there, because he had a horror of a day yesterday in the field.
It was a tough one, wasn't it, for George Grimshaw? Drop catch, misfield, problems with his boots or his socks or whatever that was, or his pedicure that he had before he came to the grounds. Did pick up the wicket of Caleb Jewell, though, with
He
a
did. A
with
low
a-
ball.
back of a length ball that didn't bounce. Into the pad, sliding down, though. Derbyshire will add a leg bye at the end of the over, and Blair Tickner will keep the strike. So not the worst result for Northamptonshire there is that Yuzvendra Chahal will get to start the over against Tickner. England have announced their 11 for the 5th test down at the Oval. There's a few changes.
Yeah.
There's a few changes. Ben Stokes is out.
Is he?
Liam Dawson is out. Jofra Archer and Bryden Cass also miss out, which I wasn't too surprised on those ones. So Jacob Bethel comes in at number 6 for Ben Stokes. Chris Wokes keeps his place. Gus Atkinson comes in. Jamie Overton comes in, and Josh Tong comes in as well. So it's a new kind of 3-man pace attack.
Yeah, and there's no twirler.
No out and out spinner.
I mean,
Bit of
Bethel
Jacob
and
Bethel.
Root
Yeah,
between
bit of
them.
Root.
Okay, well, that's interesting.
Chahal to Tickner. Dropped into the leg side. Wasn't surprised with the Stokes omission. I kind of felt like he looked like he was on his last legs, didn't he, off at Old Trafford? Hopefully put him in a bit of a cryogenic chamber or something until we get down to Australia and
Absolutely.
get him ready to go for the Ashes. Dawson's a perplexing one, though. That's an interesting conversational point that I'm sure plenty will be discussing. Hadn't played a test match since, I think, 2013 against South Africa at Trent Bridge. Came back in. I think most people thought he was going to get 2 test matches to impress. Got 1, didn't really, and didn't get the second. Tracked down again, pulled away. Is it going to be caught? No, it lands in no man's land. Rob Keogh, the closest fielder to it.
I think that ball was always going to land safely, but I would have liked to see a bit more urgency from either of or both of the fielders who might have done something about it. The mid-wicket, I mean, I think Kesey could have got closer to it. That's well played. Guthrie's bowled 3 overs this morning, and it's been kind of unthreatening is the word I'm looking for. There we go, unthreatening.
Yeah, it has.
Nice shot.
So we said that ball is 20-odd overs old now. It did get soaked, didn't it? First ball of the morning. Obviously, a lot of that was to do with the quality of the delivery itself, not necessarily the ball. But it's getting to that stage of the game, isn't it? 9 down, 1 away from Northamptonshire batting. Is starting to wonder how Derbyshire bowl on this surface. Do they get any more life out of it than what Northamptonshire are able to do so with their almost predominant seam attack with Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner, obviously leading the way. All-rounders, Martin Anderson, Lewis Rees, Ben Aitchison in there as well. Joe Hawkins as their primary twirler. Wayne Madsen can bowl a bit of spin if required, but it is pretty much a seam attack, isn't it, for Derbyshire this week?
Yeah, it is. It is. I think they will go stumps. That's what I would say. There's nothing really for anything else, is there? It goes stumps. We saw in the yesterday morning with the brand new ball that there was some variable bounce and mostly down that did account for Caleb Jewell. He got a straight one that shot and hit him on the shin. He had to go. He was unfortunate to receive that delivery for sure. And then it kind of switched off, didn't it? And then it just became slow, really.
Yeah.
But I think stumps is what I'd be saying if I
Yeah.
was in the Derbyshire camp.
And with that in mind, would you say that Northamptonshire have bowled enough at the stumps over the course of these 103 overs?
Well, no is the short answer, and I'll try and back that up a little bit.
Nicely played.
Guthrie's off, Scrimshaw's on.
Yeah.
That suggests it wasn't the right move to go Guthrie if he's only about 3 overs this morning. Anyway, Captain Rowe. I'll take my wins because there's lots of ones I get wrong. Plenty. Yeah, I think the question you asked is a good question. Did they bowl the stumps enough? For me, no. And the things that would reinforce that would be how many times was the ball played down the ground?
Yeah.
And you looked at the numbers, and it was a really small single figure percentage, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you the numbers.
Oh, that's a shot.
Beautiful cricket shot.
And the other thing is we didn't challenge the top of off enough. There weren't enough forward defensive played 2 seamers. You know, there was a couple from Donald. He played really strong forward defensive shots. And you said, I think the word you used at the time about at least one of those was commanding, and it was commanding.
Yeah.
And it kind of put us off. But if someone's playing a commanding forward defensive shot, keep asking them to do that. Don't get bored of that.
Yeah, I can tell you if you looked at the cricket ground, there's almost like a pie. Oh, pull shot. It's muscled really past Luke Proctor at mid-on, and Blair Tickner gets 4.
He's enjoyed that. And well, he might, because he hit it beautifully. He almost hit it so well that it almost went directly to mid-on. It wasn't far away from Luke Proctor, but far enough away to his right.
Well, I'll quickly say the stat before that boundary ruins it. There have been 17 of the 300 and what was 68 runs scored down the ground. 96 runs been scored kind of fine leg through to square leg, like off the hip, as a point of reference, and then a further 77 through mid wicket as a right-hander.
That was a rush of blood, wasn't it? Out of character. Played a beautiful pull shot the ball before. His beans were going, and he thought he was going to. That was a 1980s West Indian batter's shot. That was.
There's a bit of calypso going on there with the old kind of moving.
Yeah.
A lot of moving parts, isn't there, for Blair Tickner?
That stat about between square leg and behind square leg, that's about 100 runs, isn't it? That's pretty damning. Now, we were trying to bowl straight, but the reality is we were more into the leg stump and down the leg side. That's what that stat tells you. So tactically, stumps, yes, that's what that stat tells you. But then technically, or in terms of execution, the fact that the ball's gone down into that area for 100 of the 370 runs is proof.
Yeah, round the wicket, change of angle for Scrimshaw, short ball, and that is beautifully played by Blair Tickner. That's Joe Root-esque on the tiptoes, punch through the covers for 4. Or maybe not Joe Root-esque in hindsight. There was created the room.
It felt like that if you're Blair Tickner. That's for sure. Yeah, George Scrimshaw round the wicket. He's got 2 men out on the leg side. I mean, wherever George Scrimshaw was trying to bowl that ball, where it got to was a long way from that. He's going at around 5 and over. And, I mean, there's evidence of why, isn't there? I don't mind the short ball. It was a good shot that was pulled for 4. That next boundary was short and wide.
Again, skips outside leg stump, creates a bit of room, and carves it at Rob Keogh for a single. Keeps the strike as well.
A bit like Harry Conway. I mean, Harry Conway hasn't got a range of shots that Blair Tickner's got. Let me say that. Harry Conway can bat, but he's very difficult to get out. But his problems come when he tries to do anything other than defend. When I first saw Harry Conway with the bat, I thought, "Wow, this is entertainment." He enjoys his batting, loves to be out there, and he's not going to last very long. Got that wrong. And actually, Blair Tickner's raced on to 11 with a couple of lovely shots, a couple of other shots in there as well. But he's a dangerous man. 377, 23 away from another batting bonus point, 6 overs to get them. Looks like that's where he's headed.
Yeah, Toby's just our producer. Toby is just messaged and he's just gone. Look how high the backlift of Blair Tickner is at the point of release. Brian Lara.
Yeah, there is a bit of that. Yeah,
High backlift.
Yeah.
Christ, catch it for Vasconos there.
That's brilliant.
377 for 9.
Out.
And that is gone.
That went so slowly to Justin Broad, didn't it?
Yuzvendra Chahal finishes with 6. Blair Tickner, his cameo is ended on 11. And Derbyshire are all out for 377. Did you say that shot there was disappearing into the back gardens? And it got such a fine tickle on the outside edge that it floated to Justin Broad at first slip. And that's it. That's the end of the first innings.
Well, it's happened pretty quickly in the end, doesn't it? What was it? Overnight 348. So 29 runs added. I think Derbyshire won't be unhappy with that. An extra 30 this morning. Northampton won't be unhappy with that it's only been an extra 30 this morning. What they will be unhappy with, though, is having had Derbyshire 98 for 5 at lunch yesterday. Now look at the board and it's 377. And it's not an out-of-sight score by any means. Northampton have to get stuck in. Yeah. But it does feel like quite a lot of runs. If Derbyshire bowl straight, which I expect their plan will be to bowl extremely straight, there's not a lot of pace in the wicket. The fields will be fairly straight and fairly defensive, I think, because there's not a lot of movement and carry. There won't be lots of catches for very long. And I think it's going to be a grind. Yeah,
I think you're exactly right. I think it feels like the kind of game to bowl dry is going to be quite an attritional 3 days of cricket. So let's take 10 minutes and we'll be back when Northamptonshire are going to resume or start their first innings. Welcome back. Welcome back to Northampton, the county grounds for Derbyshire versus Northamptonshire in the 2025 Rothesay County Championship. Derbyshire's first innings was ended 10 minutes ago, 377 all out. Joe Hawkins, the not out batter, 34 on debut. And Northamptonshire, Luke Proctor and Ricardo Vasconos have made their way to the middle to open up for the home side. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet. And it looks like Lewis Rees must have provided the balls for this game because he's opened the batting and now he's about to open the bowling.
Yeah, good for him. He's in a bit of a nick, isn't he, with the ball as well? I think he picked up
six for, I think.
Six for last time out. So he's going to bowl to two left-handers. Vasconcelos is going to take strike. There's 3 slips, 1, 2, 3. I'm at a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. That's the field. And Vasconcelos, not exactly sure where he was hitting that. Initially, I thought he was going to hit it in front of square on the offside. It didn't get there. It went, you heard the shouts of catch it. Don't know if it went at a catchable height. Yeah, it probably did actually. To where a gully fielder might have been, had there been one. There isn't one. It ran away for 4. So that's a scare early on. It all happened very slowly. And Vasconcelos rehearses hitting the ball square. That's where he was trying to get it. That's led to a field change. I think the 3rd slip has gone out to gully now. So it's gone 2 and 1. There were 3 slips. It's now 2 and 1 after 1 ball.
Very, very gentle away swing there from Lewis Rees.
There's a gentle breeze across the ground, isn't there? As Lewis Rees runs in from the David Capel end, the wind is blowing across the wicket to from the leg side from Vasconcelos to the offside. So it's helping Lewis Rees to swing the ball away from the left-hander. That's his general shape anyway, away from the lefty, back into the right. And he's got the right end, that's for sure. And he's got a brand new ball, but not for long. Yeah, it's just a gentle bit of curvature, isn't it? Yeah, Lewis Rees just indicating to the fielder at mid-off. Really didn't reach the keeper. The keeper took it on the half volley. Nobody wants to see that. You know, you might think that favours one side more than the other. It really doesn't, because if you're a batter, you're thinking, oh, crikey, if that's straight, I've got to get a bat down on that very, very late. That's what accounted for duel in the first innings. Looks in good rhythm, Lewis Rees. He's a handy bowler. He's a very handy left armers, different angle, and he swings it. And he's pretty accurate as well. Yes, he's not express pace. He's certainly not an absolute dibbly-dobbly. He's got more gas than that, but he's not a fast bowler. He's a medium fast bowler. And he deals in accuracy and movement back into the right-hander, and as it is now away from the lefty. That's his stock in trade.
Yeah, it's with respect to Lewis Rees and to so many others that are playing county cricket, it's kind of that style of bowling that this Kookaburra is designed to not eradicate, but discourage, isn't it? That's part of what the story has been with regards to why they've done it.
Yeah, and I absolutely, and I can hear myself saying a very similar thing. I'd have one slight caveat to that, but I think I'm with you. That's nicely bowled. Gets a thickish outside edge, but again, it didn't carry, and I think Vasconcelos did decelerate the bat. He got good bend in his front leg. Let's have a look at the replay. Another day that could carry, to be honest. It didn't. They're quite close as well. So, I mean, that's about a couple of things, isn't it? One is about Lewis Rees's relative pace.
Yep.
So he's not a fast bowler. A fast bowler will be looking for that to carry to slip for sure. And also the surface and the ball. The combination of those 3 things meant it didn't carry. I think the only thing I'd say on top of that, Dan, would be not to argue with that, but just to develop that point, is that what the Kookaburra ball is doing, and therefore what the ECB experiment is doing, is saying that you're going to have to find different ways. So you can't just run up and land the big seamed, 60 over swinging Duke's ball at 75 miles an hour. You're going to have to do something different.
Yeah.
And we're yet to see what that different might be. But I'm very conscious of someone who played here for a few seasons, Chaminda Vass, as a left arm swing bowler. Come back to that. That definitely has gone through. That's Tickner kissing the surface and going through very nicely. Yeah, just to finish that point off fairly quickly, is that Chaminda Vass loved bowling with the Duke's ball because it just gave him everything that he wanted, for sure. And he was an absolute genius with that. But he was also a genius all around the world.
Yes.
As well, on very flat pitches with balls like the Kookaburra and other SG balls as well. Wherever he played, he managed to find a way. So that's what they're looking for, and then a little bit more from the bowler. So a big ooh and an ah as Tickner forces a false shot from the Northants captain Proctor. It was short of a length and running across him, and there is no third man. And Procky unusually just thought, I can just get a cheap 4 through there. He didn't. The other thing he didn't do was nick it. He'll be thankful for that. 3 slips also for Luke Proctor, but another catcher at leg slip. It's a position that teams have used against Proctor frequently this season. And Luke Proctor, after that ball, he has an old-fashioned look at the wicket. The previous ball, he played underneath. Well, you might say the ball went over the outside edge. And that one came off the bottom edge. It does make, if you're going to play that shot, we've seen a chop on, haven't we, already today? A chop on from Ben Aitchison. And when the ball's keeping low, the drag on is often an option. It's the under edge of the bat. Oh, and that's bounced and gloved him. So Luke Proctor won't be feeling very comfortable there. The last 3 balls have caused problems. The first one he played underneath bounced over the outside edge. The next one he chopped into the floor. And then this one has hit him very hard. He's a very, very tough man, Luke Proctor. And if that ball has hurt him, then that ball has hurt him.
Yeah.
It's hit him on the arm, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
arm,
he's not happy.
Wrist.
That's not got a good look about it.
No. See, I think he is able to move the fingers, which is a positive sign. But as you said, if Luke Proctor gives you the impression that's painful, that's just got him on the bottom, isn't it? The bottom of the arm.
Yeah.
Then that is painful.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
hurts.
Yeah, no one's querying that. That's for sure.
Hopefully all okay as the Northamptonshire physio makes her way out to the middle with Tim Robinson as well. New Zealand international. Played a couple of games here in the Vitality Blast. Scored some runs over in Zimbabwe, didn't he, for New Zealand against, was it South Africa that he played against in one of the T20s? 70 odd, I think, in one of the innings.
I missed that. Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for, because it didn't go well for him here.
It wasn't the way he wanted it to have gone, I'm sure.
No.
But good to see him back.
He's having a chat with his New Zealand fellow countryman, Blair Tickner. They're having a chat along the wicket about what happened there. And I think Tickner's just saying bounced a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you'll say in response to this. I already know it because these are professional cricketers and they won't let it impact them. But from an amateur perspective, we'll have played on pitches that have done a little bit or have been a bit inconsistent. And it certainly has an ability to cause a shockwave, doesn't it, through a lineup? Yep. And how much of an impact could that delivery from George Scrimshaw have had yesterday on the general kind of feeling and perception of this pitch? But Luke Proctor doesn't look happy, does he? And I wouldn't be surprised here, Rowie, if Luke Proctor doesn't take a wander off.
Yeah, man, no, me too.
Here,
me too.
Gets a little bit more treatment on
that
this.
That might need a picture, That might need a picture. That's hit him very hard. Although, yeah, as you say, there is plenty of movement there, so that's good. He's not throwing his head back. Yeah, no, so it's a good question, and I think it's there's a general point and there's an individual point. I guess there will be players who see one scuttle or see one bounce a lot and go, "Oh my goodness gracious!" Ooh.
Yeah,
They're probably not going to have a long career, to be honest.
Yeah, no,
But there are those players, and sometimes they do stick around. But in general, what the pro will say was, you play for it reacting normally, and if it misbehaves,
figure it out.
They'll be saying things. They might say to a young player. If the young player sees that, they might say to the young player, and this is a conversation that you'll have overheard variations of, is don't worry about that one, because that's 1 in 100.
Yeah.
You can't worry about the 1 in 100. You just play it normally. If it scuttles or if it bounces, then you do your best with it, but play for it being normal. And I think that's the right advice. Certainly, what you don't want to do is leak in the changing room any nonsense like that. And that, sometimes that happens when there's, extreme gas, for example, a really quick bowler.
Yeah.
And someone go, oh, no. We don't talk like that. We know, everyone knows in the game, extreme pace changes things and no one likes it, right? So that's a given, but you don't leak that in the changing room. And similarly, if the wicket's a bit up and down, you don't really leak that.
Yeah.
Well, Luke stayed out there, hasn't he? So that's good. Luke Proctor is continuing.
Yeah, I think he's had a couple of paracetamol and he's good to go again. We'll see. I suppose the next thing will be is what that impact feels like.
The next ball.
That would be the next
yeah,
kind of...
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It did hit him very hard. People do get hit there. Ponting got it there in the 2005. Actually, I think he might have bowled him actually off his elbow. Yeah, let's say that happened. It sounds familiar to me. So 2 balls with this over to go. Oh, got there quickly. That was, I think, that was Blair Tickner saying, I'm going to bowl this ball as fast as I possibly can. And it actually was quite fast, wasn't it?
It was quite quick. Do you know, I don't, from memory, with the games that I've had here on commentary over 24 and 25, don't think I've had the pleasure of watching Blair Tickner for Derbyshire. It's a very unique and pronounced run-up, isn't it? Start to the action.
Yeah. You just kind of know. I mean, we've seen him bat, and we've seen him bowl now, and you just know he's a good bloke to have in your side. You just know that. His whole body language is positive. He's running at a rate of knots there. He enjoyed his brief time at the crease this morning, played a couple of really nice shots. But yeah, he's a sort of wholehearted, and that's what when you're looking at, we've got space for overseas, we've got budget, you often will have a bias towards which countries you look to.
Yeah.
And Australia and New Zealand's really very rarely a bad place to look for.
Well, you're looking for a cricketer and a human being, aren't you, as well? You're looking for much more than just on-field performances. You're looking for a cricketer that's going to add value in a dressing room, whether that's through character, whether it's through experience, whatever that might be. There's a lot more to it than that. And if you're going to spend some cash on somebody, then...
Oh, that's well bowled from Lewis Rees. I was about to say, I mean, this is true whoever Lewis Rees is bowling at right now, but make them play. We talked about stumps, bowling straight, but certainly when someone's got a blow on the fingers, on the wrist, and as Luke Proctor did there, on the sort of the lower forearm, make him play. Jar that as often as you possibly can. Do not let him leave the ball. We want bat on ball.
Just take a look of how close Wayne Madsen is at second slip as well.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Got the helmet on, isn't he? He's in front of the wicket keeper if you were to draw a line from Brooke Guest across. That's in relation to that one off Vasconos that didn't carry. But I think I spoke yesterday about, complimentary really towards Derbyshire on the business that they've been able to do off the field in order to bring in Blair Tickner for a long time and in a follow-up from last season as well. They've done the same with Caleb Jewell this year and then rolled that contract through to 26. It's brilliant business, I think, as Luke Proctor just almost carves that one backward of point for four.
It was aerial for a while, wasn't it? He wasn't right over that, Luke Proctor, but he got enough of it, and it was just about enough in control.
Just a bit of a release of pressure and frustration, maybe, from the captain, having been wrapped on the forearm the over before. But I really like that. I think it's a great model to follow, in the fact that, no, actually you can get to know your surroundings and your teammates can get to know you. And it's not to say that a player couldn't come in for a couple of games and have a big impact, but could they have a bigger impact over the course of the entire summer? And that's something that, when Darren Lehman joined us in the commentary box a couple of games ago, he said that they were looking for that cricketer, that overseas cricketer that would be available for the entirety of the summer. So I didn't mention any names, and they're pretty hard to find, to be fair. They're out there, but
they're really hard to find.
Who they are.
And actually, everyone's looking in the same pool, aren't they? That's the other thing.
Well, we tried, didn't we, off air? We tried to kind of come up with a couple of names, and it wasn't exactly like there were thousands.
Slightly too straight that time, but that's Lewis Rees hand to head. I suspect that was very straight. Luke Proctor does play around the front pad, and occasionally he misses it, but it's occasionally. If you miss too many of those, you're not going to get a career. And Luke Proctor has had a very long career. He's very skillful. From bowler's perspective, you think for a long time, that's out, that's going to be out. And then suddenly the bat comes across the line of the ball, but makes contact. It's very frustrating, I think, for a bowler, that. But that's where he needs to stay, on the stumps.
Still ringing that hand as well, wasn't he? At the end of the over, stood at the non-striker's end, took the glove off.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Where are we? We've got an hour until lunch. It'll be interesting how that'll probably stiffen up, I would imagine, and then it'll be about can he hold the bat. It is the bottom hand, so it's not the end of the world. Most of the work in terms of grip is done with the top hand, but you do need to have contact with the bottom hand, and it needs to be at the right pressure for you. Obviously not too hard and not too loose. But he's someone who has a fairly light grip on the bat, Proctor. He's played that really nicely. It's comfortably down before it got to the line of the fielder at leg slip. And Dan, you probably know what I'm going to say to this is it's a very difficult area to defend. If you're looking to get someone caught there, you're probably going to leak a lot of runs before you then take that fielder away. It does happen that someone flicks it straight to that man. It definitely does happen, but it's very, very rare. Proctor was good enough to get that down. I think, for me, having that fielder there to Luke Proctor is often a good idea. There's a book coming. And that has bounced, actually. That's the second ball that's bounced more than Proctor would have expected. In general, though, I think it's a new ball position for me now. It's a new ball position. Whilst the ball is new, Tickner's got a bit more gas than most in this game. Have that field there for 4 overs of Tickner, so maybe 8 overs in total. 4 from Tickner, but then I'd get him out of there because there isn't generally enough bounce. That fielder is there for the one that you just flick off the hip and it flies through, and you need bounce for that. Bounce has not been on offer for very long for anyone.
It's a bit of position of jeopardy, isn't it, as well, I think, for the batters. It's if you get one on the hip and you haven't got a fielder there, it feels quite easy, doesn't it? You just kind of flick it off and hit it wherever you want and don't think too much about it. Try and get enough on it that it's not catchable for the wicket keeper and move on with your life. But with that fielder there, it just means that ball on the hip is a little bit more fraught with danger than what it would be otherwise.
Yeah, you got to get it down. There's a really interesting fielder on the offside. Try and pick that up on the camera for you after this ball. So there are 2 slips. The leg slip we've talked about, and then there's somebody else who is, there he is, look, left of centre of the screen. that fielder there. And now I'm going to
Fly
try
gully.
fly. Yeah, I like that. That'll do.
Fly gully. Fly fourth slip.
Yeah. That is a really interesting position. I mean, he's not there for the uppercut because he'd be deeper.
Yeah.
A full edge is probably not going to reach him, is it?
I don't know. Hey,
How does the ball get there? That's my question. I think I've got half an answer, but I want to think about that before I offer that out. I mean, in the first over from Tickner, Luke Proctor went to run a couple down, didn't he?
Mm.
He missed the first one. The second one, he chopped down into the ground. I think Luke Proctor's good enough to get the ball down before it reaches that fielder at fly gully. I think he's plenty good enough.
I would say so. The only thing would be is if Derbyshire have read this, that there is a little bit more up and down in it with the new ball from Blair Tickner than what maybe we can see from here. And maybe that uppercut or late cut isn't quite as controlled by Luke Proctor.
Feels like an analyst's position, that. I think the other thing I'd say about that, actually, so let me just caveat that and row backwards a little bit. It's the sort, I'm going to put this without sounding like an absolute goon. You got 9 fielders. It's a wicket taking option, that fielder. He's crouched ready for a catch. That's what he's there for. So it's not a run saving position. It's an attacking fielder. Where else is he going to go? Well, he could go into third slip. They don't think it's going to carry to third slip. So it may be a long shot, but it's not the end of the world. It's not like you say, well, he shouldn't be there. He should be somewhere else, because somewhere else isn't probably appropriate to the Kookaburra ball. So let's have a look at it. Don't mind that. It's inventive.
Could you go short leg early? Could that be something as an alternative if you were going to look as a wicket taking position?
Yeah, and I don't mind that. Dan, I think that's a good shout, actually, short leg, because it does help sometimes with other modes of dismissal if there's a short leg in there. You know what? Derbyshire were so quick between overs there, weren't they? They're playing the game at a slightly different pace. When Northampton's bowl, they take a little bit longer between overs. Nice cricket. I think we've got a bit, there's a bit of funkiness already in the Derbyshire field with the leg slip and the fly gully. And at the other end, it's just good stumps, isn't it? It's like Lewis, pitch it up, try and swing it away. A couple of catches. Yeah, they're going to be a bit closer than normal. Madson's ridiculously close, but he's very good. He's so close, he's got a lid on. And it's more traditional day in, day out cricket. Well, it's bounced twice before the keeper as well. So it's kind of almost a carbon copy in some ways of what we saw in the first innings with the new ball, is that the bounce has been lower with the brand new ball, which is like completely counterintuitive. It never got anything other than low, but it didn't. There weren't as many grubbers, let's put it that way, after the first 10, 12 overs, 15 overs certainly. It does make those shots that Vasconos just rehearsed one there with his bottom hand, as kind of a square punch. He plays that shot very well, but you generally play that shot generally with an angled bat as a lefty, and it's the angled bat which can lead to your downfall when the bounce isn't as even as it bounces a bit lower, skids on, catches the inside edge, the under edge of the bat, and it can go anywhere from there. That's well played, good judgment. One of the Northants ground staff is walking around towards the covers.
It's one.
What does he know?
But there's one down there already.
Leaning
up against the tractor.
It's Jacob Bindley is that young man.
Second in command, isn't he?
I think he is second in command. Loves a chat. So the guy who's sitting on the tractor is thinking, Jake's come around for a chat. Great. Something like that. Is it more than a chat? can't see. It doesn't feel that he's gone around there to start the motor to drag the covers on.
I think it might just be a changing of the guard.
Oh, okay.
I think. I mean, looking around, I think we're going to be very, very unlucky if anything happens today.
Yeah. Pretty tidy over from Lewis Rees. 3 overs he's bowled so far. 1 of them maiden, 0 for 9. Tickner's been, he's really run in, hasn't he? He's been wholehearted. He only bowled 12 balls, but he's made things happen. He's hit the Northampton captain on the forearm. He's bowled a very quick but misdirected bouncer, and he's really charging in.
He has. I mean, I guess it'll probably get backed up by Zach Chappell as well, who's no slouch with ball in hand, and Ben Aitchison himself is no slouch. I mean, they have got, in comparison to Northamptonshire, I guess they've got 1 extra, as you'd call them, gas men.
Yeah.
But they don't have they have Joe Hawkins, but they don't have that frontline spinner that they have had over the last couple of weeks. Hopefully it's...
Now then, that was, you heard that didn't hit the middle of the bat, they hit the bottom of the bat. And very interestingly, Blair Tickner is having a good look at the Northampton captain. Some of that will be because he wants to tell him that he nearly got through his defences, but he's also having a look and seeing, is he wincing? Did that hurt him? Because when the ball comes off the bottom of the bat, as it did there, it sort of judders up through the bat handle and into your hands, and in particular the forearm. But Luke Proctor's showing nothing. Show them nothing.
Well, he did take a little wander off, didn't he, and have a bit of a kick at the turf.
That ball got down to fine leg very, very quickly. Joe Hawkins is down there. And he got the long barrier out very quickly, and then the ball kind of spun as it reached him, but he got enough body behind it. He'll be feeling happy about that, because there will have been a microsecond there where he thought, no, don't do me. Don't do me there. It didn't. He got enough on it. A different challenge for Blair Tickner. Vasconos offers a different challenge. Short in stature. Pitches it up. Vasconos, so far, it's early in his innings, but I've enjoyed his judgment of play leave. It's been clear, been decisive. He's not had a great season in red ball cricket. Ricardo Vasconos, averaging in the 20s. We all know he's a far better player than that. But watching him fairly regularly, as we've been able to do, there's been some uncertainty at times in his setup, in his guard, in his pre-delivery movements. But he looks today, so far, he looks very clear in his decision-making. And that's what you have to be as an opening batter.
Yeah, he has got himself a first-class 100 this summer, hasn't he? It was over a year, wasn't it, in between the one that he scored here against Yorkshire back in 2024, since his last one. But yeah, 410 runs, I think it is, at an average of 24 for Ricardo Vasconcelos this summer.
That is an absolute beauty. The best thing you can do about that is nod at the bowler and not nick it. And that's exactly what he's done there. Because that was an absolute beauty to finish the 3rd over from Tickner. Pitched, went across the left-hander, did everything but get the outside edge. That's an absolute beauty. In a match where there are not going to be heaps of plays and misses, you just want that to nick the edge of the bat, because it might be a while before the next one goes past. What you got to do, and we can see on the camera there, Vasconos just having a chuckle to his mates. Oh, that's too good for me. But you've got to, you need a bit of luck. Opening the batting's the hardest job in the game. You need a bit of luck. Sometimes you nick those. When you don't, you got to cash in. But he started brightly.
Yeah, he has. 4 off 16.
15 for no wicket.
Proctor on strike. Lewis Rees, metronomic from the David Capel end. On the money.
Lewis Rees was a bit disappointed. There was always a run there. There's no criticism of Harry Kane. There's no way he could have stopped that single. But Lewis Rees disappointed that Proctor's got away from him. As a bowler, you want to bowl a number of deliveries at the same batter to line them up, really. And what you don't want is a lot of rotation. I thought Derbyshire did that very well throughout their innings. They rotated well, they ran well. Really good intent there.
Side edge from Vasconos, stopped by Martin Anderson in the gully, just ran all the way along the floor. Just bottom of the bat, maybe. Just jammed it down, couldn't get it past Anderson. Yeah, you're right. It didn't feel like Northamptonshire were ever really able to bowl at the same batter for a prolonged period of time. Got 50 minutes to go until lunch. Now 16 for no loss. That again is off the outside half of the bat, well fielded by Martin Anderson. And there's some real kind of energy, isn't there, from Derbyshire? You can hear it through the effects mic. There's some enthusiasm. Felt pretty quiet at times yesterday whilst Northamptonshire were in the field. And it may well do that for Derbyshire as this game develops and rolls on through the day here on Wednesday. But at the minute, they're pretty up for this, and yeah, they've got the runs on the board, 377. Got a healthy lead. I think this might not be the hottest take of all time, Rowie, so bear with me. But I don't think it's going to be easy to bowl a team out twice here. From what I've seen on day one in an hour, I think it's going to be a real challenge to get 20 wickets for either side.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. I think from a Northamptonshire perspective, what did Chahal end up with? Six for. You wouldn't look too much past him for wickets in the second innings as well, would you? And that quality of spinner, Derbyshire don't have that at their disposal. It looks a grind for the seamers. I mean, more than a grind, actually, because, seam bowling is an art. Spin bowling's an art. Seam bowling's an art as well. They've just got to find a way. It just looks more difficult for them to do that.
Yeah, maybe we can have our Kookaburra chat this afternoon after lunch. Discuss what we think have been the positives or the negatives, or what we think could be done going forward, or whether we want to see it back. I'm sure everybody watching will have their own opinions on it. That's a beautiful cricket shot by Ricardo Vasconcelos. The on drive, touch too straight, over pitched by Lewis Rees, and Ricardo Vasconcelos balanced that, timed it beautifully down the ground.
Beautiful batting, wasn't it? Beautiful. But the previous ball, the fifth ball of that over from Lewis Rees, was just back of a length. And it wasn't a bad ball by any means, but he didn't ask Vasconcelos to really make a decision. It was back of a length, and it was kind of fifth stump and shaping away, and Vasconcelos left it very, very casually, if you like, a very easy decision. I'm not playing at that. And as a result of that, Lewis Rees' sixth ball, he overcorrected. He went straighter and he went fuller. And he did both those a little bit further in terms of length and line than he intended to. It ended up as a straight half volley, and it got absolutely dealt with. He's so attractive to watch when he plays drives, isn't he, Vasconcelos?
He certainly is. That was as good as you're going to see. Blair Tickner then continues, starting his fourth over of the session.
Oh, that's tight.
There's a quick single taken. It does go through, and eventually Luke Proctor completes the single. Backed up by Zach Chappell. I think that would have been close.
Yeah, I'm giving it in, so that probably means it was out. But he had to put his trotter down there because that was tight. It was very well fielded by Harry Kane at mid-wicket.
Fortunately for Luke Proctor, as he's just wringing that hand again, it avoided all of him. That would have been sod's law, wouldn't it? It bounces up and just brushes the bruise that's already there. It's one of those moments. But change of ends. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery, and it's gone. LBW Ricardo Vasconcelos is dismissed for 8. Blair Tickner has the breakthrough. He's been all action energy this morning for Derbyshire, and they've got their first.
Right, Vasconos, we'll see on the replay why he missed it. My instinct is he was playing that too square, playing right across the ball. His rehearsal after he was given out, was to play with a straight bat towards mid-on or even back to the bowler. So the clues were there that that's not what he did in the actual delivery. It was full. It must have shaped back into the left-hander a little bit to be given out LBW, but the appeal was very confident, wasn't it? It's one of those that had a really good look about it. Yeah, well, that's very, he's tried to hit that through square leg.
Yeah.
And here he goes. No, I should have played that straighter. Yes, you should. Vasco, you know that. Everyone knows that, because you got to walk off, because you try to clip it through square leg, and it did him a little bit for pace. I think it was very full, and it hit him before he could get the bat across the line of the ball. But there he goes on the replay. Yeah, I should have played that straight. Got to go. Well bowled. We said stumps. That ball was hitting the stumps, and it was hitting the stumps at some pace. Well bowled, Blair Tickner.
Yeah, Nick. Well, of those 22 deliveries that Ricardo Vasconcelos would have faced this morning, I dare say the majority of those would have been against Lewis Rees as well. I don't think he would have faced much against Blair Tickner.
No. And, that's good bowling, isn't it? We said that the little left-hander versus the average size guy in Luke Proctor challenges the bowler to find the right length. And he did that very well there.
And at number 3 for Northamptonshire, wicket-keeper batter Lewis McManus. He opened the batting last week down at Merchant Taylor School. Spends most of his time at number 7, but I think those 2 moves in the batting order just shows what kind of man and what kind of character Lewis McManus is, that he is prepared to put himself out of the comfort zone, take the opportunity further up the order. He finds himself at number 3 today.
You got your short leg.
Well, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, this is good cricket, because one thing I've noticed with Lewis McManus is when the ball comes back into his body, he can sometimes kind of push it off his body. I think short leg's not a bad option.
4 slips as well. Oh, Yorker. What a Yorker that is. Good bit of work. Is that Nye Donald under the lid there at short leg?
Yes, I think it is.
There was an inquiry, wasn't there, from the slip cord, and to see whether that just gone off the boot of Lewis McManus, but I think his boots were well out of the way and it gone straight off the surface to Nye Donald. Just tidying his shoelaces up. He's ready to go. Good start. What a delivery. That is first up as well.
Yeah.
Welcome to the crease.
Yeah.
None of this floaty, pretty lines outside off stump. Dig it out. And there is the challenging line and length. This is defended by Lewis McManus. So McManus opened the batting in the absence of Luke Proctor last week against Middlesex. He finds himself at number 3 this week. Adi Sharma was at number 3 against Middlesex. He's now playing for the second 11 for Northamptonshire. Calvin Harrison had been there before that. Oh, Gus Miller's injured, struggling at the moment with fitness. And Northamptonshire missing a batter in this squad? Is there somebody there that needs, there's a hole to be filled, or is there just an opportunity for Lewis McManus to go and bat 3?
It's a good question.
Short ball. And that is, I didn't get up as much as what I was expecting, but Lewis McManus gets underneath it.
I mean, when I look at the squad overall, I think it could do with some bolstering in terms of depth. And I'm thinking 2 batters, 2 bowlers, to be honest. That's not to say, you can't just add 4 players. Something's got to give, right? But that's a different issue. But yeah, I think we're a couple short in both departments in terms of the overall squad depth. And where the quality is right now. There's a few players in the squad that are making their way, finding their way in the game. It's good to have some of those around, but there's going to be, understandably, that takes time sometimes for those guys to find their way in first-class cricket. So I personally, I think we're a couple short in terms of depth and quality in both seam bowling and batting. And I think most Northamptonshire supporters would be probably agreeing with that, and maybe even adding to that number, to be honest. But I think a couple. We look at the the bowling resources, and we lost Jack White, who went up to Yorkshire.
Yep.
He's doing very well up there. And the double whammy was losing Rafi Weatherall for the season to an injury. And they're two guys who would have played a lot of red ball cricket this season for Northampton. So there's two.
Yeah.
And I think with batting, historically in red ball cricket, we've been light. We haven't been able to recruit that player. It's not easy out there, because the players we're looking at, guess what everyone else is looking at as well? Everyone's looking for, particularly the smaller counties, everyone's looking for players at the Surreys, the Lancashires, etc., who are blocked, who are not getting in. So we're all fishing in a similar pond. But currently this year, we've got Vasconos, Keogh and Bartlett all averaging in the 20s, which is not the return that those guys are capable of. But it's what they're bringing currently.
Yes. Yeah, agreed. Lewis Rees continuing from the David Capel end. Luke Proctor gets down the other end. Hands the job over to Lewis McManus. A slight bonus for Northamptonshire here is the fact there is a left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle now. So we'll just have to change the lines and the lengths and the fields for the two of them.
In a side where those three are churning out the numbers we know they're capable of, Vasconos, Bartlett, Keogh, they're doing that job. That makes it sort of easier for the likes of Sales to be slightly less consistent.
Yeah.
He's shown he can succeed at that level, but he's also shown, as we know, with a young player, backing that up week in, week out.
Yeah.
Improving his B game. His A game's plenty good enough. Improving his B game, which is what he's going to rely on for a long career in county cricket. But there's real pressure on that if your senior players are averaging in the 20s.
Yeah.
I think also overall, and this is a double-edged sword, but a bit of pressure for selection as well.
Mm-hmm.
Might not go amiss.
Yeah, I see what you're saying on that one. That's guided not far away. I think that would have carried Wayne Madsen. You can see him there with the helmet on. He's that close at second slip. Lewis McManus picks up 4, gets off the mark. That was very, very close to the Derbyshire captain.
It really was. I mean, he was running it down, but he wasn't running it down there, was he? He was going squarer and looking to get more of the bat on the ball to get it down into the ground far before it reached any of the catches. That one, it was a thick outside edge in the end. Yes, he was angling the bat. That would have been a softie.
That would have been a bit of catching practice, wouldn't it? I think in response to that, are they adding another one in there?
They are, yeah.
Hanson's going into gully, isn't he?
Yeah.
And
interesting, catching mid-wicket. So again, Lewis, sometimes, I think he's improved this, by the way, what I'm about to say. I really do think he's improved this. Sometimes when he's playing the ball into the leg side, the bottom hand can be a bit too active, which means the ball carries further than he wants it to. So that's why the catching mid-wicket is there. And for Tickner, that's why the short leg was there as well. But I really do think, I hope I don't do him here, commentator's curse, but I've been really impressed with the way he's shaped up. He's worked really hard at his batting. I mean, ever since he came to Northampton, he's worked really hard at his batting, and it's really showing good improvement. Plays a lot straighter now. There you go. Thank you, Lewis.
a very, very professional cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good
Lewis
guy.
McManus works hard with Dave Ripley with the gloves on as well. Signed the 2-year contract extension a couple of weeks ago at Northamptonshire. He's got a young family and still down on the south coast, and therefore obviously spends a bit of time away from home. And as we said this morning on the broadcast, that proud recipient of his Northamptonshire county cap as well. Good speech by Darren Lehman.
There you go. There's a great example. I think 2 years ago, that ball's going to mid-on. rather than as it did go inside mid-off. That's really nicely played.
Yeah, and another one of your time it for two type moments, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to hit that for four.
Yeah.
He was just trying to beat the fielder inside what would be that 30-yard circle, and comes back for a couple of runs. Yeah, the speech by Darren Lehman was very, very, very nice, very emotional. Lewis McManus's family was present as well, and I think that speech and that content is now available online as well. So any Northamptonshire fans watching the live stream can go and catch up on that over the lunch break, which we're getting closer towards now. 30 for 1 after 9 overs. Lewis McManus on 6 and Luke Proctor on 14. Fortunately, Luke Proctor's the hit that he received from Blair Tickner doesn't appear to be having any long-term ill effect on the captain, which is fantastic news.
They've bowled very, very well, haven't they? 9 overs gone, and the vast majority of those balls have been challenging. They've challenged the stumps. That's what we talked about in the break, and that's what they've delivered. It's been very good.
Still that leg slip in. Left alone. As you said, they will bowl straight. Blair Tickner seems to be getting a little bit more life out of this Kookaburra than what George Scrimshaw, Liam Guthrie were able to do. Or Liam Guthrie's first spell was good, to be fair to Liam Guthrie. There was one over, wasn't there, that conceded 12.
That's right.
8 off the bat, 1 off the pad. Or sorry, 4 off the pad. But it all went pretty soft quite quickly.
Yeah. No, he did. He bowled nicely with the new ball. Yeah, that one over aside. I think I want a third slip in here, you know. I'm getting bored with that guy hanging around down there. And I guess what's just happened? He's coming into third slip.
Yeah, good cricket captain you, aren't you?
Well, actually, I think he's come for a chat. Oh, he's walking away again.
Dirty here, isn't he?
He really has.
He's done you dirty. Zach Chappell's getting loose.
I want him at third slip.
I think, I mean, it'd be sod's law, wouldn't it, that you bring him into third slip. Luke Proctor gets a bit of a top edge and it balloons up and it lands exactly where that bloke's currently standing. Now, that's the way that cricket normally works.
It does. Well played.
But they've got such a good lead, a positive lead at the moment. And there is 33 minutes to go to lunch. So what have we got? Maybe 7 overs, 8 overs to go before lunch. It's a nice little kind of free session to go a bit ultra attacking for Derbyshire and really try and pick up another couple of, if there's a half chance that goes through at third or whatever that might be.
Yeah, I think so.
And he just looks like Luke Proctor that he's wearing off the effects of that badge on the arm, isn't he? And he's getting slightly less jittery, slightly less jumpy.
He's just, he's keeping it moving, isn't he? As you said earlier, he's wringing his hand a little bit. I mean, Tickner's not slow, is he? And that's pushing him onto the back foot. The bat handle jars into the hand and the force is taken in the forearm. So he's entitled to wring his hand because he got a nasty blow there. It's been good, this, from Derby. Been impressive around the wicket this time. That looked a good ball as well. Again, challenging the stumps.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this from Blair Tickner. 1 for 7 off 4.5 overs for the New Zealand international. Plays his first-class cricket in New Zealand for Central Districts, I believe, which is just one of the most stunning places you could possibly wish to be.
What's happening in the catches? Oh, he's taking the helmet off. Well, that's weird. What's going on here?
Not sure. The umpire's off as well. Oh, not curtain gate again. Not curtain gate again. Close the curtains. Obviously, the change of angle for Blair Tickner has just caused one of the hospitality boxes to come into a bit of an issue with Luke Proctor on strike.
Somebody from the marketing or commercial team needs to get the keys out and get in that box and sort that out, because I suspect it might have just been a variation. Tickner going around the wicket to Proctor, but if he's aware that Proctor's not happy with his sighting, he's going to stay there.
Well, I think actually Blair Tickner is going to finish this over as a sociable New Zealander probably would do, and go back over the wicket. And
that's something that I like.
Yeah.
That is something. It was just a little look, wasn't it? Do you know what though? I'm not sure I'm doing that. Oh, in fact, I'll tell you what, I'm definitely not doing that, because I'm going to say, well, it's your home ground, mate.
Yeah.
If I can get an advantage because you can't close your curtains properly, I'm coming around the wicket until you get it sorted.
hopefully that gets sorted out. There's still, as you can see, the umpire there trying to encourage those blinds to be closed. Maybe there was a little bit of a thumbs up from Nigel Long there to say that had been sorted now. So change of bowling from the David Capel end. Lewis Rees is going to be replaced by Zach Chappell. Looks like Ben Aitchison's starting to get loose as well. So whether we'll go for a double change, 5 overs each for Rees and Tickner.
Well, it's been good use of the new ball, isn't it? They've both bowled really nicely. As I said, the vast majority of those balls have been challenging the stumps, and that's kind of what you want. There've been a couple that have been over length and got clipped, and one lovely straight drive down the ground, but not many. And not many balls have been wasted. There's been the odd, the occasional leave from almost out of the hand, but very rarely leaves have had to be earned. They've been good leaves generally rather than easy leaves. But a lot of times, we said earlier on about did Northampton bowl straight enough? My question back to you was how many forward defensives? Well, we've seen a lot of forward defensives here this morning in that in the 10 overs that have gone down so far. It's good cricket from Derbyshire, and it's good basic cricket as well. It's just doing the basic things well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Zach Chappell then from the David Capel end. Let's look at Zach Chappell and gets a little bit of movement inside edge from McManus onto pad. 26 wickets this summer at 39s for Zach Chappell. 3-format cricketer. Another cricketer I really enjoy. Wholehearted.
Yeah, he started at Leicestershire, didn't he? And got picked up by Notts, unsurprisingly, as they trawled around the counties. He was recruited there, and it didn't quite work out for him.
Fast bowling Hoover.
Yeah, they warehoused him there for a while, and he finds himself now at Derbyshire, and he's done well there. As you said, quite a lot of. I'm surprised he's gone. That's reasonably expensive actually for a guy with nearly 30 wickets. But he is an attacking bowler. But again, he's taken the baton on, hasn't he, from Lewis Rees? First 2 balls, 2 forward defensives. Don't go anywhere else. There'll be the odd bumper, no doubt. But Derbyshire's plan has been very clear. And they've stuck to it.
Oh, I think you said yesterday, didn't you? Off there, you said about the fact that this should be a bowl straight, hit the sticks kind of game of cricket.
Yeah.
There isn't going to be lavish movement off the surface because of what we can see with the naked eye from this distance. There isn't that live grass on there, or if there isn't an abundance of it. And we've got the Kookaburra and not the Dukes. If Northamptonshire begin to settle and that scoreboard starts ticking over a little bit, then he said you can push fielders out to sweep on the square boundaries and you still bowl straight. But again, is that the do something different that's desired from HQ with regards to this experiment and the trial? But 30 for 1 after 10.4. Short ball, uppercut, top edge, in fact. I think
Lewis bounced.
Did Lewis McManus even try and pull out of it? Gloved it over the slip cordon for 4.
I think it had got bat on it before he knew that. That really did bounce. The ball is only in its 11th over. So it's still very hard, very new. And Chapel, as we know, does extract more bounce than others. That really did bounce. Fortunately for Manus, he got a thick edge on it. A thin one, he's gone. This is a very good, very encouraging first 5 balls from Zach Chapel.
Absolutely. Make that an encouraging first over for Zach Chapel, which is exactly what we would come to expect from a bowler of his caliber and experience. 34 for 1 after 11. 25 minutes to go till lunch, and say Derbyshire have just got a little bit of a firmer hold on this game than what they had at the start of this second innings.
Yeah, they're in charge here currently, aren't they? They're asking a lot of questions. Picked up the wicket of Vasconos, trying to play a straight ball through square leg, basically. He was done for a little bit of pace. It wasn't a Yorker, but it was a very full delivery. It was a very full half volley, effectively. It swung back in a little bit, enough to enable umpire Nigel Long to give it out. It is going to be a double change. As you predicted, Daniel, it's going to be Ben Aitchison, who batted beautifully. Was out earlier this morning, batted beautifully from number 10. And he'll be feeling pretty confident because, you get a few runs, you just feel, I'm in decent nick, I'm in decent rhythm as a cricketer. I'm in tune with the game. So he starts and he's cut very hard, but straight to the man at point. So 2 field changes, essentially, for Aitchison compared to the field that was set for Tickner. Those 2 changes are, there is a gully, who was the man at fly gully, has come into an orthodox gully. And the man who was at leg slip has come out into a position in the covers. So there are 3 men saving, 1 on the offside. 2 slips in a gully. And the leg side field is the traditional long leg. A man just in front of square and a wide mid-on. Yeah, the over from Zach Chapel, I thought was a really good over, Every ball was played up. There was, we can't call it a chance, but he was a moral victory, the edge that went for 4. But he was all over the stumps. It's gone through nicely, that, hasn't it?
It just feels like there's a little bit more in this.
Yeah, it does.
The second day, well, not the second day, but with the Derbyshire bowling attack.
Yeah, it does. No, I think some pitches change, right? So this one has got a little bit more life about it. We've seen the captain being hit on the forearm. McManus got done for extra bounce in the previous over, and that one's really off a good length, has gone through really nicely. So someone's flicked a switch in the groundsman's hut. They've flicked the bounce switch. But I think, back to the ball and the impact it has had, I think, this is not my most exciting comment, really, but I like to see bowlers who are accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I think accuracy is underrated. There's a push drive from Proctor. It was a moral victory to the bowler. It's going to be 4 runs, so it's just crossing the rope now. There's no third man. That was a thick edge. It went in a gap. Could have gone straight to gully. Proctor wasn't in control of that. There was movement away from the left-hander off the wicket. Caught the thick edge of the bat, and Proctor, unusually so far today, was accelerating the bat through that. He's been very tight in defence, pushed at that. Fancy getting into extra cover, I think. Ended up getting a 4 through third man. Yeah, I'll come back to that point about accuracy. So what do you need at international level? You look at the great fast bowlers in the history of the game. There's very little they all have in common. They've all been very, there's been some similarities, but there's a vast range of bowlers from Malcolm Marshall at 5'8" to Curtly Ambrose at 6'5". They've bowled different lengths and different lines, and some have swung it, some have seamed it, some have done both, etc., etc., etc. There is one thing they all have in common, which is they're all very accurate. And the thing about the Kookaburra ball is you've got to be accurate. If you're not accurate, you're going to go around the park. You're going to have to earn your wickets. So in terms of the experiment, I'm linking this, by the way, there is a link to your question about the experiment of using this ball. Well, part of that, and it's multifaceted, we know, part of that is, can our seamers be accurate and get wickets on flat pitches with a smaller seam? Can they stay in that battle for long enough? Are they good enough to do that? So it does test that. This Kookaburra ball does test that. Yeah, there'll be people listening to this who are saying, do we need a change of ball to improve accuracy? Well, I think we probably do, actually, because there's a lot of guys who have been in the game, some of whom have played for England in recent times, actually, and in other times, but certainly in recent times, who can bowl unplayable deliveries with the Duke's ball.
Yep.
But can they get away with that at test level? Well, the answer's no. There's been a number of guys in the last couple of years who have come in, had a couple of tests, but have gone around the park in white ball and in red ball because the Duke's ball has not required of them to work hard enough to be accurate enough over a period of time, and be attritional as a fast bowler. So, is that a good enough reason to go for the Kookaburra ball? No, it's not. But it's part of the debate. Chappell has made McManus play. He's gone a little bit too straight there. But Chappell has now bowled 10 deliveries, every one of which has hit the cricket bat. Now, I used to do that when I bowled, but that was a different thing. That was because the bat hit the cricket ball. So I can't claim to be doing what Zach Chappell's doing, because every single one of those, with one mild exception, has been predominantly in defence. So he has challenged the stumps and challenged Lewis McManus's defence. And Lewis McManus has been up to that job.
Just testing the patience, isn't he, really, of Lewis McManus. He's got 10 to his name, 4 of which you can not take off because runs are runs. It doesn't matter where they come. No one's going to remember at the end of Lewis McManus's career going, well, actually, we better take 4 off that because he gloved one over the slip cordon against Derby.
Pretty sad individual.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? But he's got 10. 6 have come off the bat with confidence. Derbyshire are making life pretty difficult for Northamptonshire. What a bit of fielding that is. That was a certain 4, had that been a couple of inches wider, of Nye Donald at mid-wicket. Great stop.
Isn't that great? Because it's a bit of mother cricket there, isn't it, really? Just got a stump too straight there, maybe a stump and a half too straight, the ball angling in to leg stump. McManus, we know, very strong through there, timed it beautifully. As he hit the bat, as the ball hit the bat, McManus would be thinking 4, and Donald full length, one-handed stop. But you do enough things right, and the game of cricket looks after you. And what Chappell had done right was his previous 11 balls were very, very good.
How many runs do you reckon Northamptonshire of this 39 have come through boundaries?
Well, that's a good question. What have we had? Straight drive, an edge there, an edge there. There's 12. 20?
28.
Wow.
28 of them. 2 extras.
Wow.
That's how good Derbyshire have bowled and not allowed Northamptonshire to rotate the strike.
Well, that swung, I think. That was, McManus was initially looking to play that into the leg side. There's an indication of how much Lewis McManus has improved, because he was good enough to deal with that. I think it was a late swing there from Ben Aitchison. Hitherto, McManus's head would have been going over, and he'd have been looking to play that ball into the leg side and might have missed it. Playing a lot straighter. Just got the word hitherto into the commentary.
It's good. I like that.
Pretty happy about that. 3 syllables. Don't know how to spell it.
Phil Rowe's word of the day.
Hitherto.
Hitherto. Don't hear it very often, do you, in conversation?
You don't.
Maybe that can be our mission. Bring it back. make hitherto great again. Get it on a red cap.
Yes.
But yeah, Northamptonshire they just haven't managed to find the single. It's just not there. It's quite literally been a 4 or not much. Yeah. 28 have come in boundaries, 2 extras takes it up to 30, and they've got what, 9 others, of which a couple of them have been a brace, haven't they?
Well bowled. There was before your time, you may be aware of him. There was a bowler who played for Derbyshire in England, who then went on to have a good career as a bowling coach as well. A guy called Mike Hendrick, and he got wickets for Derbyshire for fun. He'd have loved this bowling. Absolutely loved it. Just accurate.
It's one of those rare moments of Northamptonshire picking up a couple of runs, not in the form of a boundary, and so rare, in fact, it was welcomed by a round of applause.
What a ripple, didn't it?
Come into the ground. They're under pressure. They're under the pump, Northamptonshire. Less than 3 and over. Probably got one eye on the clock now with 14 minutes to go, thinking, well, we'll get through to lunch, figure out what happens in the afternoon. Fielder's gone out on the hook. Is it a bumper? Is it a double bluff? One of those double bluffs again.
Yeah, the double bluff will be the bumper, won't it, nowadays? As you said, that fielder going back is never followed by a bumper. It's a bit of an each way play as well, isn't it? Because he's going back there. Yes, with clearly the thought, as you say, Dan, of putting into the batsman's mind, if the fielder's gone out, might be short.
Yeah.
And then you bowl full, and hopefully the batter's stuck on the back foot, doesn't get forward to the ball. But if you get 2 straight there and he clips it through the leg side, he only gets 1 for it anyway. So it's kind of either way, isn't it? Either or. One of the things that the Derbyshire side have done well with the bowling change, the opening bowlers bowled brilliantly, Tickner and Rees, and they've passed the baton on to Atison and Chappell. Both bowled a couple of overs, and there's been no drop in quality. I don't think that's out. I might be the only person in the world who thinks that by the looks of things as I look out there.
I assume the umpire's claiming that's been jammed, isn't it, by Luke Proctor?
It sounded like a bump ball.
Yeah. Wayne Madson's reaction would lead you to believe differently.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get a replay of it.
We'll
went
need
very
a super
quickly.
slow-mo from the other end straight is what we'll need. We won't pick it up from here, I don't think. Oh.
I think based on that, I think that's...
yeah, based on that, looks like an outside edge, doesn't it?
I think that's just gone straight off the bat to Wayne Madsen.
That's a good follow-up. Yeah, if we could get a replay from this end, I think that'll tell us all we need to know. Derbyshire were absolutely convinced that that was out. There's no...
I mean, Zach Chappell didn't really appeal, did he?
No,
he was kind of so convinced.
Absolutely convinced that was out.
I'll tell you what, you have a look at the bat, and I'll do the Phil Rowe and have a look at Lewis McManus at the non-strikers end and see what the body language gives away there.
Yeah. There's a bit of a clue, I guess. I'll come back to that in a sec. If you do get a jam and it is a bump ball, it would generally go squarer than that as well. It wouldn't go to second slip, would it? It would generally go to, here we go. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, look at Lewis McManus. He didn't want to look at the umpire at all. Their clues were there. I think Derbyshire have been a bit hard done by there.
Yeah. And Wayne Madsen was at the non-strikers end, wasn't he, when Brooke Guest was adjudged to be caught behind by the same umpire yesterday morning.
Yeah, that had a good look about it. I mean,
Can't say for certain.
We can't
can
say.
we?
We
But
can say it's inconclusive from here. Oh, that's a nice cricket shot. Over pitched. It was. It's been driven nice. He's only going to pick up 2 though. It's a good chase from Lewis Rees at mid-off. Got himself out there. I mean, the boundary. The outfield has slowed up, hasn't it? That overnight and rain this morning has slowed the outfield. I think yesterday that would have gone for 4. Yeah, it's hard to get that ball to second slip as a bump ball unless the bat face is really, really open. And it wasn't really open. The bat face was really pointing towards mid-off. So I think it may well have been an outside edge. Well, it's a beautiful shot back down the ground. Beautifully fielded nonchalantly by Zach Chappell. It's very possible that Luke Proctor didn't know.
Well, I think Luke Proctor's hit the ground at the same time, or
Yeah, that's right.
just after impact.
Now then, this is interesting. The conversation between Wayne Madsen and the umpire, and Wayne Madsen's kind of saying, look, how does the ball get there? Yeah. And I think, it's one of those, that's a cricket type thing, isn't it? You've played the amount of cricket that Wayne Madsen has played. You've seen that over and over and over, and you know that it can't get there unless it's an edge. Anyway, it's not out. But I think that's a life. I think you'd probably say that's a life for the Northampton captain.
Absolutely. I think Northamptonshire, as you said, had kind of the rub of the green in that final half an hour of that morning session yesterday, and I think that they've just had a little bit more of it.
Yeah, I think they have. Nigel Long is having a chat with Luke Proctor, and the fielder tried to identify at mid-off, wants to get involved in that as well.
It's Blair Tickner there at mid-off.
As I say, it's possible, and it's not impossible at all that Luke Proctor didn't know whether the ball was in contact with the ground and the bat at the same time. That could have happened, but it's unlikely. It feels like 2 would be fair at lunch, to be honest. Would be a fair return for the way that Derbyshire have bowled, because they've been so accurate.
They've been brilliant. They haven't missed, have they? Really, the boundaries that have been scored, there was that absolutely stunning straight drive from Vasconos. There was a bit of fortune for Lewis McManus. Luke Proctor had a touch of fortune with one of his. It's not exactly like it's been fluent for the 43 runs that are on the board for Northamptonshire.
No, anything but. Very few leaves. That's a great sign, I think. Very few leaves. Make them play.
Yeah, you can. Well, it's just taken the hands off the hip there, Wayne Madsen at second slip, but just casts the shadow of a man that feels like we're robbed of something, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one. When in a game where chances have been few and far between, when you actually think you've got one, course second slip. It's that's a tough pill to swallow, no doubt. It's not easy, this umpiring, is it? Because it all happens very quickly. It's not easy. Good bumper. The man back on the square leg boundary again for that, and that was a bumper. So was that the bluff? Capel Dev used to say, he played here, he used to say, don't bowl a bumper with your sixth ball. Now, there are times when you actually should bowl a bumper with your sixth ball, particularly in a situation where you want to keep the non-striker on strike for the next over.
Yeah.
Put your men back and bowl a bumper. and in the expectation the batter will duck under it and you get to bowl the guy you want to bowl at. But in general, he said, well, you're just tired in the over by. That was his point. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. What have we got?
Do you know what
5 minutes.
Sorry, do you know what I found quite fascinating here? And this might be, well, it might resonate with people watching the stream here, but had that moment of Zach Chappell, Luke Proctor, Wayne Madsen happened on a Saturday afternoon on a club cricket ground somewhere, I'm not convinced it would have been forgotten about quite so quickly. I'm not saying it has been forgotten, but it would feel like that moment would really sour a game of cricket, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The bowler would have been angry, and potentially there would have been more words continually said to the batter about not walking, and whether the umpire was independent or from the club or whatever that might have been. But as professionals, it's been moved on from.
Oh, wow, this is good stuff.
Quite quickly.
Good stuff from Chappell. Yeah, it has. And I think there's fully understandable reasons for that. One is hardly anyone walks for a start.
Yep.
And that's kind of given nowadays. Whether it should or shouldn't is a huge other debate, but that's the reality of it. And I think in that particular instance, there's probably an understanding that Procky might not have known.
Mm-hmm.
He might not have known. And there's enough doubt there for him to say, well, I'm not sure, and we'll let the umpire make the decision. So I think those two things, particularly the second part of that, I think is probably why they're not getting stuck into to Proc on that, because, as a batter, sometimes you get bad decisions, and therefore, if you feel like that could have been a bump ball, and it probably wasn't, but it could have been, there's an understanding, I think, from the field inside here that, he's entitled to stand there, and it wasn't apt. It's not like Stuart Broad nicking it to slip, is it?
No. Yeah.
And I think he did cop a bit for that. Stuart Broad. This has been a great little spell from Zach Chappell. As I say, that just gets his line wrong for the first time. And he pick up a single. Yeah, I think that's my read on it. Who knows?
But no, I suppose the point I was trying to make is, actually, could there be a bit learnt from?
Oh, in terms of I am surprised and sometimes appalled, actually, at what I hear when I go and watch my lads play cricket. The amount of inane drivel, nonsense that's spoken, and actually sometimes it gets quite feisty.
Yeah,
my two lads play in Division 3, but the team that they play for has come up from Division 14 and got promoted most years. It's a pub side, and they're a great bunch of lads, and they put a team together and so on and so forth. But along that journey, the odd game, I don't go to every game by any means, but there've been occasions when I'm not enjoying this. I'd rather not watch than listen to the amount of, I say it's inane drivel, but sometimes it gets a little bit, it's just too much. I think in general, club cricketers think that is how first class cricket is played.
I think that is the perception.
And it's not. And that's what you're saying, isn't it? It's not played that way.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 minutes to lunch, and we're going to see Joe Hawkins on debut, batted beautifully on debut. The young man really enjoyed the fact that we were able to get feedback from his brother's game. His brother was playing for Staffordshire yesterday with a couple of ex-Northampton staff players. Tom Brett was one who sent a photo of Joe's brother avidly watching the live stream on his phone after the game. They beat Lincolnshire in a 3-day game. I'm sure they're avidly watching today as well. So he's going to start around the wicket to the Northampton captain. And that's the start, isn't it? I mean, his first ball in first class cricket is going to go for 2, but it landed beautifully, turned and caught the outside edge of the captain's bat. It's a very much a moral victory.
big encouragement, isn't there, for Joe Hawkins on debut. Batted nicely. And that will settle a lot of nerves, won't
Oh,
it?
of course it will.
Nice little 35 not out at the end
Perfect.
of the first innings. Thanks very much.
He's got reinforcements in the cordon as well. Fielder's come from the leg side into third slip. He's loving this professional game. Why didn't they pick me in April, he's thinking. Derbyshire are buzzing, aren't they?
As they should be. 3 to go before lunch. 46 for 1. Northamptonshire have gone nowhere, have they, in that opening session? They have relatively sent off the new ball.
Oh, that's nicely bowled. And certainly there is a bit more bounce in the wicket. That one, bit of overspin on that, but it did hit the splice of the bat rather than the middle or the bottom of the bat, as it was doing a lot of the time yesterday. So the wicket has livened up a wee bit. So you got 2 more balls to go before lunch, I think. Just a little bit straight. Proctor's going to pick up comfortable 2. And very rarely has the over before lunch to the spinner been better utilised than the young man on debut. Oh, that's nicely bowled. It's a big appeal. That's outstanding stuff. So it's one of the Derbyshire fielders, and I wouldn't argue with that. It was a very good over. First ball turned and got the outside edge because Proctor's a very good player of spin. He was sort of dead batting it, so he got a couple off the edge. It went down quickly, and then beating the inside edge with the last ball of the over. So a very good start, albeit it's only 1 over. A good start from Joe Hawkins with the ball, but a great start from Derbyshire with the ball. They can feel a little bit aggrieved, I think, only to be walking off with 1 wicket. There was that very big appeal where Proctor, the umpire, judged that he jammed the ball into the floor. It may or may not be accurate, but that's the umpire's decision is final. 48 for 1, and another good session for Derbyshire.
Absolutely right. Deficit of 331 still at this state of play after lunch. Luke Proctor will resume on 23. Lewis McManus will resume on 13. We're powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And Phil Rowe and I will go and grab some lunch. We'll be back in about 40 minutes.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to County Ground in Northampton. We're about to get underway for the afternoon session here between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet. Northamptonshire in their first innings in response to Derbyshire's 377. 48 for 1. Lewis McManus is on strike. Luke Proctor, the captain at the non-strikers end, and Zach Chappell has ball in hand at the David Capel end, already at the end of his mark and ready to go. Enjoy your lunch break, Growy. How are you seeing this fixture?
Well, it's a lot of cricket to play, isn't there? There's a lot of cricket to play, and I think there'll be some twists and turns along the way. Having won the toss, I think it was a good toss to win. At first, I think it was a good toss to win. Derbyshire amassed 377. I think that's a decent number. Over par from where they were, that's for sure, at 100 for 5. But since lunch on day one, I think Derbyshire, I mean, for the first, actually, let me row backwards on that. They were 1 down after 90 minutes, Derbyshire, yesterday morning. Won the toss, batted, 1 down after 90 minutes. Then there was a flurry of wickets. And at lunch, they were best part of 100 for 5. So there was half an hour that was in Northamptonshire in the ascendancy then. And that's been it. So I think Derbyshire are in control of this game, having got a good number on the board. And what they've done really well here is they've bowled beautifully with the new ball. They're going at about 2.5 and over, just over that. Picked up a wicket, could have easily had a second wicket. What a nice shot that is, tucked away. I think he's timed that beautifully. That's going to run away for 4. Great shot, Lewis McManus. He does hit the ball really crisply through there. So I think Derbyshire are in command of this. I think they need to just keep doing the same things that they've been doing, which is challenging the stumps, making run scoring difficult, but not bowling negatively, but just bowling very clearly to hit stumps. That's been their main ploy.
Yeah, you don't really want to try and use negative language as such, do you? But it kind of feels like a day of don't get bored, doesn't it?
Well,
it's a beauty, and it's gone. That will just liven things up a touch, won't it? Zach Chappell gets Lewis McManus fourth ball after lunch, in fact, with a beauty. Maybe just lifted a little bit more than what Lewis McManus was expecting. Derbyshire have got 2, and it's 52 for 2 after lunch.
And it's no more than they deserved. I mean, Lewis McManus, it was just, what's the best time to get someone out before they've got in? And he had to get himself back in after lunch. Played a nice shot the ball before. That's absolutely perfect, isn't it? It's pitched. It's just gone slightly away enough. Only has to go a couple of inches. McManus had to play at it, and he's had to play at almost every ball that he's faced actually today, or and possibly every ball that he's faced. I can't remember him leaving one. He had to play at that. It was very well bowled, a very thin edge through. Let's have a look at the movement. It's a bit extra bounce, wasn't it? A bit of bounce. Zach Chappell, he's banged it in. He's been really, really very accurate. The ball before was the outlier because he got clipped for 4 through mid-wicket, but he was right back on it. And 2 down. I think that's sort of fair dinkum for how well Derbyshire have bowled.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And I think they are in control of this game. You know, the way they've gone about their business. It's very early days to say that it's not total control. Right now, they're in control of this game. If they keep doing the same things to the same level, then they're not going far away from being dominant in this fixture. But there's a lot of cricket to play, and the Kookaburra ball here is it's in its 19th over. It's a long way between this and a brand new ball. So get the ball into the 30s, and let's see then. They've got a young spinner on debut. He bowled a nice over before lunch, no doubt, but Northampton won't want to let him settle. That's for sure. However, if the scoreboard's going at 2.5 and over and they've lost a few wickets, it's difficult to then knock the spinner around and try and get him off pretty quickly. So the other thing, I guess, is all 4 Derbyshire seamers have bowled really well.
Yes.
Not just well, they've bowled really well. And
there's been no let off at all, has there?
No, the standard has been great. So, yeah, so how do I see it? All of that, all of that stuff. I see it that Northants are going to have to bat extremely well in the first innings to get themselves back into this fixture.
Absolutely. Do you think they'll go with the spinner Joe Hawkins after lunch? I mean, I'd throw the ball back to Blair Tickner and say, give me another spell, particularly
That's
with
exactly
the way
what I would do. Yeah.
Chappell started. James Sales is the new man, and Zach Chappell is on the money once again. It's gone 4.5 overs, 1 for 12. Zach Chappell. Something else that you pointed out, wasn't it? Derbyshire's run rate through that first innings was about 3.6. Northamptonshire's at lunch was 2.6.
You know, control the rate, and then when you get wickets, you're all really in control. And it's very simple, and I hear myself say it probably far too often, but it's true.
Pad to the thigh pad. No interest from Chappell. Bowling with good zip though, good pace.
He
52 for
is.
2.
This
off
wicket has
90.
quickened up, Dan, hasn't it? This wicket has definitely
like it
quickened
has.
up. Yeah, it definitely has.
Whether the covers would have been on, wouldn't they? They were put on at close last night, and they were on when I turned up this morning. Bit of moisture maybe just kind of gets in underneath them and encourages that grass to grow a touch. Potentially has an impact. I don't know the true science of it, but it's an art, really, isn't it? Curating cricket wickets.
Certainly is. Also, predicting who's going to bowl is an art, and we've both got that wrong. Because
Yeah.
we both thought Tickner, and it's nice. Joe Hawkins, he bowled a lovely over. It was a lovely over as well before lunch. First ball that he bowled in first team cricket caught the outside edge, ran away for a couple, and he had an optimistic shout for LBW off his last ball of the over.
Yeah, caller 2 from Luke Proctor. I think they'll get it quite comfortably. I wonder if it's a bit of a match-up thing. I wonder if they have a perception that Luke Proctor might not be the strongest against spin. He's normally pretty good.
I think he's a good player of spin. I think they're going to have to very quickly look that gap at a square leg as well, because Procky will just lean forward, knock it in there and pick up 2 as often as he possibly can.
Oh, there's a
It's a good run.
quick run. James Sales did react eventually. Slow out of the blocks. Maybe they look at James Sales as an option then against spinners to start potentially, yet to get off the mark.
I am surprised.
I am as
that
well.
They've gone with the spin. And that's nothing really. It's very little to do with Joe Hawkins. It's more about the ball being still very relatively new. It's only 19.2 overs old, and particularly then having got another wicket as well. Get your strike bowler on when the ball's still quite new. But they're backed. You know, the other thing is they've gone a different way. They've backed the youngster. He started nicely. I don't think it's it's a complete one of those things you might say is completely crazy.
Oh, not at all. You haven't looked at it and kind of started pulling your hair out thinking, what on earth is this as a decision? It's not a green top. It's not swinging and seaming around. And the ball's not brand new. Nicely flighted, nicely played by James Sales. He gets off the mark, just pushes it through the offside, guides it really through that vacant cover region and picks up 4, 59 for 2 the score. Yeah, I just thought just the intensity that Tickner and Chappell would bring.
Yeah.
Would be the thought that I would have gone for, but there's a leg slip in play, short leg as well, and a first slip.
Yeah, no, yes, I don't think it's a horror show, but I am clear that I wouldn't have gone that way. I'd say that definitely wouldn't have been in my mind. The other thing is, if he doesn't bowl great, you have to take him off. You know, and by the time you do throw the ball to your seamer, it's going to be X number of overs older than it was.
Yeah, well, end of the over. 7 runs from it. 59 for 2 after 20. Sales managed to get off the mark in that over. Luke Proctor will be on strike, and Zach Chappell continues after lunch.
Yeah, he's bowled very well, hasn't he? Well, they've all bowled very well, but he's had a good game so far, Zach Chappell. I think he batted very sensibly in the Derbyshire innings. He's known as a boundary hitter, and he did hit a couple of boundaries, but he was restrained and selective.
You weren't that complimentary about his reverse sweep.
That wasn't a good option. Only got him out in the end, didn't it?
It did.
It could have got him out 3 times.
Oh, James Sales' Grey Nichols did go through the gauge there.
Oh, there was a gauge, was there? Oh.
Gauge watch.
Was that conclusively through the gauge?
It appears to be. Appeared to be.
Gee whiz.
Not the gauge at Northamptonshire again. Proctor, square drive. Well, not really a drive, was it? Was guided into that point region. Comes back for 2, moves to 30. Score into the 60s. That one there looked like it didn't have a great deal of pace about it from Zach Chappell, but it was very full, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit gentle, wasn't it? He's an accumulator, isn't he, Luke Proctor? He's an accumulator of runs. He's not going to take you apart, but he's going to surgically dissect you, given the opportunity.
There's the pace back for Chappell. Good news for Luke Proctor as well is that he has continued, having been struck on the forearm by Blair Tickner earlier on in this innings. He took quite a bit of treatment, didn't he? Some painkillers from the Northamptonshire physio. Did quite a rigorous on-field test to make sure that things were still attached and in one piece. Obviously managed to get through that lunch break, maybe with a bit of treatment, a few extra painkillers, some ice, and ready to go again.
He's from up north. He's tough. He's tough. He's a tough competitor, and yeah, he's physically tough, but he's also mentally tough as well. Very, very rarely in his career would you ever say, well, he's given that away. You know, it does happen because he's a human being, but very, very rarely. Generally speaking, if you want to get Luke Proctor out, you're going to have to get him out. He's not going to give his wicket away.
Yeah, was that umpire there just asking Zach Chappell to watch the follow through?
Yes, I think it was, yeah.
That's a nicely played drive, a stylish looking drive by Luke Proctor, but Lewis Rees is there.
That potential threat of rain has moved away, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's no ground staff down by the covers now, so that's normally a good indication, isn't it? If they move or if they're in position, there could be a chance of something, but
It's well played.
probably enjoying their lunch somewhere, I would have thought.
I would have thought that's exactly what they're doing, yeah. They're a man down, aren't they? I think by the looks of it, it's like Craig Harvey, the head groundsman, is missing this game. So the other guys are going to have to work a little bit harder. The boss is away.
Boss is away. Be playing cricket in the office. I reckon that's what's going on. 61 for 2. Proctor defending Zach Chappell again. So just 2 runs conceded from that opening delivery of the over. 21 overs have now been bowled. 65 remain in the day, a minimum of.
It's interesting, you know, that first ball was wide and full, wasn't it? And it was just helped through the offside for a couple. But the other 5 were right on the money. When there was a leave, but it was a calculated leave. It was a challenging leave. It was well judged. The other 4 balls you had to play up. And that's been the standard, hasn't it? It's been a very, very good standard of seam bowling. And early in his spell, Hawkins, he's gone for 11 somehow. I know that there was a floaty one that got hit for 4 in the last over.
Yeah, conceded 7 in the previous over. On the money.
James Sales just having a little look at the leg side boundary, and he'll find that sweep is open. There's a man behind. The square sweep is open, at least. There's a man behind square on the leg side. I think he should be squarer, probably. Anyway, we shall see.
Yeah, he's kind of in that gap, isn't he, between leg slip and short leg. That's his line anyway, back to the stumps. Overpitched and driven through the offside. That'll be another 4 for James Sales. Just crosses the boundary rope there.
There's a couple of times now that Hawkins has tried to tweak one, and he's got up and over the front knee and got on top of the ball. And when he's done that, he's lost his length a bit and it's been overpitched. When he's sort of bowled flatter, it's been okay, but he wants to get the ball up and down, give it a chance to turn. As a result of that ball, he's now coming around the wicket. We saw Rob Keogh get a beautiful wicket. Nia Donald dismissed, turned back through the gate from around the wicket. He's trying to emulate that.
Really gripped off the surface, didn't it? For Rob Keogh, for that one particular delivery anyway. It's a real beauty. On a day that the ball didn't do a great deal, Nia Donald was on the end of a bit of a doom seed from Rob Keogh. See if Joe Hawkins does get any purchase off the middle of the pitch as this spell materialises. He's now gone for 15 off 2.5. And that will be the big question, won't it, for Wayne Madsen, is how long of a spell can you give to the youngster, get him into the game. One's going to run for another, so it'll be 5 off the over. How long can you give as a spell if the pressure that you're wanting or hoping to be provided from both ends isn't being given?
Yeah, well, it's a challenging question, isn't it? Because you want to give him a decent bowl, don't you? You want to get him to grow into his spell, to feel comfortable, to feel backed. Yeah, okay, he's gone for a couple of boundaries. You just don't worry about those, because the next one turns back through the gate. No, that's fine. Don't worry about that. But secretly, you are worried about that because you don't want to be going for boundaries. But we shall see. He's been given the opportunity. They've got him on early, and they've given him the opportunity with a hard ball, and I think that's great. That said, he's either been repositioned in the field or just taken off. I don't know. I think he got the hold it there.
I think he's just been dropped down to final leg.
Okay, so he was just repositioning, was he?
Yeah. I think another one's going out. I think Caleb Jewell's now going out at deep backward square as well. Zach Chappell is at the end of his mark and makes his way into bowl to James Sales. Take a really quick single to Harry Kane, a chance. Well fielded, well judged by James Sales. Got that just enough in front of Harry Kane.
It's good to see. Very positive, purposeful, wasn't it? From James Sales. It's something that we noted Derbyshire did very well, particularly Martin Anderson.
It's well played. Back on that battle, isn't it? Chappell versus Proctor. And Proctor, I don't know whether you would see that style of shot in a coaching manual or not, but he's ended up guiding it past third slip for 4, moves to 34. It's quite an extravagant guide, isn't it? There's a lot of moving parts in order to get that ball down.
I think initially he was thinking, I'm leaving this. But then thought, actually, I'm in control. I'm in such a good position that I can just run this down. I think it was a late decision to run it down. He played it very well, controlled it well.
Driven. Straight at Nia Donald. He's still got the shin pads on. He is the one that's almost like batting pads he's got on under his trousers there. They're so tall, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not leaving anything exposed there, is he? That's for sure. I don't blame him either.
Absolutely not. Is that getting loose as well? Ben Aitchison at first slip, just loosening up the shoulders. Off the hip. Caller 2 from Luke Proctor. Quite a comfortable 2 as Hawkins comes off the boundary at final leg to tidy that one up. And I think Blair Tickner might be getting loose as well. So the Joe Hawkins experiment after lunch might just be a short one.
Sounds like a 1960s progressive rock group, the Joe Hawkins experiment.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, as we both said, we both would have gone straight to Tickner, and I think they're going to go that way now. That's nicely played. Very comfortably played, wasn't it?
It's just starting to feel, isn't it, that the ball is getting softer. It's just reacting a little bit slower off the surface. Happened quite quickly if you think back to that delivery that Lewis McManus got for 4th ball of the afternoon session. But Luke Proctor, I suppose the longer he spends in the middle, the more comfortable he's going to get. looking much more like Luke Proctor, isn't he? Just trying to run it down through the gap.
He is. Well, I think Hawkins is going to get at least one more. I did also spot, as you did, Tickner getting loose or loosening up a little bit, but he's not going to come on straight away.
I suppose they'll be, well, they don't have to have it work this way, but I suppose they'll be looking for Hawkins to hold the end. Hold the end, bowl dry, and then allow 3, 4, 5 over spells from Chappell, Tickner, Aitchison for the majority of the afternoon with that bit of extra pace that they possess.
If he's not bringing threat, this is for any bowler really. If he's not bringing threat, he can't go at 5s.
Yeah,
because Madsen's got plenty of other options. But there was threat in his first over. There was threat.
There was, yeah. Short leg in place, leg slip as well. Bowling very straight, looking to turn that back into James Sales and bring those 2 catches in there on the leg side into play. Does get the protection as well if Sales manages to dissect the 2 of them. It's just almost kind of, it's either not turning enough off the surface or the line is just a touch wide at the moment for those 2 to come into the equation. Short leg and leg slip. That's the better one, isn't it? And there is that man that's sanctioned just off the boundary rope on the leg side. Keeps it down to 1. That's exactly what he's there for.
Could be in the ring, couldn't he? They won't get 1.
Could have another catcher in the...
I think short leg's got to stop that, by the way, because that ball beat short leg very slowly, didn't it? It went really slowly. It didn't misbehave and shoot along the floor. Ben Geddes from Middlesex would have stopped that. He's a brilliant short leg.
Even when he didn't know he was. He got pinned, didn't he, by one of those sweep shots.
He did.
Luke Proctor back on strike now against Hawkins. He was on strike when that LBW appeal went up before lunch. 2 balls left in the over. And a better over so far, isn't it? Just conceding 1 from it.
Yeah, his length has looked better. His length has looked better. And if he does go over length from round the wicket, it's kind of a harder shot than it is from over the wicket. Over length from over the wicket, he just gets hit through the offside for 4 most times.
That's back of a length this time and powerfully struck by Luke Proctor. Is it going to make the boundary rope? I don't think it is. It is. Harry Kame, who's been electric in the field so far today, has just, well, essentially slid over that one, hasn't he? And it's just nestled up against the boundary rope and Luke Proctor's gone up to 40.
It was a flatter ball, wasn't it? That last ball of the over from Hawkins. He dropped his arm a little bit and fired it in. But it was shorter than he wanted it to, and it was wider than he wanted it to be as well. And Proctor got enough of it, didn't he? It looked for all money that it wasn't going to go for 4, and then suddenly it had.
Yeah. Well, this will be music to Northamptonshire supporters it is, but Northamptonshire have added 30 runs in those opening 25 minutes of this afternoon.
I just feel they got that wrong. With the captain's having a good chat with the young off spinner there, and this might be a case where he hasn't, he's now going to perhaps take him off after 3 overs, and that's, yeah, I think Madsen got that wrong, to be honest. I think Tickner should have been on straight away. Anyway,
Chappell 1 for 21 so far. Pace again, but James Sales full face of the bat, defended up to mid on. She said the seamers have just bowled very, very straight, haven't they?
they've bowled very well. I can't see anyone warming up though.
I was to say, Aitchison at first slip was trying to loosen the shoulders up before, and it did look like Blair Tickner was...
He's doing a bit now. You're right, he's doing a bit now.
But I couldn't work out whether it was I'm actually coming on to bowl, or I'm trying to get myself moving again after whatever delicious goodies were cooked up for lunch today.
It's not elaborate, is it? It's not a Rob
Really?
Keogh warm-up, is it?
No.
That's for sure.
Martin Anderson's there at backward point as well. He would be another option with the ball in hand.
I've got my eye on him because you said he didn't play in the last game,
Mm.
in the last championship game. He did bowl this morning before play, had a little bowl. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That is a
Lovely.
beautiful cricket shot.
It's going to be a long chase for Blair Tickner. I think Blair Tickner's probably going to just win that, isn't he? He does. Brilliant work by the big New Zealander. Luke Proctor comes back and Northamptonshire run 4 anyway, but it was a great chase by Blair Tickner, in vain in the end, but top effort.
Well, there's his warm-up completed. If he is going to come on to bowl, doesn't need to do a lot more. He's just had a 60-metre sprint. It's a great shot, wasn't it?
Really, really good shot.
The forward defensive before that was beautiful as well, actually.
Moves to 15. That one left alone. Chappell just drags it wider. What's that? Ricardo Vasconcelos on the boundary edge, just going around for a hit.
I think it is.
Glenn Chappell and Greg Smith.
Either that or it's a look-alike. It does look very much like him.
Alone once again. So Zach Chappell's conceded the 4. I think in response to that, he's just hanging the ball wide of off stump now. Make sure that he doesn't concede any more than the 4 that were conceded. Drag the length back a touch as well. Still 2 slips in place for Derbyshire. Ben Aitchison at first and Wayne Madsen at second. A very stylish shot to end the over by James Sales, but straight at Blair Tickner, dot ball to end. So 4 runs from it. 82 for 2 after 25. Proctor on 40. Sales on 15. Brooke Guest is taking the helmets down the other end. So I suspect Joe Hawkins is going to continue from the Wilson.
Yeah, he's going to get another one. I wonder if he just tried a little bit too hard there, the young man. That last ball of the over was a flatter one. You know, he's bowled a couple where he's gone over length, looking to rag the ball back in when he's got overspin and looking to do the batter in the air, really, and then turn it back through the gate. Maybe they had a good chat, the captain and the young offie, at the end of his last over, and maybe the captain's just saying, just settle in. Just settle in, get a couple of maidens under your belt.
Yeah, I suppose once the decision has been made to throw the ball Joe Hawkins' way, it's then going to be quite a tough one, isn't it, to guess just to take it out of his hands?
That was my issue.
Because you either run the risk of, well, I'm not backing you, or it's not worked as a quick single take, or not that quick in the end. A bit of excitement, wasn't there? But it was quite a comfortable single in the end. Yeah, so you are kind of stuck a little bit.
Yeah.
You almost have to kind of allow for a 6, 7, maybe plus over spell here for the off spinner before you're able to turn around and say, well, we'll have a different look, rather than it's not working at the moment.
Yeah, you drag him off after 3 overs. How's he going to feel next time he gets the ball? So, yeah, you're dead right, Dan. It does create a little bit of a headache.
A couple of runs added. James Sales moves to 17. I think
that's a stinker of a throw.
The thing that's telling, Rowie, is the fact that at lunch the run rate was 2.6. It's now 3.3, nearly 3.4.
Yeah.
And it hasn't all been Joe Hawkins, to be fair.
No.
Zach Chappell's conceded a few over the last couple of overs as well.
Yeah. You kind of want, ideally, you want threat and control, but you'll probably take either, but you can't have neither.
Yeah. Still the 3 catches in for Hawkins. That's whipped, isn't it, by Sales? Very, very wristy. Strong bottom hand.
I'll encourage the young offie.
Trying to beat Ben Aitchison at mid-on. Well, was he trying to beat Ben Aitchison at mid-on, or was he trying to hit that straighter?
No, I think you're right.
Quicker, flatter.
Well fielded.
Brilliant. Martin Anderson keeps it down to 0.
Yeah, I think he was trying to whip that wide of. That was quite a big shot, wasn't it?
It was expansive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not the biggest gap, to be fair, between Martin Anderson and Ben Aitchison at mid-wicket. I think Anderson may have just gone a bit straighter, to be fair. Shorter, dragged away across the square. That is going to be 4.
Another 6-ball boundary.
Yeah, not the way to finish, is it?
That's an experience, isn't it?
Partnership now worth 37 as well. 89 for 2 after 26.
Still 288 runs behind. This partnership has got to 37 very quickly, isn't it? James Sales has raced along to 21. He'll be happy to get a drag down with no mid-wicket from the off-spinner. He was able to just make sure he got the middle of the bat on that. It was always going to run away for 4. He's played nicely, James Sales. Had a bit of a whip at one earlier in the over. No damage done. There is going to be a change, though, at the David Capel end, where Ben Aitchison is going to replace Zach Chappell. Decent spell from Chappell overall, and picked up McManus in this spell just after lunch.
Yeah, he's got the wicket. 4 overs before lunch, 4 overs afterwards. 1 for 25 from 8, 17 of them. 17 of those runs conceded were in the 4 overs after lunch.
He just lost length a wee bit, didn't he? He got tucked away. The ball before he got to McManus got tucked through mid-wicket with a long delivery, and invited James Sales to have a couple of drives and got a couple away as well. So he's out of the attack. But as we've said, they've got 4 frontline seamers, Derbyshire, in this fixture. All of whom have so far, it's early days, but all of whom so far have had a bowl, and all of whom have bowled nicely. Aitchison bowled 3 overs before lunch from the Lynn Wilson end, and then he gave way to give Joe Hawkins an over before lunch. So he's going to have a go slightly down the incline from the David Capel end. He's got 2 slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a catch in mid-wicket. I guess he's got a catch in mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And a man at mid-wicket as well. So a straight catch in mid-wicket and a man kind of forward of square rather than mid-wicket, I guess I'd call him. Harry came on the single and a long leg just below us in our commentary position. Played that very late, didn't he, Luke Proctor? I have seen him play the ball so late in that manner that it has more than once rolled back onto the stumps. He's been a bit unlucky there a couple of times in his career. I mean, all batters will have that, but he plays it very late, and that's generally a good thing. Sometimes the ball bounces down and then can develop topspin and roll back onto the stumps, a bit like the last wicket in the Test match. Not the last one, but the one before. That's Blair Tickner warming up, isn't it, at mid-wicket? That's definitely warming up now.
Yeah, it's got to be a double change, isn't it? You would have thought.
Yeah, I would say so. Hawkins has now bowled 5 overs, 0 for 28, and he's just looks like he's over-tried a little bit. Bowled a couple of flatter balls that haven't really been accurate enough for him, and a couple of balls got driven up.
I think it's a bit of a rowyism for me. It's kind of what would the opposition least like you to do? I think.
Yeah.
I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Off spinner on debut at 18 years old.
He bowled that over before lunch so well that it gave the captain a bit of a headache, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost like, I was just going to give him one to get into the game. Actually, he's bowled that quite well, and there was a bit of threat there as well. I better give him some more. And I get that, of course, but I do think, particularly if I put myself in James Sales' shoes as the new man to the crease, who do I want to face? A fired up Blair Tickner or an 18-year-old offie on debut. And it's nothing to do with Joe Hawkins. He looks like a good cricketer, but I'd rather face him.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway, he's going to have to face both because I'm pretty sure Tickner's going to be bowling the next over from our end, as it were, from the Lynn Wilson end. But the last ball of this over, the fourth over, Ben Aitchison. Back of a length, and Proctor thinks about potentially whipping that into the leg side, but then thinks better of it and just drops it down at his feet. It's a maiden. Another maiden bowled by Derbyshire. They've been, particularly before lunch, been pretty frugal. The 12th man comes onto the field. Gives me a chance to talk about him. Because the 12th man is Amrit Basra, who came through the Northamptonshire pathway and academy. He wasn't taken onto the staff, and then since then been playing some national counties cricket and trialling around the place. He's got a short-term contract till the end of the season with Derbyshire. He was in the squad for this game, wasn't selected in the 11, but it's good to see him out there. He's a very, very nice young man. Works incredibly hard at his game. You know, when he didn't get taken on by Northants, I wasn't sort of scratching my head and thinking, why Northants not taking him on? I think at that time that it wasn't the right opportunity in the squad for him to force his way in. So I kind of get that. But I also get that he's a guy who you'd kind of want in your squad, really, because he does a bit of everything. He can bowl lively medium pace. He certainly can bat. He's a good fielder. He's a good character. So whatever potential is in there, he will be getting it out of himself. So good to see you on the field there, Amrit, and I hope it goes really well in this little spell with Derbyshire. And good luck. And there won't be anyone who'd begrudge him success that would come his way. Well, it's banged in, and James Howe was trying to flick it off his hip down to fine leg effectively, but he got it very fine, didn't he? In fact, it just dropped in front of the wicketkeeper. It's weird how that ball got there. You don't see that very often, do you?
I think Sales got himself a long way outside off stump to play the shot, which potentially was why it ended up finer than what you would expect it to do. But yeah, it did. It just died on Brooke Guest. It wasn't a little bit more bat on it.
It could have gone all the way straight into the keeper's gloves, couldn't it?
Yeah.
It could have been a really weird dismissal, that.
Bit of nervous energy, maybe. A change from Joe Hawkins to Tickner. He's just saw Proctor get wrapped on the forearm before lunch.
Interestingly, towards the end of his career, I don't know if he's listening, I'd be interested to get his opinion on this. My memory is that towards the end of his career, his dad got strangled down the leg side a couple of times. I mean, like, you know, twice in 3 matches, something crazy like that. That's nicely fielded on the boundary to save 4. He effectively saves 2, stops the 4, saves 2. It was very well timed by Luke Proctor, and the ball got there very quickly.
Yeah, short as well, isn't it? Down towards that area of the ground this week. We are quite a long way over on the square. So that kind of square leg to fine leg region as Luke Proctor's on strike is, well, if it was 55 yards, it would be my guess, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think yeah, absolutely. That's how you play the short ball. The second really attractive sway, Zach Chappell swayed one in his innings, a bouncer. And generally speaking, I think Procky gets under them, but then when he swayed, it was nicely played. I like to see that. I don't know if is that an old-fashioned thing that I'm seeing there?
Essentially,
yeah.
I mean, he did rehearse the guide over the slip cordon afterwards, so yeah. I don't think you can't guide without swaying.
No, that's very true. So they're getting their money's worth out of Amrit Basra because he's moved for extra cover to mid-wicket. And the guy who was at mid-wicket has come in on the catch at mid-wicket. It's a kookaburra position, that, isn't it? To catch at mid-wicket. He's all action, isn't he? But, Blair Tickner made a real concerted effort to run off the pitch there. Certain bowlers find it more difficult than others to get off the pitch when bowling around the wicket. Predominantly, they'll bowl over the wicket, most right armers, and go with their action, takes them away off the danger area. Obviously, that's what they train day in, day out. Then coming around the wicket, if they do the same, they're running straight down the middle of the pitch. They have to adjust. Some find that easier than others, just to run off the pitch. Oh, is that going to be out? No, it's not. Not sure what that came off.
It sounded a lot like a helmet to me.
No, he's saying glove, I think. Right glove is what I think Luke Proctor is saying to the umpire. Whatever it was, he wasn't in control. Went up, didn't reach the keeper. I think my eyes are going, I thought the keeper might have had a run, a sprint and dive at that. I'll see it. We'll have another look at that. Keepers Union, Dan, you can come in on that one. Because my gut feel, I don't know if we can get a replay of that one. My gut feel is if the keeper takes off and attacks this ball and gets a dive in, he can catch this. Run, dive. No?
Potentially.
Maybe. Yeah.
Potentially. The first, I'm not saying it was right or wrong. The first movement for Brooke Guest was to go down the leg side.
Yeah.
And so his weight would have been going away from the ball and then would have needed another step to have pushed forward. I'm not saying that I'm just saying what I'm seeing.
No, and actually, often the reaction of the other fielders wouldn't suggest that. Why
it was clear cut. Yeah.
So that's my eyes letting me down there again. I'll tell you what it was. It was a very good delivery.
It was a brute, wasn't it?
And Procky's been struck again because that was struck. He wasn't playing at that. I think he'd given it up. It did him for a bit of pace. Perhaps didn't bounce quite as much as he was expecting it to. Hit him hard on the glove. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, well, it did, didn't it? Really,
it went anywhere.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Northamptonshire, just landed in a bit of no man's land, didn't it? Some great news and a bit of admin in the Northamptonshire Hall of Fame at lunchtime, Rowie. You know that 2 new inductees were welcomed in. I'm sure these names you'll be able to wax lyrically about them, but Valence Jupp and Peter Willey.
Oh, Peter Willey.
Inducted into the Northamptonshire Hall of Fame at lunchtime. So congratulations to them both.
That's well bowled. Yeah, I don't know anything about Valence Jupp other than it's a name that. I mean, this is well before my time. I mean, this is very much the olden days, Valence Jupp. But my sometimes colleague Andrew Rad would certainly be able to fill you in on his illustrious career with Northants. Peter Willey I'm more familiar with. Very often to be seen at the ground. They were often sitting outside the groundsman's hut. Peter Willey, that's where he bases himself when he comes up.
Yeah, I can't.
He lives just around the corner from the ground.
Maybe he came in for the induction. I can't see him over on that side of the grounds at the moment. Quite a distinct figure, isn't he?
He is.
Cuts a distinctive silhouette.
He does. You know where Peter Willey stands on things. You know, there's no doubt about that. If he's got a view on it, you'll know about it. And he's usually very, very worth listening to as well.
Valence Jupp, I'll give you some numbers. Played 8 test matches for England, 208 runs at an average of 17, 28 wickets, an average of 22, 529 first-class appearances for Sussex and Northamptonshire. We'll give you the Northamptonshire
timed that well
numbers.
.500 first-team appearances.
Yeah, 208 first-class matches for Northamptonshire, 13,653 runs, 1,500s, 77 50s, an average of about 30 and a half. You'll like this one. This is a good stat.
Well played.
46,526 deliveries
Wowza.
for Northamptonshire and 1,078 first-class wickets. Played for Northamptonshire between 1923 and 1938.
Does it say what he bowled?
Well, both right arm off breaks and right arm medium fast.
Okay.
Wisden Cricket of the Year 1928, Northamptonshire captain between 1927 and 1931.
Oh, congratulations to those two gentlemen and their families too. It's a reasonably recent thing in recent years, the Hall of Fame. I think it's a nice addition to the ground.
Yeah, it's very American concept, isn't it? But I
Hall of
like
Fame.
it.
Yeah, I like it too.
I like the inductions. I like inductees, and
Yeah.
it's nice to have a permanent kind of reminder of the success of individuals, and I'm all for it.
Absolutely, yeah. The history of the club is a very important thing. It's helpful for players to connect with people who went before them, and to recognise at the same time that they're only here for they're only custodians of the shirt, of the cap. It'll go on to someone else. But it's interesting, isn't it? A capped player this morning and two inductees into the Hall of Fame at lunchtime. So looking ahead and looking back, it's good to see. Well done, Northamptonshire. That has bad. He's got him in a bit of trouble here. Round the wicket, he's come recently, Blair Tickner, and he's no doubt got the Northampton captain in a bit of trouble, particularly with the short ball. Hit him on the back forearm before lunch, a nasty blow, needed treatment. And in his first over back in the afternoon session, got one to rise, take the glove, and it could have gone anywhere. It fell short of the keeper. But again, they're really hurrying the Northampton captain.
Hindsight's wonderful, isn't it? But I wonder how many people are watching this wishing that Blair Tickner had taken the ball after the lunch break.
Oh, that's the challenge there is, what's the follow-up like? It wasn't a terrible delivery. Luke Proctor was onto it. It was over pitch and he struck it inside mid-off for four. Beautiful cricket shot. That's the challenge, isn't it? When someone's pushing you back and you've won one and the adrenaline's going, you're ready for another one. He pitches it up. Have you got the wherewithal to get back into the ball, to get your weight back over the ball, control the shot? Luke Proctor did that brilliantly. Nice bit of cricket. Pace changes things, doesn't it? It's just a bit more edge to everything. Well, you heard the grunt. You heard the grunt through the effects mic. It was a real effort ball, just too short. Proctor didn't sway that one. He got under that one. Tickner's already nearly back to his mark. He wants to bowl here, doesn't he? He's keyed up. If I'm right and this is his last game, he's not going to leave anything undone, is he? Showed that in his short time with the bat. Loved it out there. And he's really enjoying his spell here as well. And so am I. It's 2 for the over. I think that's what Nigel Long is signalling. James Sales knocking down spikes on the middle of the wicket, as though to say to Nigel Long, well, I can see there's disturbance in the surface there. And immediately that Blair Tickner sees that going on, he's coming back over the wicket. That's interesting. Well done, Jimmy Sales. It's very subtle, wasn't it? Didn't make a song and dance about it. But it was clear what he was doing, bringing the umpire's attention to the fact that he thought Tickner was probably encroaching in the danger area. For anyone who doesn't know what we mean by the danger area, it's an invisible, thin, long, oblong rectangle. It's in line with the stumps at either end and starts a few feet down the wicket at either end. And basically, if you imagine a kind of shaded red area, you have to imagine it because it isn't shaded or red, it's invisible. But that's the area, and it's called the danger area or the protected area. And bowlers are not allowed to run down that area after they've delivered the ball, because that's the area where the ball generally lands. And it's felt to give the bowling side an advantage if bowlers run down there and churn the wicket up, basically. So the umpires always got their eye on that. And if a bowler starts to encroach, they'll say, you've got to get off. You've got to alter your follow through to run off that area. And if you don't do that, you get a warning. And that's made very public by the umpires, and the captain's informed. And if you do it again, then you're off for the rest of that innings. So that's what the danger area is all about. And the batters are always very quick to point out to the umpires when they think that a bowler is encroaching on their danger area. The umpire might not be noticing it. I think I've covered that.
I think you've done very well.
Thank you.
You've done very, very well.
I thought I'd driven myself into a cul-de-sac there for a while, but I sort of reversed nicely.
We just had that invisible line, didn't you?
Can you see it?
Yeah. No.
That's nicely cut away for 4 by Luke Proctor. It was short and it was wide. A very, very rare poor delivery. I mean, there have been very few poor deliveries. That was one. The captain is not going to miss out on those scoring opportunities. Brings up his 50. Boy, he's worked hard for that. 52 to Luke Proctor. It also brings up the Northampton 100 at the same time.
Yeah, beautifully played. Been a good innings, hasn't it? He's certainly been hurried, hasn't he, by Blair Tickner in particular. Not so much by any of the other Derbyshire bowlers, but he just has that extra thing about him, doesn't he? But he's gritty, he's steely. How many other professional cricketers might have took a little sit down having been struck on the forearm like Luke Proctor was by Blair Tickner this morning? There was a long, long kind of spell, wasn't there, with the physio?
There was.
A few others might have turned around and said, you know, I might go and get a bit of ice on that and
100%.
take a little bit of a breather and come back later. But no, toughed it out, stuck in there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's various ways to lead, isn't there? And you know, the example is generally the way Luke Proctor leads this group. Sets himself incredibly high standards in the field, chases everything down. He's got a bullet of an arm, runs in for the team, and leads from the front with the bat as well. So doesn't take a backward step. He likes a battle. I think Luke Proctor enjoys that.
Like you said as well, he's not one of those cricketers to engage verbally, is he?
No, he's quiet, man.
If there's an engagement verbally, if there is a verbal engagement, he'll certainly kind of step up for it. As you said, he's tough. He will battle. But
yeah, it's quite scary when he does that.
I'm not surprised.
It's quite scary. People pay attention. It's the first aggressive. So that's the first time he's taken on the short ball, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, most of it he's tried to evade.
Yeah. He mistimed it, but he was probably a little bit early on it, if anything. There is a fielder out there at mid-wicket. Just the single added to the total. That's been a good 50 for his team. Now, you know, that's not an influencing contribution at the minute. And Luke Proctor has been short of hundreds in his career. It's criminal, really. The amount of times he's got to 50 that he hasn't got, far more, double the amount of hundreds, in fact, that he should have, that he might otherwise have got. He should have got. He might otherwise have got.
It's about 5 to 1, isn't it? I think the conversion rate,
something like that.
Without going to look at the exact numbers,
it's pretty poor.
He scored 150 against Derby, though, didn't he? At Derby earlier this summer.
He will recognise, of course, he's played enough cricket, Luke Proctor. He will recognise that 53, as he's currently on, he's not going to get the job done. He needs to be in 3 figures when he leaves the arena, because Northampton still have a deficit on first innings of 273. They're at 104 for 2 at the minute, but that's still 273 behind. What was a pretty good first innings total from Derbyshire, having won the toss and elected to bat. And as we've said a few times, a good number, but a very good number considering they were 90 for 5 at one stage.
Yeah, well, Northamptonshire, they're going to have to bat all day, aren't they? And they'll still be behind Derbyshire at Stumps this evening if they were to get there.
Yeah.
And then bat some more tomorrow. If Northamptonshire come away from this game with a genuinely positive result, they're going to have to bat for a long, long time, almost into day 4 potentially, to get far enough in front.
Yeah.
Or the end of day 3.
What was an effort, wasn't it? He reminds me in that respect, not in many respects, Blair Tickner. He reminds me of Meshon Delang.
Yeah.
In terms of his wholeheartedness. And there is no doubt that he is trying his socks off every ball. You know, there have been overseas fast bowlers who have come in and kind of gone through the motions at times. But that's not what we're getting here. We're getting everything that Tickner can bring, he's bringing. And as a captain, that's all Wayne Madsen will ask of him. Well, now he has run straight down the middle of the pitch there. I happened to watch that. Yeah, he's got to get out. I mean, that's probably a warning, if I'm honest. That was right down the middle of the wicket. He's not given him a warning. He's given him a friendly chat. But if he does that again, then he will be warned. I've no doubt, because that wasn't encroachment. That was churning it right down the middle. And again, James Sales just punctuates that, underlines it by knocking down the bumps that probably don't even exist. But again, the bowler's gone over the wicket as a result of that. It was clear earlier on when he made such an elaborate move to get off the wicket that it's not natural to him. He's back over the wicket now. Doesn't follow through on that ball.
I wondered whether he just looked a bit slow at that. I don't know whether it just didn't come out the hand right, or whether he did try and run the fingers down the side of it.
Yeah, there was something different about it, wasn't it? Because there was no follow through either. So it was some form of variation, whether deliberate or otherwise. It's unusual because his follow through is quite elaborate, and that was very much curtailed.
Some scores on the doors.
Shall we?
Give you some Division 2. We'll keep it relevant.
Yeah, okay, Division 2. Go on then.
Middlesex, down at Cheltenham College, 321 for 4. Kane Williamson, currently 149 not out. Ryan Higgins on 28.
I think he's got a future in the game, Kane Williamson.
Yeah, I think he could get a few more, couldn't he, in his career? Whether that's domestic or internationally. Glamorgan, Lancashire up at Old Trafford. Glamorgan were all out for 261. Top score for Kieran Carlson of 77 and 6 wickets for Chris Green.
He's having a purples patch, isn't he, Chris Green?
Yeah, it's a real bonus for Lancashire to keep him involved in red ball cricket.
There's a decent chat there between the captain, Wayne Madsen, and Blair Tickner, because Blair Tickner took a standing count there. He put everything into that over. The conversation would, I'm sure, have been, if you got one more. I can't see Madsen communicating to anyone else. So it looks like Tickner might get one more. But I think that'll be it. I think he's only got one more in him.
And then finally, top versus bottom at Canterbury. Leicestershire were all out for 471 in their first innings.
I did look at that score at lunchtime. 100 for the last wicket partnership. Josh Hull and Tom Scriven.
If you think, I mean, the back end of this batting order for Leicestershire, you've got Louis Kimber at 7, Ben Green at 8, Logan Van Beek at 9, and then Tom Scriven, who was part of that 100 partnership with 99 to his name at number 10, with Josh Hull, a genuine number 11 at the end. Kent have lost Jaden Denley at the top of the order, LBW to Louis Kimber. So they're 59 for 1 in response.
And Louis Kimber's on early there.
Very, yeah. I mean, they'll have him and Rayan Ahmed, won't they, available to bowl spin there in that innings, but Rayan Ahmed's not come on yet.
plays that short ball in a kind of unconventional way, doesn't he? It's a couple of times now. He's gone across the stumps and he ends up getting it down, but with an angled bat. It's not, the bat isn't straight. Oftentimes, well, normally when you play that shot, you play it with a straight bat. James Sales's bat isn't quite upright when he plays that. It's at a slight angle. So there's less of the bat to hit the ball. Played it pretty well. Catch that. Oh, short leg. And that's out. Nip back. James Sales just indicating that nip back. He was out to a nip backer last week at Merchant Taylor. This one nip back. Inside edge onto the knee roll. And it did balloon up. There is a man at short mid-wicket, but if he was short leg rather than short mid-wicket, then it would be 104 for 3. You can't have men everywhere. Oh, that's played so comfortably. That was played so comfortably. Have more time, James Sales. And that's ridiculous.
Just was in position so early, wasn't he?
I mean, he played that like it was a tennis ball, wasn't it? I mean, there's no doubt that, you know, Aitchison doesn't have the pace of Blair Tickner, but he played that ball so comfortably. Got it down, rolled his wrist well in front of square. Gee whiz. That was classy.
It really was. Give you some Division 1 numbers in a minute as well.
The field has spread. They want James Sales to get a single because they want him on strike for what will be Blair Tickner's last over of his spell, I suspect. That's what if I've read the script well there.
Yep.
A man went out for that last ball of the over. A man went out to the mid-wicket boundary and a man went out to the point boundary. Have a single and we want to bowl at you.
Yeah,
you have to take that single, of course.
How many deliveries has Blair Tickner bowled to James Sales in this spell? I think potentially on one hand you could count them, if any.
Yeah.
In Division 1, Durham, they trail Surrey by 104 in their second innings. They're 65 for 1. Surrey made 322. Yorkshire are going well. They trail Sussex by 99, 123 for 2 at Scarborough. Reigning in Chelmsford, but Essex are 557 for 5, having been asked to bat first by Warwickshire. In Essex, at New Road, Hampshire are on, and they are 260 for 7, having been asked to bat first by Worcester. And then Nottinghamshire have started their response to Somerset's first innings score of 438, and they are 10 for 1 after 3 overs.
It's interesting, the psychology of that single. It was clear we want to bowl at you. How do you feel about that? It's an interesting one. James Sales is facing up and he's going to get off strike straight away. It was a fullish ball, fairly straight from the U's and R's, which probably means it was missing leg stump. James Sales tickles it down to fine leg and runs up the other end. Blair Tickner's got a bowl again at the Northants captain. There's an interesting field they had set. I can't remember all the positions from memory, but it looked odd. There was a fly slip on the offside. There was a leg slip. There was one conventional slip. There were a number of men in unconventional positions, but it was all to no avail. James Sales moved quietly on to 30.
There was quite a bit of theatre about it as well, wasn't there?
There was. Gee whiz, he's giving everything for his team here, Tickner. As are both the Northants batters as well. Been struck a couple of times, Proctor, and he's not flinched. The question's been asked, do you fancy getting back into the ball when it's pitched up? And he's done that very well as well. So 4 balls potentially till the end of Tickner's spell. I wonder if we'll see Anderson then. That's run down fairly nicely. Just open the blade, run down to third man for a single.
I think you've got to keep Seam on, haven't you? It looks like Lewis Rees is on the floor in front of us trying to stretch that back out.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Reese comes on this end. The breeze is still there, isn't it? There is still a breeze blowing across the ground. Whether the ball would swing if he bowled from the Davy Capel end this morning, because the breeze was helping the swing. If he bowled from this end, clearly the breeze wouldn't be helping the swing. So we'll see what happens there. That's interesting. Tickner's got his hands on his head. It was banged in. James Hales went to play a leg glance. There are no slips. So here we go. I've got time to talk about the field. There's a short leg. There is a leg slip. There is not a conventional slip, but there is a man on the line of second slip, 20 yards in from the boundary edge, who is the captain, Wayne Madsen. It looks like a wicket taking option, that position. It's very strange. We've got him hopping around, is what they're saying. Well, James Howes is getting inside the line. And that's generally a good thing to do, get inside the line. And by that meaning going across the stump so that the short ball passes by across your body, down the leg side. That's what's meant by getting inside the line. It's generally a good thing to do. I'm not sure I'd say it's got him hopping around.
No,
I wouldn't quite say that, but he's not playing them in a conventional way.
there was the one, wasn't there? The one that he faced was the one that I think fell just in front of Brooke Guest, which is what they're targeting here, aren't they? I mean, that was a much more confident leave.
Well, he didn't go as far across there, did he?
That went through with some mail on it as well, didn't it, from Blair Tickner?
Well, there's been no lack of pace and no lack of effort. You know, some days you get the little tickle and some days you don't, but you got to keep putting it in, and he has put in for his side there. So I'm sure that's going to be him for now. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. Picked up the wicket of Vasconcelos, the first wicket to fall LBW, pitched it up and reached in for a bit of pace. Vasconcelos trying to get the bat across the pad to hit the ball square. And as soon as he hit his pad, he knows that he's going to be given out, and rehearsed before he left the arena, rehearsed a straighter shot. And he's wishing now that he would have played that. So we are going to see a bowling change, but it's actually at the other end where Lewis Reese is going to come on to Ben Aitchison.
What's Tickner bowled there? 4?
4.
Could you ask him to go 5? Depending on maybe who's on strike. If Sales is on strike, could you convince him to go another 6? I don't know as a matchup.
I don't know if he's got it in him.
This is a funky field, this, Rowie.
Oh,
that's tickled down the leg side. That might be 4.
What delivery was that?
Hawkins down there does get it inside the rope. Well, he's trying to bowl leg stump here, isn't he?
But that was, that came out half paced, didn't it? That was weird.
Trying to bowl leg stump. Short leg in place in front of square. There's 2 catching mid wickets. Harry Kane is at square leg on the boundary. Joe Hawkins is almost on a deep 45, if that's the correct term for it. That again is very, very off pace, isn't it, by Lewis Reese? Almost kind of off cutter-esque, isn't it?
This is weird.
But
it'll take me time to catch up with what's going on here.
And this might be a good opportunity to start talking about it. It's 10 to 3 in the afternoon. We're kind of midway through this afternoon session. We said we'd kind of talk about the Kookaburra and what the general perception is, whether it's been positive, whether it's been negative, who might be using it, who might not be using it. They're trying to do different things with it, and that's potentially a different thing that we've just witnessed from Lewis Reese.
Yeah, I need to see more of it to try and work out exactly what he's doing. He's going around the wicket now. Yeah, he's bowling cutters, isn't he? He's bowling cutters. That's not the pace that he bowled before. The first 2 were over-pitched, I think, which gave it an even stranger look. They won't end up as kind of accidental Yorkers, really.
But it's prompting something else.
Different.
It's different.
It's different.
See if we can we pick it from the hand? Is it just a stock off cutter?
I think there's a bit of a mixture going. He's hiding the ball, isn't he, as he's running in? What I mean by that is He's a left-arm bowler, so the ball is in his left hand, but his right hand is masking the ball, so he's running in with both hands effectively on the ball. His right hand covering his left, not showing the grip to the batter. That doesn't mean that there's anything different there necessarily. It could be a bluff. There we go.
Again, just
Oh, that's a
rolling
bad
the
run.
Fingers.
Oh,
It's a
that's-
bad run. It's a good run in the end.
That should not be a single there.
Do you think there was a bit of shock there that was taken? Harry came, I think it is.
Oh, that was
There,
weird.
just waited for the ball to get to him.
He waited for the ball to get to him. You're dead right. So that was the main problem actually, Dan. You're quite right. He waited for the ball to get to him. He should have attacked that one-handed. But then getting the throw away, it took an age to get from the ground to a high release point, and then he kind of ballooned it in a bit.
Proctor back on strike, back with this creative field. Again, it's very, very deliberate, isn't it? For Luke Proctor in particular, they want to bowl at leg stump and bring in one of those catches around the corner. So end of the over, 116 for 2 after 35. What are your thoughts now we're getting towards the end of this trial? 4 matches we had this summer with some T20 blast in the middle. We had it last year at the start of the season, start and the end, didn't we? And one of the blocks was universally deemed to be a bit of a damp squib. The second block seemed to be quite a bit more exciting. This time we've had it in the middle of summer. What's been your takeaways?
I think this round is unfortunate in that there's been rain around at the start of the week, and that's pretty much countrywide, pretty much, because one of the reasons for experimenting with this ball is because they want to. I'll come back to that. He's going to get another over, Tickner. They want to kind of develop, test the UK domestic players' skills with a ball that's used in the rest of the world. So it's about, largely it's about when England play overseas. England struggle overseas, and one of the reasons the ECB says, and the numbers would back this up, is that they're not as effective with the kookaburra type ball. It is a kookaburra in Australia, it's a different ball elsewhere. SG ball in India, which is similar to a kookaburra ball. And so that's the reason. Okay, so we want to practice and use this ball to identify players, to develop players with the ball that causes us problems when we travel overseas in the international team. It's reasonable enough, isn't it? And just to tell you how reasonable that is, although I know Darren Lehman does have a view on this because I chatted to him about it, they do use the Duke's ball in Australia.
Yes.
For a similar reason.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a stupid idea by any means, or if it is stupid, everyone's stupid. But it's not. It's in and of itself.
It's not invented by the ECB.
It's made it up out of from scratch. One of the problems here is that the conditions are not Southern Hemisphere conditions. They're very much domestic English conditions because there's been rain around, there's cloud cover around. You wouldn't know you're in the middle of summer if you looked out here because everywhere's so green and lush. And one of the things about the kookaburra, when it's used in its domestic setting in the Southern Hemisphere, is that it scuffs up. The surfaces are more abrasive, the outfields are more abrasive, and it introduces the potential more for reverse swing. That's another conversation, but it's swing that's not conventional swing. It goes the other way, effectively. That's not really on offer because the circumstances of the weather over the last few days, week or so, haven't allowed that to be the case. So it's a bit unfortunate. I like the fact that there have been 2 rounds in the middle of the summer.
Yep.
It was introduced as an experiment last season, and the 2 games that were played with it, I think they were at either end of the season, weren't they?
Yeah, the first 2 were in April, weren't they?
Yeah, and then there were 2 at the
Like
back
September
end.
time.
So that's crazy because you're never going to replicate Southern Hemisphere conditions in April and September.
But I think the September one was okay.
Was it
because
the
it
weather
was
was good?
such a late kind of end to that summer. It was quite warm towards the end of it. I think it was relatively okay, and I think there was a lot of spin that was bowled, and a lot of wickets fell to spin, which is what a lot of people got quite excited about.
And that's another example in terms of spin. Because cut a long story short, trying to keep it simple, really. The kookaburra ball swings and seams less than the Duke's ball.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got to find different ways to get people out with the Kookaburra ball. And one of those ways is bowl more overs of spin. Okay. So that's something the ECB has wanted to try to develop for a number of seasons, is an increase in the amount of spin that's bowled in county championship cricket. And obviously using the Kookaburra ball. Oh, he's got that down very well. That probably is the last ball of Tickner's spell now. And it was a really challenging armpit ball, wasn't it? Difficult to get that ball down, but Luke Proctor punched it down right under the armpit, bottom hand off the bat. He did well to get that down because he wasn't totally in control, but he got it. He did it well enough. So, yeah, you want more spin bowled, and you want to test that those two things go hand in hand. Has there been more spin bowled? Undoubtedly, there has. You then think about the quality of that spin and so on. The big issue we've got here is a couple of things. Is that the pitches in the Southern Hemisphere, particularly in Australia, where the Kookaburra ball lives, are generally harder and bouncier. So the seam bowler has still got bounce as a weapon. Okay, the amount of bounce, I mean, by and large. So Lewis Rees bowling like Derek Underwood at the minute. We'll come back to that. The amount of bounce generally is a result of the amount of pace that the ball's bowled into the surface. There are some technical things about wrist and release point and stuff like that, shoulder rotations, but generally, the faster it goes into the pitch, the more it bounces. On a hard pitch. The pitches in England are not as hard as they are in Australia. So you haven't got the same conditions. So that makes the experiment, you query that because we're not actually experimenting in the same conditions. But nonetheless, I still think there are grounds to experiment with the changing ball. It hasn't been successful. There've been too many draws, been too many runs scored. People have found it hard to get wickets. And if you judge this experiment in a short period of time, as in one season, as in this season, you would probably say, and I'm trying to be absolutely fair and open-minded, you'd probably say, we've learned some things, but overall it probably hasn't given us the results that we were perhaps looking for. There's a number of factors I've already covered of why that's the case: time of view, the weather, the pitch, and so on. I think the other thing is the personnel using the ball. That's a key thing. Okay, and that is quite a complicated thing to try to communicate, really. But the people who are going to be using the Kookaburra ball are the international cricketers, and particularly the battery of fast bowlers, and they're not playing.
Well, I think
they're not playing in these rounds.
2 points to back it up. Well, one, you're exactly right. They're all involved in that England versus India Test series, or they're being rested, or they have been involved, or they picked up an injury. So therefore, the timing of it, whilst on the calendar, looks brilliant. The timing of it with regards to the personnel looks about as bad as you could possibly have picked it. So there's point one, which backs it up nicely. Point two, I think, respectfully, is what we're witnessing right now. Analysts and ECB seem to be quite quick to discredit runs or wickets that fall under a certain category. And Lewis Rees bowling spell here of off and leg cutters and back of the hand slower balls into the surface, trying to force a mistake here with two catches in the middle, isn't going to be representative of what a James Sales could expect to see if he were to be called up for that Ashes squad in Australia anyway.
This is not Test cricket.
And the other thing as well is I look through the scorecards, and forgive me, there could be another player kicking around that I might have just overlooked, but obviously the full 18 counties are playing today. I've put together 6, 7 players that England could be looking at. I'm not saying they are looking at them, but Dylan Pennington at Notts, tall, fast, ticks the right box. Matt Potts at Durham, been involved in squads, not selected in this series against India, but clearly has been involved. Jack Carson at Sussex as a future kind of spin bowling option, but obviously there are a few spinners around at the moment. Farhan Ahmed's not been selected by Notts. Jack Leach, Somerset, lessly so, but James Coles at Sussex as well, who I think bowls less because Carson's about. Sam Cook at Essex, again, who has played a test match, been in squads, not in the recent one. Sonny Baker at Hampshire, and Josh Hull at Leicestershire, who's playing down at Canterbury, who has had a test match. so 6, 7 players from 18 counties that could legitimately be benefiting from this experience, as that's brilliantly played by Luke Proctor through the offside as Hawkins comes back into the attack, comes back for a quick third. So it's, yeah, are the right personnel using it? Who's benefiting from the trial, or is it a case of highlighting things that people already knew, if that makes sense?
Yeah. It's really complex to get this right, I think, isn't it, from the ECB's perspective? Really complex. And, you know, one of the things is that we've flagged already is the surfaces. You know, the county ground surface here at Northampton is not going to replicate any of the surfaces in Australia and where the test matches are going to be played. It's just not, you know. You don't see in a test match in Australia the first wicket falling in about the 13th over to a ball that shoots along the floor and hits the batter on the just above the boot. That's not happening. So, and that's not a criticism of Northampton pitches, by the way. That's about the English pitches overall. That's about the English pitches overall. I mean, get that really clear. It's not about anything to do with the surface at Northampton specifically. It's about they're not in Australia.
Yeah, as you said, they're just generally softer, a lot more moisture around.
So, yeah, has it been a success? I think you have to say, based on this snapshot, no. Longer term, you have to if you want to make it a success, it's got to be longer term and persevered, because it'll tell you where it gets to. It gets pretty quickly. You get into this. You get into the identification and the development of talent. What sort of cricketers you bring onto academies?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we want to really wholeheartedly go into this, we want to be successful abroad, and we're willing to change things. Oh, how's that got there? Is that missed leg stump and turned back?
Yeah, I think that might have gone past Luke Proctor and possibly brushed Brooke Guest on the
Okay.
behind the stumps. I'd
yeah.
So I wouldn't necessarily call it a resounding success, but
No, you couldn't say that.
I'd say to a point it has been. It has kind of highlighted and drawn attention to not issues, but parts of our game that people probably knew existed but didn't really want to concede in the success of late 70-mile-an-hour seamers, 2-day matches, games finishing early. That's just rolled along the floor. Well stopped by Brooke Guest. It has brought more spin into the game, which is, again, another thing of what people wanted. So I think on that point, I think it probably has been a success to a point. But
yeah.
I would completely agree with you that, yes, too many of them have ended in draws.
Yeah.
And as well, the personnel using them probably hasn't been who this kind of trial is aimed for. You don't see England's test attack going to Australia better qualified to take wickets with a Kookaburra cricket ball because Northamptonshire and Derbyshire have played a county championship round at the county grounds.
It's kind of like it's not really. This is why I'm saying it's got to be a longer term thing, because if one of the things that that we struggle with when we go abroad is airspeed, you know, the bowler's bowling fast enough, okay. And I think there is an argument for that. I'm not sure exactly where I am on that, but I think there is an argument for that. It's a conversation. Because the ball deviates less, then airspeed is more important than it is in England, where it deviates more, so airspeed is less important. Right, so we use the Kookaburra. You can't suddenly say, we're going to play 4 matches with a Kookaburra ball, and we want you to develop 4 80-mile-an-hour plus bowlers for these games.
Yeah.
Because you haven't got them, because they've not been brought up with that cricket ball, because squads are not put together on that basis in domestic county cricket, and so on and so on and so on. So that's why I'm saying it's got to be a longer term thing.
Would you want it to be a longer term?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'd want to be in a room with lot of people with different views,
Yeah.
and really thrash it around. Is it right to look at it? I would defend that experiment 100%. I think it is absolutely right to look at it. What would you rather have? 150 plays, 170 plays, 160 plays, 95 all out, and everyone goes home on the
lunchtime,
second
day
evening.
two, yeah.
So, and there might be people who say, yeah, at least it's entertaining. Well, you're not going to develop a test team by doing that necessarily.
But then as well, you get less cricket at a county ground in summer, which is something else that's being debated at the moment.
Yeah. So yeah, and this is a very, very complicated area, and I think I haven't got solid views on it as yet, but I think it's right to look at. I think what you don't want, you probably don't want a domestic structure that develops cricketers that are not capable of succeeding on the international scene. I mean and I think that's what the word, in a nutshell, I think I've stumbled across a sentence that kind of encapsulates it eventually. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to bridge the gap between what works domestically and what can work internationally at home and abroad. You can't do that in one season. You can't do that with 4-match experiment. That's going to take time and a bit of guts as well to go through some difficult times. If we do have a few years of games there where there's 600-700 runs scored in the first innings and there's we might have to live with that for a while in order to get to where we want to get to.
Yeah, and it might not work this winter.
But I will say this quickly, is what's been really exciting about this cricket today has been the guy who's bowled really fast.
Yeah.
Don't have enough pace in their game.
I completely agree with that point.
And the reason we don't have enough pace in our game is because we don't need enough pace in the game, because the ball does plenty at 75 miles an hour.
It's one of those, isn't it? You wouldn't turn it down if it turned up at your academy and you're on your doorstep and you went, oh, brilliant, 92 mile an hour, nips it around. Well, thank you very much. We'll invest in this and we'll see what's going on. But as you said, you don't need it to be successful. And at that point there, if you're going to have a longer career and you can run in and still put strain on the body, but at 77 miles an hour or 76 rather than 92, you're going to get a few more contracts, aren't you, over the years, because you haven't broken down with stress fractures or early retirements or whatever that might be.
Yeah.
As I say, I think it has ticked the right boxes for what it was wanted for.
Oh, well bowled and well played. Good cricket.
It was just a case that the results haven't been what people kind of wanted, I think. And I don't know I think the perfect outcome is a couple of rounds in the middle of summer with all of those that are in contention to play English Test cricket involved. That's the perfect, absolute, 10 out of 10 scenario. But I don't think that scenario exists.
And I would say I think that's right. I think you're absolutely right. In terms of the professional domestic game, I think that's absolutely right. I'd go further and say that development cricket should be played with some Kookaburra ball as well. Academies should be overseen and managed sort of regionally, if you like, as well. There should be an element of intervention to make sure that you're developing the cricketers that want to go through. You haven't got an academy of 12 players, 8 of whom are medium pace all-rounders.
Yes. Yep. 40 overs now have been completed in this inning. Back to this. I'll leave you with one question, one final question.
Yep.
If it's so important for the international cricketers to develop these skills, that Zimbabwe Test match, it wasn't 5 days, it was 4 days. It was a one-off. It wasn't part of a series. Could the Kookaburra have been used at Trent Bridge for that Test match against Zimbabwe to give some experience to Josh Tong, Ben Stokes, etc., in that particular Test match, Sam Cook, and say, well, you're the guys that we're going to take to Australia. Here's an opportunity for you to go and develop and learn with it in a Test match that we've already reduced by a day. We're not going to play any more of it. Just maybe.
Not so much a question that as kind of a summing up by a lawyer, wasn't it?
Yeah, all right then. Sorry. I don't think anybody would want to pay me to represent them. That's for sure.
I think it's a great point, Dan.
Lewis Rees continues, and
That was a Derek Underwood delivery.
yeah, real pace off, wasn't it?
Do you know who Derek Underwood is?
I'm aware. I haven't watched much of his game.
Deadly Derek Underwood was a left arm, sort of medium pace spinner.
Yeah.
I mean, bear in mind, this is no criticism of Lewis Rees. He's bowling off pace deliberately. He's showing his skills, right? So I'm not saying he bowled a lovely spell of seam bowling this morning.
Yes.
And this is a mixture. He's bowling a mixed bag here. But some of them, not that ball, but the previous ball was a bit of a Derek Underwood ball. So Derek Underwood played for Kent in England. He was a brilliant bowler. Played a lot of cricket on uncovered wickets.
Oh, the uncovered pitches.
And
Back in my day.
yeah, back in my day. It was before my day, to be honest. But I'm a badger. And he bowled fast spin and sort of semi-cutters as well on an uncovered pitch. Good luck. And he was very, very accurate. Hence the nickname Deadly.
Challenging. I think this spell from Lewis Rees has been as well. It has been very accurate. There's not been many, has there, that have been out of place. And those that have been, there's just been that added bit of jeopardy towards it. That shot before kept pretty low.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a long hop from Lewis Rees, but because it was so off pace, Luke Proctor really had to get down and make sure that he got plenty of bat on it. Otherwise, he could have been in, a slightly slow motion version of Caleb Jewell's dismissal yesterday morning. James Sales.
Just nicely played.
It's really tying him up, isn't it, James Sales? Was he about 21 off 27 balls at a point, I think, James Sales? He's now 35 off 70. So they've really kind of just dragged him back, and there's just not much you can do to this, is there?
Played well. He's played very, very well. This partnership's worth 74. And boy, I think Northampton really needed this.
They did, having lost Lewis McManus. 4 balls after lunch, and that is it. It's gone, it's out. The plan has worked. Lewis Rees, very, very excited by that dismissal. He breaks the partnership that was worth 70 odds. 126 for 3. We've just been talking up James Sales about how well he'd batted. And the temptation, he couldn't resist any longer. He threw his hands through it. He was nowhere really near to play that shot through the offside. And he couldn't do anything other than pick out the fielder at cover. And he's got to go.
Yes. It was wide, wasn't it? I think it was a floaty one. Another variation of a delivery. It was wide. It wasn't where Lewis Rees wanted to bowl it. But it did James Sales for lack of pace. He was through the shot early. When you do that, the ball goes in the air. Here we go. Yeah, it kind of floated up out there. And Lewis Rees celebrating that because that's reward for his skill and ingenuity, and good on him for that. You've got to find a way. He's found a way. But the batter helped him there, didn't he? Threw the shot too early.
Yep.
It could have gone anywhere, to be honest, and it arced away. Pretty comfortable catch to the man at about cover point. But James Sales walks off with 35 to his name, and he's bitterly disappointed. He is very, very disappointed with his execution. Could he have hit that for 4? Should he have tried to do that for 4? There's no problem with that. But you've got to get that ball down. He was through the shot early. He was done in the air, basically, wasn't he? It was the lack of pace that did for him.
It was frustration. It was a lapse of concentration, wasn't it?
Yes, it was all of those things.
He'd felt, I would imagine, looking at that shot, I would imagine that he'd felt that he'd just been bowled at by Lewis Rees for pretty much the entirety of that spell. And there was a bit of width on offer. Didn't really get himself into a position to play it. And I just flicked his hands at it at the end and couldn't do anything but pick out, what was it, Harry Kane there at cover?
It was. Yeah, it just didn't look great, did it? Bless him. And he knows that. You can see him dragging himself off the arena. And what have I done there? He worked so hard. And had to work hard, was made to work really hard by the Derbyshire bowlers. Anyway, he'll have time to reflect on that. Brings George Bartlett to the crease.
Yeah, and at number 5.
George Bartlett, discuss. It's a conundrum for me and George Bartlett. I think he's got an enormous amount of skill. I really do. And there'll be people shouting at their devices. Right now, and I apologise. I apologise for making you shout at your device. I do think he has got an enormous amount of skill. I do think that he scores far too few runs with the amount of skill that he's got. And so why is that? Why is that the case? Because he can play every shot in the book, this kid.
He can. Hawkins.
And a lot of shots that are not in the book. I really think he's got a T20 game that's ready to explode as well. But, you know, he's paid to score runs and he doesn't score enough runs. And it's a tough game. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Held that one back. Joe Hawkins held that one back nicely. Not every time by any means, but a number of times he's caused Proctor some difficulty. When he's got the ball up and above the eye line, it's dropped and just offered to spin away from the left-handed Luke Proctor. Proctor's pushed at that, so he's done him in the air a little bit. But every time it's hit the outside half of the bat rather than the outside edge. So here's an opportunity for George Bartlett. I think, if I could put it this way, I think he has to be harder to get out.
Yeah.
That's a David Houghtonism, and Derbyshire listeners will know a lot about David Houghton. It's one of the things that he said to our batters when he came to work as a batting consultant for a while. When David Capel was the head coach, is, guys, you've got to be harder to get out. And I think that's what I'd say about George Bartlett in summary, is that he's got lots of skill. He's got all the shots, but he's got to be harder to get out. Too many instances, far too many instances for a bloke of his skill where you think, oh, he's in, oh no, he's out. Well, what happened there? Well, he just pushed at one, or he just played across one, or he was just a bit early on one.
Yeah, I was just looking at those numbers. He's got one less first-class 100 than Luke Proctor. He's got 9 first-class 100s, George Bartlett, with 12 first-class 50s. Luke Proctor with 10 first-class 100s to his name. He averages 30 in first-class cricket. I think one thing I will say, George Bartlett is such a lovely human being. Really, really good person, really warm, really friendly, great sense of humour. I just wonder whether if he doesn't get away early and those kind of a flowing batter, just wants to see the scoreboard just tick along. And I think that's probably what's done for James Hales there as well.
Yeah.
He's not seen his number move for a while. And he saw half an opportunity to score, and he's offered a bit of a soft one. And I wonder if George Bartlett kind of falls, as so many modern day cricketers would do, fall into that category. You want to see your board ticking, that number going up. You don't want to stay on 0 for long.
I hear you loud and clear.
Maybe.
I think I've got a not dissimilar view. I mean, I think I've described it as if you bowl well at him for long enough, you get him out. You know, he's not going to. I mean, he has done, and he's capable of grinding out, but it's not something that he's renowned for, is it?
Mm-hmm.
He's renowned for playing attractive 30s.
Yes.
But he has got, you know, what I want to say absolutely clearly is I think he's so skillful. But that's one thing. You know,
there's not many shots he hasn't got.
That's one attribute. There's lots of other attributes. And at this level, you are going to get tested. And it's, can you consistently do it at a high level? He hasn't found a way to consistently do that through his career so far. I think he's got to start pretty quickly to do so.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy though here, is it? He might get a couple of, or maybe the odd drag down or the over pitch delivery from Joe Hawkins as he's maybe just working through those first day at school nerves. But he ain't going to get much from Lewis Rees here. And this is the kind of spell, if you told me at the end of this spell, Lewis Rees had bowled 14 overs straight, I don't think I'd be that surprised.
Yeah.
I think this is his 5th. It's got a way to go yet, but it is going to be putting a strain on the body of Lewis Rees, but not to the point of
fine.
Not to the point of bowling flat out.
Because he's well within himself, isn't he? To put it that way. But yeah, Bartlett. I thought Bartlett was a good signing.
Mm.
It was done under the previous regime because I thought a change of scene, maybe becoming an all-format cricketer. I think that was in his mind, moving away from Somerset where he was blocked in white ball cricket.
Yes.
You know, they've got a ridiculous side down there. Coming here, potentially being an all-format cricketer, may be the unlocking of that potential. But you know, someone once said to me, "Potential is an opinion, runs are a fact."
Yeah. Yeah.
My opinion is that he's still got an enormous potential, but he's got to start converting that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a single taken into the leg side by Luke Proctor off the final ball of the over, so he'll have to just stay on 0 for a little longer. I think there was the discuss of the 3 formats there for George Bartlett, and probably never really got a run in that T20 side. Kind of came in as a bit of a replacement here and there, and played the odd game this summer, played the odd game last summer. Ended up opening the batting, didn't he, here against Somerset in that quarter-final in 2024. So maybe didn't get the opportunities, or it didn't quite pan out the way that he'd have thought it was going to, or had been told, or whatever that was.
It hasn't done as yet, as it hasn't done as yet. Still.
But you are right. I mean, he was a player that was blocked, wasn't he, by a couple of others at Somerset. That's over pitch. That'll be nicely played through the leg side for Luke Proctor. We'll come back for a couple of runs. Martin Anderson does the fielding, and they will be the type of player that a Northamptonshire, a Derbyshire, a Leicestershire, a Kent, a Middlesex will be looking to try and attract, won't they? Nicely played, nicely guided, nicely timed, but can't get it past the man at backward point.
He's got to bring more to the table, right? So you know, I think I've indicated that I am a fan of his talent. Well, I don't need to keep saying that, I don't think. But he's got to bring more to the table. You want to burst into the T20 side, you know, show me a bit more. And I think he's played a couple of cameos in that. I think he got some nice runs against Leicester when we were getting bogged down in that very low scoring game. He got a 20 odd, and actually he was the standout batter on that evening. Shows that he has got that ability.
Absolutely right. It's a much better spell, this, from Joe Hawkins. A beauty.
Oh, your man. He's troubled, hasn't he? He has troubled Croc. He has troubled him.
Tidy work by Brooke Guest. Yeah, it's been 3.2 overs, none for 10. Or 3.5 overs, none for 10 for Joe Hawkins in this spell. This is the third, isn't it, really, if you include that one odd over before lunch, that kind of token over. Is it going to spin? Probably. He had one over, then a bit of a longer spell, and so he just completed his 4th there.
Yeah, there's a lot to like, isn't there? A lot to like. He hasn't really yet. I mean, he's on debut. Give him a chance, Phil. He's bowled some release balls, I think, so far, particularly when he's gone a bit quicker. He's dragged the length back and been tucked away a couple of times. But he just looks a good all-round cricketer, doesn't he, in every sense.
Lewis Rees continues.
Wow, that's gripped. That has gripped.
He's enjoying this, isn't he, Lewis Rees?
Well, he won't bowl this very often. He'll bowl this in the nets, won't he, occasionally? He won't have bowled this very often.
Well, I must admit, I didn't watch much of the Derbyshire versus Leicestershire game. When I say I didn't watch much, I didn't watch any of it. So I don't know whether this was the tactic from Lewis Rees last week, which brought about the success that he got against Leicestershire. That's a nicely timed and nicely played cricket shot, but straight at Wayne Madsen at short cover. There you go. There's the call. I don't know where it came from. He's going to look for the gap in the leg side. It's
wow.
A beauty, isn't it?
That is Derek Underwood right there.
On back of a length. Played off the back foot. Again, can't get it past the fielder. Stays on 0.
Plenty of noise around, isn't there? Plenty of noise around, and that's not going to subside until at least Bartlett gets off naught.
But it's going to be something you're going to have to manufacture here against Lewis Rees. He's not going to give you anything, is he?
No, he's not.
He's not giving you a half volley. And if he does give you a half volley, you've got to pierce 5 fielders on the offside. Not going to give you a drag down with this skill and this pace.
There was a very fine local cricketer. He was on the staff at Middlesex for a few years, and he ended up playing club cricket for Wolverton Town, the left-arm seam bowler. He's well played, and he's away. Local listeners will know the name of Steve Edwards. He's a very, very, very talented bowler. Could bowl seam up and swing it around corners. And when he fancied it, if the surface was conducive, he'd bowl some cutters and mix it all up. And he just didn't bowl you a bad ball. Just never. When did Steve Edwards ever bowl a hit ball or a half volley? It's never happened. It's like Lewis Rees, actually. Life was very, very difficult facing him.
Yeah, this is almost metronomic, isn't it, for Lewis Rees? Just conceding nothing. That's 5.5 overs, 6 overs then have been bowled by Lewis Rees, and he's conceded 7 runs from it, including the wicket of James Sales, to put the score on 131 for 3. Trail by 246. That's a replay of that off cutter in that previous over. Hawkins from the Lynn Wilson centre end. We've got 41 overs remaining in the day's play.
I like this. I wonder if obviously first viewing of Joe Hawkins today, just want him to spend a little longer on the front foot, possibly. Just get up and over that front side a little bit more. Maybe a little bit through the crease. Get those shoulders working a bit more vertically. There, that's beautifully bowled.
Yeah, you highlighted that, didn't you, in that spell after lunch? And you kind of said they were the ones that just got pushed a bit fuller.
The other thing about spending longer on your front foot, if you can, I mean, it's got to be natural to him, but if you can. There, that's nice again there, is that it does help you to see any movement from the batter as well. So particularly in white ball cricket, the longer you spend on the front foot, you've got longer to pick up any cues. That's been his miss, really, hasn't it? There's been 2 misses. That's been the one that's got driven on.
Yeah.
When he has tried to get over and up and over the front legs, he's gone a little release a little early, goes a little longer. He got driven through the offside. And then the opposite is when he's tried to bowl a flatter one, he's just dragged his length back a little bit. But overall, it's been pretty good stuff. That's the one.
Yeah, and they'll take. Are they going to take one, or are they going to come back for 2? They are in the end.
Yeah.
Slight misfields.
He's hurt himself there, Ben Aitchison, sliding on the square. The square's pretty hard, although it's green. Underneath that green, it's pretty rock hard, and he's now wishing he hadn't dived there.
It looked a fairly kind of slow motion bit of cricket, really, didn't it? It looked fairly straightforward to stop that on face value, anyway.
It was, yeah. Well, he needed to treat that Ben Aitchison as though it was a boundary. Actually, you need to get a dive in. But you don't see many people doing that on the square. It's a boundary bit of fielding. It's the full length dive. That's kind of what he needed to do, and he was in betwixt and between. Meanwhile, Lewis Rees, the magician.
Quick single taken, very, very well judged. Half stopped by Wayne Madsen there at short mid wicket. I just heard, I don't know who it was, I don't mind it. Whether that's they don't mind the shot, whether that's they don't mind the single.
They're communicating to George Bartlett, we don't mind you being on strike. I think that's Zach Chappell, who's getting stuck in a little bit there. He's just reminding George Bartlett that he's in a contest.
I don't think that's going to be given, but there's that little bit of nervousness, isn't it? The 3 off 15. Don't feel like I'm going anywhere. Tries to paddle Lewis Rees.
This is tough, isn't it? This is tough cricket right now. You know, they're making it hard, and they're letting him know that it's hard as well.
It's attrition. This is just attritional, isn't it?
It is, and I think you got to be tough here. You know, mentally you got to be tough. And I'm not sure about that option.
Oh, and that's gone again off the straight, isn't it? Nicely taken by Brooke Guest. I'd say there's one person that will be enjoying this afternoon's work will be Brooke Guest.
Yeah, for sure.
Up to the stumps, all after, or for half of this afternoon session.
Yeah.
Taking them clean, presenting the ball back to the stumps, and just whipping that off bail off at every opportunity. He's enjoying himself, that is for sure. Nicely played, but again, straight at Wayne Madsen. I think it's is it Wayne Madsen? Is it Caleb Jewell with him there at short cover? They look like they're having a great time trying to engage with Brooke Guest in conversation and potentially talking with regards to George Bartlett. Or is it? No, of course it's the main man. It's Blair Tickner's back in there again.
Isn't it? It's Action Man.
I mean, those two look like they're having a lovely day out.
You get the feel when you're looking in and listening in as well that Derbyshire feel they can ruffle, they can get under the skin of George Bartlett, and then he plays a paddle and it doesn't come off, and that's only going to encourage him even more. And then he gets a scoring opportunity and cloths it. It's kind of like, oh, this game is too hard.
It's cruel, isn't it? It's a cruel sport. 134 for 3. Proctor on 69. Bartlett on 3. Luke Proctor would be the kind of bloke you'd be batting with that you'd want to lean on, though. You'd be the kind of guy to go, Procky, I'm struggling a bit here. Just talk me through it. Just keep me going. That brilliant, was it 261 for Emilio Gay against Middlesex in that first Kookaburra round in 2024? How complimentary was Emilio towards Luke Proctor with the influence that he had on that innings?
Different characters, aren't they? Emilio Gay and George Bartlett seem different characters to me. That's nicely bowled. Very nicely bowled. It's nice to see a youngster into the game, isn't it? First viewing. Oh, that's nicely bowled as well.
Yeah, you can just see his confidence is just growing, isn't it?
Silly point. Can we have a silly point? He's got 2 men on the drive. Surely one of those are going to silly point.
Say this is his 6th over, and the 5 before have conceded 12. So you'd say he's earning the.
That's his miss. Oh, and it's missed the fielder as well. That's the one that he's just dragged down and well fielded on the boundary. Keeps it to 2. So on the last couple of forward defensive shots, Proctor has been able to push hard at the ball, get really forward, try to negate any spin. And he's gone reasonably firm at the ball. The ball's carried to where a silly point would be. If that silly point is in, he's got to play that later. Means it could run on and catch the pad. So a silly point, not to get caught silly point, but a silly point maybe to get LBW because he can't come as hard forward into the ball.
Yeah. Back of a length. They're going to look for one. Bit of confusion. Well fielded, well picked up. A bit of a rocket by Blair Tickner. Just a bit of frustration maybe for the misfield at the start of the over. But you're right. It's nice to see a youngster getting in, and the performance here is going to only encourage Derbyshire to get him involved during that one-day cup. On the money once again. I don't know whether you were ever kind of remember the EA Sports cricket games. And people used to have like confidence meters.
It's in the game
like that. Yeah.
EA Sports.
Kind of feels like Joe Hawkins' confidence meters just kind of getting fuller and fuller as this spell goes on.
Well, the guy who's on 70, he has troubled him frequently. From the get-go, his first over, the first ball, in fact, turned and caught the thick edge, didn't it? He's bowled really nicely at the left-hander. When he's tried to vary his pace a bit, he hasn't settled in. He's tried to bowl that quicker ball. That hasn't really come out well for him, but he's been decent.
Nicely played. We'll take the single this time. George Bartlett gets down the non-striker's end.
I'm going to talk about body language here a little bit and presence for George Bartlett, because it's interesting. When he came to the crease, the noise level increased, didn't it? And we've heard through the mic. You can hear it again. A lot of chat, really directed at George Bartlett, trying to ruffle his feathers a bit, get under his skin a little bit, force him to make a mistake, put him off his game a wee bit. And some of that is encouraged because you kind of look at George Bartlett, he doesn't really meet your eye. Just doesn't look a confident man out there, doesn't have a presence about him. I've said this before. I want, he's, I don't know him. You know him and totally support what you say from what I've heard from within. I don't know him myself, but yeah, he seems like from what people say, just a lovely fella. Good on him. Oh, that's close. That's close. And that's out. That's out, Luke Proctor. We said earlier on, Luke Proctor props forward and tries to work the ball across that front pad. It's something he's done all of his career. And I said earlier today, he doesn't miss very many. Well, he missed that one. And it just had a really good look about it. And I feel Luke Proctor knows exactly that knew entirely that he was going to be given out the minute the ball struck his pad, because he actually fielded the ball for the fielding team before he left the arena. He was not surprised at all to look up and see umpire Ashraf raise the index finger. And you'd have to say Lewis Rees has deserved that wicket. He's bowled extremely well for a long spell from the David Capel end. Well, that's just out, isn't it? Yeah. The only question, which I'm going to answer, by the way, the only question on the umpire's mind and on Luke Proctor's mind will be, did I get myself outside off stump? Well, no, you didn't. Not where the ball hit you. You're in line with off stump, middle and off, and it was going on to hit middle. And it was a little gentle cutter, wasn't it? A little gentle off cut to run back in. Yeah, I like that. The umpire gave himself enough time to just weigh that up.
Yep.
Was it in line? Yes, it was. Definitely going on to hit the stumps, no doubt about that. And Proctor out in the 70s again. And, obviously, we've talked about his conversion rate and how poor it is, the conversion rate from 50s to 100s. And you said it was about 1 in 5. And there's another one for the data bank again, out in the 70s. A very well played 70 from Luke Proctor. He maybe had half a life earlier when there was it a bump ball, or did it just come out straight off the outside edge? It was given not out. He got himself to 71. But again, he's left a few out there.
Yeah, he has battled hard. It was an innings that Northamptonshire needed. And like you said, though, 70 odd isn't going to be a match affecting innings, is it? There is still a big deficit here. 137 for 4. Northamptonshire trail by 240. Saif Zaib in at number 6. He's been in fine form. 5 first-class hundreds so far this summer. I saw a stat, wasn't it? The first Northamptonshire batter to surpass 1,000 first-class runs since 2016 for Saif Zaib. I don't think he's going to be particularly enamoured with the prospect of starting up against Lewis Rees's off-pace seamers, though. He's another free-flowing, stylish, attractive batter that wants bat on ball. He wants to see his scoreboard tick. He's been a bit feast and famine, isn't he? He gets in, gets hundreds, or has got out without scoring a couple of times this year as well.
He has.
It's been real kind of polarizing. And there is the attempted sweep. I think he's punched it. Big appeal, though. Not much from Lewis Rees, but from behind the stumps. But there you go. Northamptonshire haven't got the gritty, dig in, stick in batter in the middle now, have they? They've got 2 shot makers. And I don't necessarily think Derbyshire are going to give you many opportunities to make your shots.
I think there is the innings that you play has got to be somewhat based on a couple of factors, doesn't it? What your team needs, what's available on the surface against the opposition and how they're bowling, and then what you're capable of. You know, there's a combination of those three factors. What the team needs now is another sizable partnership, getting extra overs into this ball. It's nearly 50 overs old now. What's Safe Save capable of? Safe Save is capable of taking the bowler down. And once he gets himself in, I would forgive him. If he gets out playing positively, I'd forgive him that right now, because I think if you let Lewis Rees bowl at you, it's going to perhaps get you out. So he's got George Bartlett as you hit that for 6 down the ground. It was over pitched, no doubt about that. And George Bartlett's opportunity for a breakout shot and took it. Well played. Lewis Rees has got George Bartlett's number. He's not laying bat on ball very frequently. And it's a real struggle for him. So if Safe Save can get on top of Lewis Rees and get him out of the attack, that really benefits both players.
Absolutely. Good shot, George Bartlett. In his arc, wasn't it?
It was.
And Hawkins has responded by dragging that one shorter, which Bartlett was almost waiting for. Just dropped it into the offside for a single. 5 down, 240 behind is the call from whoever that was in the middle. It's completely inaccurate. It's 230 behind and 4 down, but you kind of get the mind games, don't you? 144 for 4.
Unless he's doing what you do and going around the grounds.
Potentially.
Becomes meanwhile at Trent Bridge.
145 for 5.
I think it was Zach Chappell.
Well, I thought there was a bit of a South African twang
He's
to
from
it.
Leicestershire. They're not very good. So.
As I say, I thought there was South African there. George Bartlett takes the single.
Who have we got there? So, I mean, Madsen, but he's not going to shout that out, I don't think. Don't know if there's too many others. There might be someone with a bit of South African about him. I thought it was the Midlands.
Oh, okay.
Could be wrong. Bold. Not a lot of footwork in that defensive shot from Safe Save.
No, he's a very good player of spin, isn't he?
Do you know what?
Probably be the player that would be able to play it off the surface, I think.
See what you think to this. Have a look at, just going to see a replay of that 6. Yeah, that was in the slot. Nicely struck. Just the difference in body language between Zaeb and Bartlett. I think it tells you a lot.
Nicely played. Finds the middle of the bat. Can't get it past the fielder, though. I think it does. And I mean, maybe, I suppose as well, I said about how good it could be to bat with Luke Proctor. If you know you're going to be busy with Safe Save, potentially you unlock yourself that way around. You know you're going to get on strike. Singles are going to be taken quickly. Going to be able to manipulate the field maybe a touch better. That's lovely cricket by George Bartlett. Just leans on it. Let it runs into him. Onto the middle of the cricket bat and runs it through point for 4.
Beautifully timed, wasn't it? That's beautifully timed. I wonder whether Kane could have done better here.
It's one of those dives on the square again, wasn't it?
It sounded gorgeous off that cricket bat. What a lovely shot.
It's less lovely, but effective still. Should come back for a second. Comfortable 2 in the end, a thick outside edge from George Bartlett. You can already see, can't you? One, that 6 down the ground has just just kind of giving him a little bit more confidence.
Yeah.
Too, as well, I think the arrival of Safe Save has just given him a little bit more confidence as well.
Yeah.
Potentially with Luke Proctor against Lewis Rees, you might think, "Oh, I'm going to be stranded at the non-strikers end here. I'm going to spend a bit of time out of the game, so to speak." You know you're not going to be away from the strike very long if Safe Save's in the middle. He is going to find a gap, isn't he, one way or another, if he stays in, of course.
Yeah, he's busy, isn't he? He's always trying to impose his will on proceedings, isn't he? And by and large, does that. He's made, you're not going to always be able to do that. So that's the nature of sport, isn't it? You can't be your own way all the time. And he has made the odd mistake early in an innings. But certainly he doesn't owe the team any runs right now, does he?
No, certainly
He's
not.
had a great year so far.
What are the numbers? 1,045 at an average of 65 this summer. One of those 5 first-class hundreds came at Derby. Might have been the first, actually, of the summer. It was early on in the season, wasn't it?
It was
that Northamptonshire travelled up to Derbyshire. Played, yeah. Covered that up well to end the over. 6 runs from it. 35 overs remain in the day, so we've got 3 to go until tea. We're past that 20-4 cutoff. So we'll have 3 overs of cricket left in this afternoon session before the players and you and I take that 20-minute break.
The clouds got higher and higher, isn't it, as the day has progressed? The clouds got higher and sparser, and it's a really nice afternoon out there. Nice time to bat.
It certainly is. It's certainly the brightest it's been, isn't it, throughout the course of the game so far. Fair to say Derbyshire have just kind of strengthened their grip on the fixture as well through this afternoon.
Oh, they certainly have. Yeah, you feel another quick one now. Northampton are in a bit of trouble. There is a bit of a tail, isn't there? 9, 10, 11. Keogh at 8, Broad at 7. That might be reversed either way round. It probably will be Keogh at 8. That's very, very strong. But then after that, 9, 10, Jack, not so much. Confidence is a funny thing, isn't it? Over pitch, put your hands to it, a lovely strike for 6. And he seems to be moving better since then.
As you said, he is a very stylish, talented cricketer. All the shots in the book. But it's tough, isn't it? Batting's tough. Whatever level you play at, it's tough. They've even, in response to that shot as well. And it's only happened once in this innings. But actually, Lewis Rees is now stationed 15 yards off the boundary rope in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
So they've kind of said to George Bartlett, well, you're not going to do that again. And I don't know whether that's... I'd have thought Derbyshire would still have a few more runs to play with before they kind of took that option away. I know they wouldn't necessarily want Joe Hawkins to be bowling too many half volleys to George Bartlett, but actually, if there's one that's not quite there, and you think, okay, well, I'm going to go for it, and it grips a bit and gets an outside edge or something because you're going for the big shot.
Yeah. I know John Embry, he played and coached here, and obviously predominantly played most of his cricket for Middlesex and a heck of a lot of Test cricket as well, would often send the men back very quickly. He was an off spinner. That could be close. That could be close.
Big appeal. It's going to be given as a leg bye. I think the indication from umpire Ashraf, which obviously we get each time, was it was sliding down leg side. Yeah,
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
A lot of people can't believe it.
I'm not sure about that.
I mean, Rees and Guest are going to be the two best to judge their body language, aren't they?
Rees is still, well, he's only just got his hands off his head.
Yeah.
The replay will be interesting.
Donald looked convinced at short leg.
He was at short legs. He doesn't get a vote.
It's not very often you give LBWs at short leg,
No,
is it?
that doesn't count.
Leg
Right.
by anyway.
Right then. Can we have a look at it?
I'm sure we will. But that's safe save, isn't it?
That's safe.
He's
So
not
here we go.
He's not going to let you bowl at him.
Okay, umpire Dan. Oh my God.
Ooh. I don't think it was going down leg.
Oh my God. That's just out.
Is what I would say. I don't think it was missing leg stump.
Well, it hit him
On
on the full
Yeah.
in front of off stump.
Middle and off, maybe even.
That's hitting middle stump. Missing leg. It hit in middle. Oh God, dear oh Lord. How do you give that not out?
I'm not sure.
Blimey O'Reilly. That's a shocker. I'm sorry, that is a shocking decision.
That was I'm lost for words a bit on it. But
Going right.
well, back in the room. 2 left in the over.
We talked about the umpire yesterday who indicates why he's given it not out very quickly. And we said we didn't think that was a very good idea to do that because umpires don't do that, right?
Mm.
He does that and he must now be regretting that because, I mean, you have to find a reason to give that not out, I guess. Well played, well played.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've never really had the pleasure of interacting with umpires in the professional game. Not had that. There's no obligation for them to kind of say why it's not out. No, in the club game, umpires are quite keen to kind of justify their decisions of what they think they've seen anyway. But if the player or the coach had said, "Oh, how did you see it then?" or to kind of use a Phil Rowe expression, I mean, are you obliged to kind of say as an umpire, or do you just try and say, "Well, it's not out"?
There are some umpires who would say that.
Because you can go a bit stiff, can't you? On that?
Generally speaking, in when I've talked to bowlers who you can see have a conversation with the bowler, the umpire's giving it not out, and the bowler walks back and says, when they've calmed down, maybe a ball or two later, says, how do you see that? And the umpire says, I just thought it might be sliding. Or I think it was, I'm not sure it was in line, maybe just outside, or yeah, it was borderline on height, but I gave the benefit of the doubt, it's a new ball, whatever it might be. They don't indicate with their hands at the minute they've given the decision. But that ball was hitting middle stump. I'd put my house on that.
Yeah, I would say so. Last over, the 4T. Bit of a leading edge there from Zabe. 3 balls to go until T, and this has been 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 16 for Lewis Rees in that spell. 8 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Oh, it's gone. Make that 1 for 24. And on the stroke of lunch, Joe Hawkins on debut for Derbyshire gets his first-class wicket. And it's the main man for Northamptonshire, the man that scored 1,000 runs this year. The first time a Northamptonshire cricketer since 2016, and Hawkins has got him. And it's been a brilliant 8.5 over spell for Joe Hawkins in this afternoon session with Lewis Rees. Northamptonshire are now 5 down. It's T, and Derbyshire are well on top.
They are well on top. It's a lovely bit of bowling, wasn't it, by the young off-spin. Up and over the front leg, got drop, got bounce, got turn, a little feather through. It's lovely when you get someone out who's playing defensively. It seems to be a better wicket when you get someone out who's playing defensively rather than playing attackingly. And Save was playing defensively at that, but the ball was too good for him. It turned and bounced across the face of the bat, caught the outside edge, and a comfortable catch for the keeper. The umpires then had a little chat with Wayne Madsen on the way off. It'll be interesting to see what, if anything, that relates to. I suspect it might be a few words about the LBW, but the umpire who gave that not out, I'm sure we're feeling a lot better about himself now that Safe Save is actually out of the arena, because Derbyshire can let that one go. But another session that has been dominated by Derbyshire. It's been, apart from half an hour yesterday morning, they have been in charge of every bit of cricket since. 154 for 5 Northampton, still 223 behind. And a new batter to the crease will be Justin Broad straight after tea.
Absolutely. Well, it is tea time. Let's take a breather, Rowie, and we'll be back at 4:15.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
We're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
We're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
We're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I stitched it.
We're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it. With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee.
I cinched it.
You're supposed to play dead.
Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
With so many great reasons to buy. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
Here we go then, folks. Welcome back to Northampton. Tee has been taken, completed. There's 2 deliveries left in Joe Hawkins' 14th over, successful over, his first-class wicket, that of Safe Zabe. Picked up on the stroke of Tee to take the score to 154 for 5. New man in, Justin Broad, gets off the mark straight away.
It's a good wicket to get, wasn't it? I mean, any wicket is your first wicket is a good wicket to get. Of course it is. But he's got a man out who's got over 1,000 first-class runs this year, 500s amongst that, who's in brilliant form, got 100 last week. And he's picked him up with a beautiful bit of off-spin bowling.
Yeah, absolutely superb. And a dot ball to finish the over. Big celebration and a big round of applause, wasn't there, on the striker tee from his teammates. So that'd be Bartlett and Broad in the middle for Northamptonshire. All eyes on who bowls from the David Capel end, and I think I've already spotted is that Lewis Rees has taken the jumper off to continue.
He's challenging anyone to take the ball out of his hand because he's got it on a string at the minute, hasn't he?
Yeah, good luck ripping it out of the hand there. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 16 before tea for Lewis Rees. Match figures 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 39. He took the new ball this morning. My name's Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. We're powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And Northants have got some work to do.
Yeah, they are. They're not quite in a hole, but they're approaching. They're approaching a hole at the minute. Another quick one now, and they are in strife.
And Lewis Rees continues with those stock off cutters. Do you know what I'm quite surprised I've not seen from Lewis Rees? Just one that's just stood the seam up and just tried to hurry someone. I think that everything's been a cutter, hasn't it, in this 10 over spell?
Yeah, predominantly so. Yeah, you're right.
It'll be a huge difference, but maybe just something to rush someone when they get a bit comfortable.
It's interesting the way he's got a quite unique way of delivering these balls, isn't he? Because they are dropping a little bit. I think that was part of the reason Sales hit his in the air, was that it didn't land. He thought it was going to land fuller than it was, and in the end, he hit it on the up, and it carried all the way out to point. He's been very accurate as well, because if you're not accurate with that pace, you are going to get pumped. But he's been very, very accurate. He's going at just over 2 and over, but he's offering a lot of threat as well. Picked up the 2 wickets already, the captain for 71, and James Sales. So two guys who were set have been removed. He also had a very good shout, if I could call it that, for LBW against Saif Sayed.
Yeah, it was a convincing appeal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest, would be fair to say. He just gets a bit of drift from the hand here as well, doesn't he, with these? He's obviously putting a little tweak on them when they're coming out of the hands.
This looks like he's having good fun doing it too.
Oh, he looks like he's having a great time.
Yeah. Captain's loving it on the perch there at short extra.
There is that man at short extra. I'm surprised Wayne Madsen didn't let go of that. George Bartlett was quite a long way down.
Yeah, he was.
Would have been backed up by probably, is it Ben Aitchison, I think, there at mid-on.
The Saffers call that reverse wildebeest for some reason. That
your mate Johan van der Vaart.
Johan. Yeah. Reverse wildebeest.
Oh,
that's beautifully bowled.
Genuine play in this, Justin Broad. He's another, firstly, Justin Broad's a fantastic player of spin. Really good player of spin. Very, very good sweeper of the cricket ball. He's also one of those cricketers that will want to be busy. Be another one that wants to feel bat on ball and see the board tick. Join Bartlett, housemates, the 2 of them. So be plenty to talk about in the middle if they can build this partnership up. What's for tea tonight? Whose turn is it to do the laundry, etc.?
Who's on for he to watch?
Exactly. What box set are we starting this week?
I'll tell you what I watched last night. I'll tell you in a minute.
Please do.
I'd rather watch this bloke bowl.
Oh, speaking of things I was meant to talk to you about today, I left you on a cliffhanger, didn't I, yesterday, about a great question.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know whether I've peaked with our Kookaburra conversation. Maybe we need to let the cricket develop a little bit more as the session goes on. Turned almost through Nye Donald there, I think, for George Bartlett. Gets 1 though.
Nye Donald hasn't dropped one, and until he does, this is a bit of an easy thing to say, but he doesn't look a natural at short leg. There've been a few balls that have been played off the back foot that have escaped his clutches. He's not He's not laid a glove on them.
He kept a lot, didn't he, for the Falcons in the blast?
Yeah.
Took the glove. So whether that's kind of earned qualification to get under the lid. And the other thing as well is you look around the team, there's not a lot of option, is there, to stick under there. There's the sweep from Justin Broad. Gets it very fine. We'll come back 4-2.
Didn't take long, did it, before he got the brush out?
Very, very good player of the sweep shot. But you got half a dozen bowlers in the 11, so they're not going to go under the lid, are they? Wayne Madsen, I dare say, probably wouldn't be volunteering at 40-odd years old.
No, I bet he'd be good in there, though.
I bet he would, yeah. I reckon he's been in there a few times, taken a few.
Yeah, there's not much in the game that he hasn't done well, Wayne Madsen.
So he's got a T20 World Cup to look forward to next year with the qualification for Italy. They got a good team. Have you looked at some of the players that have played for?
I haven't.
No. Fantastic team they're putting together.
Is Emilio involved in that?
Yeah, he played in the last rounds. Well, that's kept a little low. Justin Broad turns it into the leg side. Emilio Gay was in there.
I'm not sure that Gareth Berg is still coaching that team, is he?
He's certainly not playing. I don't know whether he's involved with the
he's retired
behind the scenes.
He was coaching, I think.
Yeah, he was.
I'm not sure that he still is.
Grant Stewart, he's in.
Oh yeah,
he's involved. Ben Menenti, he's in and around that Italy 11.
Yeah, last night, in the absence of being involved in a box set, I watched Happy Gilmore 2.
Oh.
Plus 2 hours of my life, I'm never getting back.
Oh dear.
It should be so much better than it is.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So the sequel didn't live up to the original.
No, it didn't. Nicely timed.
Yeah, too straight from Lewis Rees. Just allows George Bartlett to get down the other end. It's unsurprising, that, isn't it? There aren't many sequels that come out that are better than the original.
It's got a great cast. All the golfers are in it. Charlie Hull of Northamptonshire, Burton Latimer, she's in it. So it's got some good ingredients in there, but no, it just doesn't work. Anyway, I would have a man on the catch here, for Lewis Rees, and also for Joe Hawkins. I'd have a man on the paddle sweep catching. So there is a man he's 10 yards in from the boundary, actually, who is Joe Hawkins. So he's down at fine leg, 10 yards in from the boundary, saving 4, saving 2. That's the position he's in. But I want him about 50 yards closer to prevent Justin Broad just playing a little paddle sweep over his own shoulder. It's a shot I think he'll play. He certainly will play it to the off spinner.
There is the sweep. Goes through first slip. All eyes on the umpire. I think it's going to be signalled as leg byes, isn't it? No, byes, in fact. It's missed everything, and it's going to be 4 of them as well. You better hope that's not straight next time.
Yeah, well, that's a fair comment.
Yeah. Accurate. Certainly accurate. Just ran along the ground, didn't it?
It did, and that is a real danger, isn't it? There are 2 dangers on the sweep, at least 2. One is that it bounces higher than you expect and you get a top edge. And the other one is that it bounces lower than you expect and you get a bottom edge and it rolls onto the stumps. So you better hope it's not straight. It's not a bad shout. But I think you more than hope. Don't play if it's straight. There's obviously an element of premeditation about it. Keeps challenging Lewis Rees.
Does back of the length, but can't pierce it through that tight and compact offside. Got Nye Donald at first slip, Caleb Jewell at backward point, Harry Kame at extra cover, 2 catching covers in Blair Tickner and Wayne Madsen, and then Zach Chappell at mid-off. There's not really much room to put a cricket ball through, is there, through the offside?
There's not. That's what we said yesterday, isn't it? Bowling straight to very straight fields. Oh, he's dragged that one down, though. That was another variation. He didn't deliver that at all as he wanted to. It didn't come out of the hand properly. As a result, it was short and it was wide.
That came out as a leg cutter, didn't it? That one. I think the majority have been off cutters. That one was a leg cutter. Dragged it down, and Justin Broad did find a gap through the offside. 267 for 5.
What it was a long hop.
The longest of long hops.
So this is where, or not for, well, maybe even for, maybe for both batters. I think the guy who's at long leg, I'd get him in because I think it's a rotation shot with him out, and I'd get him in and say you can have 4 if you can beat him, but you got to get it down.
Yeah. Well, they've still got Chapel. Well, they've got Chapel now down here on the rope.
This one I'm talking. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is what I'm talking about. At deep backward square.
It's quite a. Do you know that kind of period of play with Jack Leach bowling for England in Test cricket? And it was, well, we've got a deep extra cover and a deep mid wicket and a long on because they're attacking positions because we want to build confidence for Leach. It kind of feels like a bit of that at the moment, doesn't it, for Hawkins? It's quite a spread field, considering Northamptonshire are 210 runs behind with 5 wickets left.
Yeah, you're right. I think there is some confidence and some insurance men, and I think it's, for me, I think it's overdone slightly because he's bowling actually very nicely, and Northampton will know that they're 167 for 5, right? So if you get that man who's taking that easy single out, it encourages you to either you don't get it, you can't play that shot, or you've got to beat him, which means you've got to take a bit more risk.
Nicely bowled.
So there wouldn't be a 1 there, for example.
Yeah, I think that went finer than what George Bartlett was hoping.
It turned.
Let's get 1 though.
Get him in.
Yeah, it's
See, Broad's just looked straight at that fielder, and he knows he can just get it over his shoulder and get a single, maybe even 2. Slow.
2 looks at it, didn't he, as well? Does get the single off the last ball of the over. 169 for 5.
And that might be another, maybe Derbyshire are happy with that single. So there is that, but that was too easy, that last run, really. But you're right, there is an element of let the off spinner get some more, growing confidence. If we have too many men in the ring and he's just offline or off length, and he could pump it past him for 4. Yeah, I think it's a balance, isn't it? But he's bowling quite nicely now.
Yeah, I would say it's coming up. Well, it's as well as he's bowled in this game so far.
Yeah.
And if you look at the field in comparison to Lewis Rees, it's a stark difference, isn't it? And there's the lap sweep.
That's where I
Justin
have my man.
Broad. Yeah. Comes back for a second. He's very, very quick.
So, he simply can't play that shot. If that man is in on the catch, or, on the 1, but therefore catching, he can't play that shot.
Yeah, I mean, if you take that shot away, it's quite hard to know where the other run comes from, isn't it? Unless you're going to step outside off stump and almost work it into the leg side.
Exactly.
Moves to 10, gets the double digits. That's powerfully struck at Blair Tickner, but well fielded. Scored his first class 100 not that long ago, didn't he, Justin Broad, down at Canterbury?
Yeah, I'm told he was just beside himself. He was so happy to get that one under his belt. He's still a developing cricketer, this kid. He talked about him a bit yesterday, didn't we? Don't want to go on about it, but yeah, he's got power to add to his game, no doubt.
Yeah, he's very exciting prospect. Justin Broad in all 3 formats. Actually, I suspect, and I don't know, but I suspect he'll be taking quite a senior role in that one-day cup squad.
Yeah.
Coming up. I think Lewis McManus will be captain for it.
Yeah, I would think so.
Luke Proctor will be available, I would have thought. There's that sweep again, which, as you said, if that fielder was up inside or off the rope, it would have been 0. Takes 1, though. It'd be a relatively unchanged 11, won't it, for Northamptonshire? I don't know whether Yuzvendra Chahar will be fully available for the one-day cup, but Tim Robinson being around today would be a good indication that he could be available.
Well, from this 11, Zabe's not going to be available, is he?
No.
And Scrimshaw's not going to be available.
Yeah. And then it's only David William, Ben Sanderson would be the other two from the entire playing staff that wouldn't be about.
That probably constitutes the entire playing staff. Yeah. I mean, seam bowlers are going to be short in supply.
To the over, dot ball to finish. 3 runs off it, all for Justin Broad. 172 for 5. Broad on 11, Bartlett 21.
A little pat on the shoulder from the captain to Lewis Rees, who, not as a result of that, but I wonder if that's the end of his spell. He is looking to get off the field. He's indicated to the changing room for a swap.
Yeah, 3 overs after tea.
Nobody seems to be coming down the stairs, though.
Yeah, somebody did.
Oh, there we go.
Somebody whipped the high vis off and making their way towards the middle. So, Zach Chappell, Blair Tickner.
Yeah, I think I'd go Chappell, personally. What have we? Oh, we've got away, haven't we, to 21 overs until the new ball. Definitely been more bounce in this pitch today.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree.
It has woken up.
So maybe that bit of overnight rain has just assisted it. Under the covers, powerful sweep shot. Harry Kame, I think, will cut it off. He does. Brilliant bit of fielding. Down at square leg by Harry Kame. Full stretch dive. Had to intercept it. He couldn't try and track it down to the boundary because the ball would have won. Just judged it brilliantly. I think it is going to be Zach Chappell to replace Lewis Rees from the David Tailenders as he's going through some looseners in front of us here. That one, again, well timed into the leg side, and Harry Kane will have to chase the other way. Another 2.
It just ran over an old wicket end, didn't it, and took all the pace out of it. It flew up in the air. It's rutted there, isn't it?
Yeah.
No wonder players have been reluctant to dive on the square because it's obviously very, very hard underneath. It looks green from here. I wouldn't fancy landing on it.
I don't know. Would they all have been used by now across the course of the square? Struggling to look out there. Looks like there's 2 relatively green ones out there, but the one nearest the centre of the strip got a good covering of grass, but you can see the wicket end further from us looks pretty new still.
There's one that's
nearest us.
Yeah, and 1 4 to the left of that.
Yes. Reverse sweep.
Short. Hit that well.
Boundary. Just 1.
I wonder if Hawkins picked anything up there because he fired that one in. It was very well struck on the reverse sweep, wasn't it? Wow, he hit that hard. Nice shot.
Nicely played for 1. Chappell off the boundary rope. End of the over. 6 runs from it. Again, that busyness from Justin Broad just working well. It's almost like the sweep is his go-to, isn't it?
Yeah,
Justin Broad. I mean, Safe Zabe is a fantastic sweeper of a cricket ball, but he didn't bring it out. He wasn't out there for particularly long, but it wasn't brought out, was it, against Hawkins? He tried to play him off the pitch, off the back foot.
Yeah, this guy's as good as I've seen, to be honest. Broad, he's amazing. I mean, the other guy, the captain of the opposition, is a brilliant sweeper as well, Wayne Madsen. But I think both Saffers, aren't they? Both very good hockey players as well.
Yeah.
As I say, I'll try and check this out if I get enough time. I've got a feeling Wayne Madsen may have played international hockey for South Africa. And if that's right, he's obviously very good because they're not a bad side. Wayne Madsen, hockey. Played field hockey for South Africa before transitioning to cricket. He represented South Africa in the 2006 Commonwealth Games and the 2006 Men's Hockey World Cup. He later became director of hockey at Belper Hockey Club.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, fair to say that he knows his way around a hockey stick.
It's obviously it clearly is a sport that's incredibly popular in South Africa still, isn't it? I
Yeah.
don't know many people that play field hockey in the UK.
Oh, I do.
We're obviously pretty good at it at an international levels.
My neighbour played for England.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Olympically, we're pretty well decorated.
Yes, we are. Well, that was the squad that he was, I think, on the fringes of that squad that won the gold medal. Sean Curley and all those guys. But yeah, Andy Bilson, my neighbour, was a winger.
Maybe it's a...
And he's now the men's seniors amateur golf champion.
Oh, okay.
County champion. Won that recently.
Maybe it's a bit localised with hockey. Maybe it doesn't quite make its way into various pockets of the UK.
Yeah, I think there might be something in that.
Because, I mean, down on the south coast, we don't... Well, I don't think there's much rugby league that gets down this far, but we don't even have any rugby union down on the south coast. Really, other than a couple of the club sides in the
physical
local.
For you guys, and not that southern softies.
There's a couple of club sides local, but nothing professional. But then we also have a really interesting sport. Well, interesting sport. I might have oversold it there somewhat, but stool ball.
What?
Exactly. One of the sports
well played.
Or the sport that I think cricket kind of took its origins from.
So what's
Only
this?
really gets played in Sussex, a little bit in the Kent kind of borders, but other than that, it hasn't made its way outside of Sussex. Obviously, cricket was, well, that's kind of where
cricket started.
Started.
Right? Yeah.
It was started. What it looks like now is obviously over in Hampshire at Hambledon, but you have to bowl kind of underarm from below the waist up towards a square on a like an elevated square.
And how is that fixed? Is that against the wall or something?
Not against the wall, but on to make it crickety on an elongated stump with kind of feet at the bottom.
Okay.
So they're kind of freestanding.
Oh, okay. All right.
Two
almost
ends.
like a netball thing.
Yeah, two ends. And as far as I've been able to work out, you hit it as hard and as far as you can. You run between the two. I think they're called wickets. I don't really know.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Are you sure this is not just a dream?
No, it definitely exists. Definitely exists. It's going to mean nothing to Derbyshire or Northamptonshire supporters.
Bluff. I'm saying bluff.
Do I need to get the Google out?
Stool ball. So you're hitting at sort of head height, essentially. Is that right? It doesn't bounce.
Yeah, it doesn't bounce.
Dan's passing me his laptop. Oh, maybe an ancestor of cricket. Okay. This is almost verbatim what you just said. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
178 for 5 after 61. It's one of those that nobody outside of the county will have any awareness that it even exists.
Amazing.
Cricket, hockey, and stool ball all in the same live stream.
That's nicely bowled. Yeah, it was good, Joey. It was well bowled. Too easy to get a single, though. Yeah, and Wayne Madsen is moving his fielder as a result of that. Or at least he's trying to. Okay, I get the game here. I've read the script here. Got it. Come back to you on that.
Nicely played. Half stopped by Hawkins, which I think he'll be disappointed about. Allows George Bartlett to get down the other end.
So, yeah, Madsen was very particular about moving the fielder at a very short, sort of straight, long mid-off position. Very particular. Everyone heard him because he's actually telling the batters there's a gap through the covers. And he wants to get the batters to try and push the ball through that gap. That was a full toss. So that doesn't really work. But he's looking for the bowler to turn the ball back through the gate as the batter tries to push into the gap that that the captain has not only left but has indicated to the
Yeah, it's a big gap as well, isn't it? There is protection out there. There's a sweeper on the rope.
what is the umpire saying to the fielder there?
No idea.
Something about his throw, wasn't it? Did he throw it into the floor?
I must admit, I didn't see.
I mean, they've just get over yourself. You've got no right to. He's on the boundary. Can do what he wants with the throw. Gee whiz!
If I threw it from there, it'd bounce 3
I mean,
times.
come
That's a full toss. It's going to be another couple of runs.
It's going to be 4.
Is it going to be 4 into the
It is.
pocket?
Yeah.
Is well played, Justin Broad. Moves to 23 off 30 for Justin Broad. He's got there in no time at all after tee.
That's been one of the errors, isn't it, from Joe Hawkins? He has overpitched a little bit, and with this field, it's been fairly comfortable for most of the batters to punch it through the vacant extra cover area.
Well, Broad has put him back under pressure, isn't he? Broad has got the sweep out, the orthodox and the reverse.
Because he's been busy, hasn't he? You're dead right. He's been very busy, very proactive. Don't look at the scoreboard. Justin Broad's on 23. How many is George Bartlett on? You looked at the scoreboard.
Yeah, I kind of knew anyway, but exactly 23.
Also
So
on
he's sorted out.
23. So Broad 23 in a partnership of 32. He has been busy. He had more of the strike, and he is just busier, isn't he?
Yeah.
But it's kind of one of those things. You're busy, you're proactive. It doesn't mean you're taking huge risk, but it does mean that you kind of limit the margin that the bowler's got. You reduce their margin for error. And in fact, I'd say that Justin Broad has put a little bit of pressure on Joe Hawkins and has drawn a couple of poor deliveries from him as a result of that, poorer deliveries.
He has indeed. Chappell from the David Capel end. Bartlett on strike. Down the leg side. I think that's going to be signalled leg buys. Half stop, well stopped by Brooke Guest as it just shot along the floor, didn't it? It is a leg buy signal. So handy contribution for Northamptonshire in their attempt to get up towards where Derbyshire managed in their first innings. They've got that under 200 now. They're 190 behind, so still a long way to go. 187 for 5. Push drive from Broad. It was early on it. He ended up dragging it to mid-on. Wasn't looking that way. He was just trying to time it through the covers for a couple of runs. Madsen again in conversation with, was it Tickner this time? So it looks like Blair Tickner's going to go from the David Capel ends. Replacement for Joe Hawkins. This one again flicked square. It was in the air, but wide of Nye Donald at mid-wicket. So it's going to be Tickner. I assume this will be to replace Hawkins. Is that how you're seeing it?
I think I am. Yeah, I think I am seeing it that way. Yep.
Bit of extra pace, 3, 4, maybe 5 overs of flat out. See what you can get out of it, and then we'll have another go later with that second new ball.
After this over, there'll be 17 overs to the new ball, so I'd think more like 3 probably. They will, like permitting, be able to bowl with the new ball tonight, should they choose to, for about 4 overs, I think. Let me try and do some sums here. So that's 63 overs after this, which will leave 23. No, hang on. It'll leave 23, won't it? Yeah. 63, 17. So, yeah, 5. Yeah, 6 with the new ball, actually. Is that right?
I think that sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds right, doesn't it? 6 with the new ball tonight. That's well bowled. That's very well bowled.
Yeah, it's kind of new ball cricket, isn't it, really, this Kookaburra round for the seamers? Wonder whether, well, Martin hasn't bowled yet. It's whether the reason why he didn't play last week was because he wasn't able to bowl or not.
Yeah.
Could be likely.
I wonder, because he batted at 6, right, as well.
Yeah.
So maybe, well, he has scored runs this year, so he's entitled to about 6, and he scored 100 from there.
I think because if if they get a couple of overs here from Zach Chappell, a couple of overs from Blair Tickner, as Brooke Guest is going to come up to the stumps now, which is this is going to be impressive to watch because Chappell's no slouch, is he? With ball in hand. I think Bartlett is particularly shuffled or walked at Chappell, but maybe he's just seen something that we haven't. That's back of a length, played off the back foot nicely.
It was nicely played. I'll tell you where I wouldn't want to be fielding right now with the keeper up to the stumps. His leg slip.
You're not going to see much of it, are you?
Jeepers creepers. Is that dual at leg slip?
I think so.
Gee whiz. I mean, with the keeper up. I mean, Zach Chappell's bowling heavy balls there. He's really bending his back. And you're going to get no sight of that until it's on you.
Yeah, I was just the reason why I said about Martin Anderson is I just wonder who. I said Ben Aitchison is an option as well and will bowl, but Lewis Rees, just with that, well, I can't think of a nicer way to describe it than just horrible off cutters. They're not horrible, but you know exactly what I mean. From a batting perspective, there just isn't really anything you can do to them.
No, from a bat, it's kind of what do batters want? Pace on the ball.
Yeah.
What does Lewis Rees bowl? What has he bowled in that spell? No pace at all on the ball, but incredible accuracy and control. And he's nipped it a bit as well. That's a horrible combination. So we're going to see Tickner back in. So far in this innings, he's bowled very, very nicely. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket with a lot of threat, physical and wicket-wise threat. He's only gone for 19 runs, so under 2 and over. Bowling lights out. A lot of bumpers, a lot of aggression. It's been good to see, been good cricket. He's got 2 catches at mid-wicket. He's got a slip, an orthodox slip, a fine leg, a man at very wide third man, deep square, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. I reckon I've dotted around there. So if you were trying to follow that in any logical sense, good luck with that. I'll do that better in a minute, I promise. That one has slid into the pads, tucked around the corner. So let's do that again. So the leg side field is long leg, who's just fielded that ball, deep square. Then there are those 2 guys catching at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, sort of standing pretty close to each other, and a mid-on. That's the leg side field. The offside field is mid-off, extra cover, then all the way out to a deep, wide third man and a slip. So it looks like a bowl very straight field, doesn't it? A bowl very straight field. And he has bowled very straight. It's got a thick outside edge from George Bartlett, who's happy to run that away down to wide third man for a single.
Yeah.
These 2 have put on 36, of which Justin Broader's got 25. He's got the lion's share. He has had more of the bowling to face. So, yeah, we were just wondering about how many overs in this spell for Blair Tickner. I think 3. It depends if he gets a scalp, doesn't it? If he gets a scalp, gets a newie in, he might be a difficult man to nudge off the ball. It's a pretty unique run-up, isn't it? They're going to push for 2 here. He's tucked it around the corner. But Harry Kane has been very quick off the mark, attacked the ball on the angle. What was clever about that nice cricket was that Harry Kane wanted to attack the ball to cut off the second run, and the fielder at long leg defended the ball, ran almost behind him, so that it allowed Harry Kane to attack the ball. And if he missed it, no worries, because his mate was backing him up. Just nice cricket. High knees. And a high ball as well. And that's George Bartlett on his back. George Bartlett on his backside.
Yeah, he's got a real skiddy bumper, isn't he? I think it's helped with this softer kookaburra and then also this pitch that's pretty benign.
Yeah.
But it really does seem to get into an awkward height. I think you see George Bartlett having a smile and a chuckle to himself on that one. It was quite acrobatic the way he kind of rocked back on the floor and then kind of got back up onto his feet in one motion.
I'd be getting up about now if I'd done that. Good bumper though, wasn't it?
Very good.
And the follow-up's important, and the follow-up was a full, long half volley. And George Bartlett, this is the skill this kid has got. That's just beautiful, absolutely beautifully played. They say it's about the follow-up. Well, the follow-up was, I think it might have been an attempted Yorker, and he's just pumped that straight back over the bowler's head for 4, straight as a die.
He's made that look so incredibly easy as well, isn't he?
He's an attractive player to watch, isn't he? As I said earlier, he's got so much skill, so much natural talent with the bat. Got to convert that into more consistent scores. Because I think if he doesn't, you know, he might find himself out of the side. And that's not what you want, is it? Absolutely not what you want. Having moved clubs a couple of years ago now from Somerset to get more regular cricket in the variety of formats and secure his place in the Red Bull team, you don't want to be left out of the side. He's got to find a way, though. He's got to work that out. Yeah, the guy who departed just before tea, Saib, you would have to say he's worked out the professional game, how to bat in professional circumstances, how to play a variety of innings. You can't always get it your own way. And Saib is certainly, you'd never say it's done this game, would you? But he's certainly shown that he has developed a variety of ways of playing this game.
Yes.
And being successful. So keeper up still to Chappell. That one did keep low. That's so close there. Shout somebody in white. I don't think it was Justin Broad.
Or George Bartlett.
Or either of the
Well,
umpires.
you'd hope it wasn't George Bartlett.
Yeah, that would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Oh my God, bad luck. But it did nearly sneak through. It kept low. Interesting, the keeper up. I hadn't seen, I must have missed that. I guess it must be Justin Broad who was coming down the wicket a little bit to Zach Chappell. Maybe he's batting outside his stumps, trying to take LBW out of the equation. I hadn't necessarily noticed that, but the keeper hasn't come up for no reason at all. The keeper's come up to keep the batter planted in the crease. And Zach Chappell's doing his bit, which is bowling up the timber as well.
It's a great take.
Are you standing up to Zach Chappell?
No.
Dan? No, you're not.
Probably sat on the boundary rope, I would have thought.
I mean, there is this, and you know, you'll be able to comment on this, I'm sure, being the keeper. It is, and I'm going to ask this question as a confirmed non-keeper. I wonder sometimes, is it easier to stand up? Because if the ball is keeping low and you stand back, you're getting it on the second bounce, and that's horrible.
I think standing up, for the most part, relies all about the consistency on the person you're standing up to. And if you know you can stand up to somebody that's going to consistently hit a line and a length, relatively speaking, that your hands can kind of do the work for you, you feel pretty good about things.
Yeah.
If you have got a bowling attack or a bowler that doesn't give you that kind of certainty, I mean, if Zach Chappell spears one down the leg side here, Brooke Guest has got absolutely no chance, unless if he can stick a leg out or something and get hit by it.
Certainly, if it's full, I guess it's very full. He's struggling.
It's going to be really hard to tidy that up.
Yeah.
So I think pace is obviously there's a safety element to it. Yes, there will be bowlers that are too quick, but Brooke Guest can rely on Zach Chappell to bowl that back of a length on a surface that's not got demons in it. And his hands are good enough to do so.
Oh, that's nicely bowled again. I think it's helped him, you know, since Guest has come up to the stumps. I mean, Chappell's line has been good throughout. To be honest, he's only going at 2 and over. He has bowled very well and very straight. But I think since the keeper's come up, he's been even more accurate. You know, he's been stump accurate rather than on the stumps. He's been on middle and off stump for the most part. He got turned into the leg side once.
And it can do that. A bowler can get more accurate with it. And I mean, that might be something that you could kind of back up.
I'd love to keep her up. I just thought, it's claustrophobic for the batter.
Mhm.
I really enjoyed it. The keeper just taking the ball on sort of fifth stump, hitting the gloves as hard as I could, bail height, throwing it straight back to me. It's tight. Me, the keeper, and extra cover. They're the three that are involved.
Yeah.
Didn't want to involve too many others. And I felt it did put the batters under a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
And the other reason why the keeper would stand up to me would be that I very rarely got anything past the bat. So they could get the newspaper out and have a coffee. You can't have a coffee while this bloke's bowling at you, though, Blair Tickner, because he has bowled some very fast deliveries, and there's another one, and that's slid off the face of the bat, and George Bartlett picks up 4 down to a very fine leg. It's not the first time that's happened, and it won't be the last, I suspect, but Tickner trying to bowl very, very straight sometimes just gets a little bit too leg side. It was on the hip, and George Bartlett tucked it away nicely. Leg slip has gone in as a result of that. It takes Bartlett on to 32, and he has worked hard for that 32. He's put a lot of hard work in there, and at one time, Derbyshire were all over him when Lewis Rees was bowling at him. You wonder where the next run was coming from. That's rinse and repeat. Just goes the other side of the leg slip, and that brings up the Northants 200. 205. Also brings up, not particularly a milestone, but I just looked at the partnership, it's worth 46. So 4 away from ticking a milestone off. Northants 200 for 5, and I think the Derbyshire lost their 5th wicket with 80 odd on the board, 80 odd, 89, something like that. They were for 5. So in that sense, straight compare, it's pretty even Stevens. Northants trailed by 177. They do have a bit of a tail with Shahal at 11. I mean, who's going to be 9 and 10 out of Scrimshaw and Guthrie? Which way around would you have that?
Guthrie, Scrimshaw, Chahal, won't it?
I would say so. Yeah, I think I'd probably go that way. I've written it down the other way around, but I think you're right, Dan. Don't leave the stumps out of play. It's come around the wicket now. That's a bumper off the glove and nearly carried to the man at leg slip. It was really literally just short of him. There's no way he can come forward in that position because Justin Broad's attempting to pull the ball. So at that position, you are on the back foot. He ended up gloving the ball rather than it coming off the bat. But because the fielder's weight was back, expecting it to come flat and skim at him, he can't then get forward. No criticism of the fielder there. It was just fortunate for Justin Broad that he got enough glove on it, not enabling it to reach the fielder. You don't see many people caught leg slip. There was nearly one there. Oh, he's run straight down the middle of the wicket there. Nigel Long, you have to get into him there because he ran straight down the pitch. I mean, it's worth a replay. It's worth a replay. We've talked a bit about the danger area and what it is and what it isn't and why it's there. But on the replay, you will see Blair Tickner run straight down the middle of the wicket, right along the protected area. That was the 5th ball of that over. We might be able to see it between overs. He's continuing round the wicket, Tickner. Short, but Bartlett gets it down before it reaches short leg. So that's the end of the over.
One thing I can say, I've really enjoyed Blair Tickner as a cricketer.
Me too. Yeah, absolutely. Is this the replay of the 5th ball, I wonder, or is it the last ball? We'll see. Have a look at the follow through. He was wide and then he was straight, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he might have been a bit wider than what first impression gave.
He was on there at the end. But it's I can understand why Nigel Long didn't on that particular occasion. But yeah, you're right, Blair Tickner. What a lot of effort he's put in. 12 overs, 1 for 32 so far. Leaked a couple in that over, but again, nearly picked up the wicket. It was so close to getting broad caught at leg slip. It's Chappell's back now from the David Capel end. That's a short, wide ball, smashed. Absolutely smashed by Justin Broad, straight at Harry Kane.
He's been busy, isn't he, in the field?
That ball
Harry Kane
was hit like an absolute rocket.
He was so gutted, wasn't he, Justin Broad? That
Justin
he
Broad,
didn't get it
yeah.
half an inch either side. I think probably
Yeah.
would have been 4 runs. But
Would. Chappell's got away with that one. Doesn't bowl many loose balls. That was one. And he's back on his business there. Goes hard at the ball there, Justin Broad. I think in red ball cricket, Justin Broad in at number 7 today. I think in red ball cricket's 7, 8. Yeah, 7. I think in time is where he's going to live. Maybe he might creep up to 6. He's going to work very, very hard on his game, and no loftier than that. And one of the reasons no loftier than that is because he does push hard at the ball.
yeah, I mean, I certainly think he'll develop to being a genuine all-round cricketer.
So the genuine all-round cricketer, does he get in the side with either the bat or the ball? And I think you're absolutely right. I think in time he will do that. He certainly gets into this side right now.
Yes.
And he's not going to get any worse, is he, Justin Broad? Not for quite a long time. As each game goes by, seemingly, he's growing, developing all the time. Body language there, he's blocked that ball, but he's taken a step after it. Can I get a run? These subtle communications all say this bloke's here to play, and we can't just bowl at him. He's looking to score off us. It's good body language, good positive intent from Justin Broad.
He's a quiet but confident young lad, isn't he?
He is, yeah. I think that's very nicely summed up. How's that? That's nipped back. He cut him on the back leg. Did he get any bat on it? No, he didn't. Yes, he did. So he's nicked it back onto his back leg. That's one problem with going hard at the ball, is that you can, as I call it, you can push past movement. And he did push past movement. He got a bit of bat on it. But if you're decelerating the bat there, that hits a thick inside edge and it runs away for a run somewhere. If you're going firmer at the ball, you push past the movement and it can clean you up, or you nick it back onto your stumps. Well, other than the first ball that Chappell got away with, the other 5 were right on the money again. And that's been the message, really, hasn't it? That's been the summary of the seam bowling from the quartet of Derbyshire seamers, is they have been on the money. They've been very, very accurate.
Yeah, they haven't.
Very aggressive as well.
Just haven't given anything away, have they?
Yeah, it's been good cricket.
2.61. This is the runs per over. 2.61 for Lewis Rees, 2.67 for Blair Tickner, 2.23 for Zach Chappell, 2.57 for Ben Aitchison. When everything starts with a 2, you're in a pretty good place.
Good place to be. I just love that. I love that. Look after the scoreboard. We've got that amazing position, that deep first slip. Tickner's follow through is hilarious because he arcs away, finishes, he stops running about 3 strips away from the actual strip to indicate to the umpire, I was never anywhere near the danger area. How could I be? Look, I'm right over here now.
Play the game, haven't you?
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Play the system.
Here's a question for you. How do you get out to deep first slip? Yeah, exactly.
It's a real error of judgment, isn't it? I think if you get out there.
Are you ramping it? Is it an uppercut?
I mean, that would be a way of getting the ball there. I don't necessarily think with this angle you're going to do that to Blair Tickner. I don't think that's the shot that's on.
I just don't know how it gets there.
So he's bowling at you, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
If there was width on offer, then I could see, okay, I could see the ramp coming on, but you're going to have to kind of lean into it. So, I mean, that's going over leg stump.
Yeah, the fielder there is the captain, isn't it? He's put himself there, so he knows. So you can't say he's just got it out of position. He's exactly where he wants to be. And yeah, he is 10 yards in from the boundary edge on the line of second slip, let's say. It's a quite incredible position.
Is it a position that Justin Broad, George Bartlett, when they scan the field, look at what round and go,
What's he doing there? There might be
I
something
wonder
in
what's coming. I wonder how. I don't know. A bit of window dressing, maybe. I mean, this from Blair Tickner looks as quick as I've seen here at Northampton this year. In the Championship and the Blast.
Wouldn't argue with that. It's aggressive, isn't it? He reminds me very much of Andre Nell in terms of what he's delivering. Not in the way he's delivering it, because Andre Nell would. We saw earlier that Blair Tickner bowled over the wicket for a delivery, because to bowl around the wicket meant the sight screen wasn't in the right place or something, and he was good enough to go back over the wicket. I don't see Andre Nell doing that.
I mean, that's just brute force, isn't it? Brute strength.
It's also, and it is, and you're right, it is. The other thing it is also is skillful. Fast bowlers union here, or well, seam bowlers union. Never fast, but we've seen people try to bowl short, haven't we? Northampton's tried to bowl a little bit short stuff, and Guthrie tried. His accuracy wasn't up to it, and this has been very accurate for the most part. So there's a real skill to that. It's nicely knocked away by Justin Broad. And I think that is, thanks, Blair, that's a fantastic effort. Take a blow, because in 12 overs, you're going to be back on when the new ball comes. That would be my guess.
Yeah, well, Zach Chappell is off, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's on his way, and Amrit Basra has made his way back out to the middle. So Ben Aitchison is going to replace Zach Chappell from the David Capel end. And Blair Tickner's still just there, just on that covered pitch with his doubled over, isn't he?
He is blowing, would be the polite way. There he is, hands on knees, sucking the air in. And he gave everything there. And for every ball of those 13 overs that he's bowled today, he has given everything. That lifts you, doesn't it? When you've got that in your side, it absolutely lifts you. It's been good stuff.
Absolutely right. Just waiting for Lewis Rees to come back. Rowan, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Derek Underwood. Get Derek Underwood back.
That's what I'm here for.
By the way, I mean, if anyone's in any doubt, that's a compliment to Lewis Rees, nothing else. He deliberately bowled off pace, and he bowled it beautifully. So Ben Aitchison from the David Capel end, he's picked up the baton from Zach Chappell and starts very nicely, straight on the money.
As you'd come to expect now.
Yeah,
68 overs into the innings.
So a word that we used to talk about in the bowling group during my time, we kind of introduced it as a touchstone, and it was relentless. We're going to be absolutely relentless, and it wouldn't surprise me if Derbyshire haven't got a similar kind of mantra, because they have been, whether their word is relentless or whatever it is, they have been that. That's the 50 partnership, brought up with that quick single between Bartlett and Broad, the two Bs, the two housemates, as Dan says. They're a little touch of the bats, touch of the gloves. Well played. Stay with me. Keep going. Don't give it away. Come on. All words to that effect. Whatever gets you going. They've done well. Bartlett was under a lot of pressure early in his innings. Took Sattowell, pick a single up through the leg side. There's a man out on the deep square boundary. He was under quite a bit of pressure. Yeah, the Derbyshire fielders were vocal. They were letting him know. He played a couple of sketchy shots. He tried to play a little paddle shot to break the spell that Lewis Rees had him under. That didn't work out. Couldn't seem to get a run. Got a half volley, hit the fielder hard, but he stuck at it. They were trying to get under his skin and rattle him, but whether he was or whether he wasn't, he got through that period, and he's playing nicely now. That's going to go away for 4. There is no third man. Harry Kane is in pursuit, but he's not going to catch it. And that's another boundary to Justin Broad, takes him on to 34. The deficit 168. So let's do some sums. What have we got? 17 overs to go. 3 in overs, 51. 100. So Northampton are going to be over 100 behind at the close of play tonight. You'd say at least 100 behind.
Yeah.
At best, 5 wickets left. Just trying to think about tomorrow's cricket. That looked high.
I would say so.
What's the umpire signalling there?
Outside the line, maybe.
I think he is.
But I would say height would be in the question as well there.
I'm with you.
No, you're right. It'll be 100 odd or so behind. The new ball that comes, it's only going to be 6 overs, so it's not really going to be an acceleration with that. Obviously, if of course Northamptonshire can go through it successfully. And I don't really see with the bowling quality and the bowling plans that there is going to be an opportunity to accelerate here for Northamptonshire either.
This is a captain's dream, isn't it? Oftentimes as a captain, it's a bit of a cliche, but I think it's fair enough. Oftentimes as a captain, if your bowlers are bowling well, you're a good captain. If your bowlers are bowling poorly, you're not a very good captain. And thankfully for Wayne Manson, his bowlers are bowling well. Aitchison hasn't bowled a lot in this innings. He's only bowled, prior to that, he'd bowled 7 overs. He came in off the back of Zach Chappell bowling very nicely from that end. He's got to follow that, and he has followed that. A really good first over. There was a nick for 4. There was a good LBW shout. Every ball was there or thereabouts. I'm surprised at this, that we are going to see one further over from Blair Tickner. I'm not going to say too much more than that because I'm in danger of getting him a wicket if I say too much more, but I really wouldn't have given him another one. There we go. I've said it now. He's going to get a wicket. Bound to happen. Round the wicket. That was a balloon. I've seen those called wide for height quite frequently. That looked like it was well over the batter's head. Did you see it that way, Daniel?
I did actually as it goes. It just kind of ballooned, didn't it?
It was a balloon.
Off the surface. He's not missed many, has he? That one, to be fair, it might not have been down to him. It might have been down to the ball or the surface. You can see the not nervous energy as such, but Bartlett was early on that, wasn't he?
It was. He was indeed. How many balls did he face? Let's have a look.
Who, George Bartlett? 77.
77. Okay, so it's under 50%. Yeah, it's been hard work for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was tough to get going. Just got an opportunity. Both of them have, haven't they, ahead of them? Bartlett and Broad. Shorter ball, nicely played, but can't get it past the man at backward point.
Lancashire bowled out for 137.
Who got those wickets for Glamorgan?
The people who got those wickets for Glamorgan were Mason Crane got 6 for, and Fernando got 3 for.
Well, Chris Green got 6 in the first, didn't he? Obviously, a bit of a Bunsen up at Old Trafford.
And it's at Manchester, isn't it?
Nicely played. There's going to be a couple of runs there. Long gap down on the leg side. What else is happening then in Division 2 of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship then, Philip Rowe? Don't know why I went full name there.
No, it's nice. So yeah, at the Old Trafford, Glamorgan got 261 all out and have bowled out Lancashire for 137. They're 2 for no wicket, so they lead by 126 currently. Well on top there. At Canterbury, Leicestershire 471 all out. And we talked about the 100 partnership for the 10th wicket. Nearly a collision in between the the two Bs, Bartlett and Broad, but they avoided each other. They're going to have a chat about that now, and they should do. As in, we don't need to be doing that. So Leicestershire 471 all out. Kent 168 for 2. So far, looks a flat pitch down there, doesn't it? Ben Compton 86. He churns them out.
He certainly does. Very,
At
very good professional.
Cheltenham, Middlesex still batting. Currently 442 for 9. 100, as we've already talked about. It's a nice cricket shot through the offside. 153 for Kane Williamson. And Luke Holman, 59, batting at number 9. So they're still going there. Where else are we?
That's it, isn't it? In Division 2.
Yes, that is it. Yeah.
Be interesting, won't it? Leicestershire, but they look unlikely to get a negative result down at Kent. So that'll just extend their lead at the top of the table. Kent down at the bottom on 87 points. Had a couple docked, didn't they? For ill discipline, misbehaviour. I don't know what the technical term for it would be.
That's weird, that, isn't it? Kent, I mean, we got done at one. We were in real danger of losing points at one stage during my time, and we were known as the friendliest bunch on the circuit. It's, you know, it's kind of umpire see things sometimes, and there's no right of appeal for those things, and the umpire get the wrong end of the stick, and something else happened, and all we needed was for someone to say the wrong word at the wrong time. We'd have lost 16 points. And you just look at Kent and think, they're just a bunch of nice fellas.
That's the impression I've had. Yeah, absolutely. But Glamorgan, I mean, they're currently sat second in the table on 149 points, and obviously having a good time of it up at Old Trafford. A nice little first innings lead. Looks like they have the quality and the capability to go and put together a good third innings score and leave Lancashire with something that's looking like there should be a result at Old Trafford.
Be nice, wouldn't it?
Should be the first one of the summer.
Come on, Glamorgan.
And then Derbyshire, they're the team sat in third on 131 points.
How are they doing?
Oh, doing all right, I would say. I mean, there's a decent gap, isn't there, now between second and third place of 18 points. So it's healthy. What's that? Probably a game, isn't it? A win and a loss with the points, roughly. So the Glamorgan are almost a fixture clear. Leicestershire, you'd say, up, really, wouldn't you?
Oh, that's well bowled. Looking to play that through the leg side. George Bartlett, I think he's taking some admission of error there. Looking to turn it, got a leading edge. And that's one of those, really. I mean, it didn't go anywhere, but another day, suddenly that's looped up to extra cover and he's caught. And he's out, having worked so hard. And he's certainly in. That's the soft underbelly. Fly in the eye for Ben Aitchison. That can be, you know, that Alex Wakely, still a good mate of mine who captained here very successfully for a long time. One of the best guys on the circuit. He had that ability to just look in. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
And I think Bartlett, unfortunately, has the same issue.
It's almost, you look at these last couple of balls and you think, what's happened? What's happened to provoke the sudden change?
Yeah, well, you heard one of the Derbyshire players, he's run straight down the middle there, which he did. He's just developed nervousness, hasn't he, from somewhere? They nearly collided a minute ago. He played a false shot, then he's set off for a run that wasn't there. This is where he needs to have a chat with his mate. So Justin Broad knows his mate. As you say, they're housemates. Just the end of the over. Don't need to do anything in the middle of the over because that's only going to encourage further criticism from the Derbyshire fielders. So the end of the over, just tell him, look, mate, we're in charge here. We've put on 60. You're on 37. You're not looking like getting out. You're playing great. Stay with me. We'll walk off together. Have a cold one at the end of play. Doesn't have to involve alcohol, of course. But if they do walk off at the end of the play in 15 overs time, I'd certainly have a couple of cold beers waiting for them because they'll have earned that.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership, isn't it, so far? Between the pair, worth 61. Just having a drink, maybe a change of gloves as Tim Robinson runs some bits and pieces out for the two in the middle. Change of bowling. Joe Hawkins is going to return to the attack. What have we got? 15 overs left in the day? 15 overs left in the day. So
15 overs
So
and
maybe
9
about-
to the new ball.
about an hour of cricket left, roughly.
If the off is going to bowl 5. Let's think 9 gives 6. 6, so maybe a bowl 5. Yeah, he might bowl 5 actually.
Yeah, up to it, unless they want to give one as a loosener, but I can't see that being
Yeah.
much value. It's kind of gone out of the game, that, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, a little bit.
Kind of, I think now that fast bowlers are actually athletes, they don't necessarily need the 6 deliveries
Rather
to
than
make sure
cart horses.
everything works. still.
Honestly. Why is spin bowling an art and fast bowling hard work? It's also an art.
Of course, it's an art. It's just kind of blunt instrument art, isn't it? a
No,
lot
it's
of the
not
time.
blunt instrument art.
Kind of spin bowling's like kind
Skillful.
of delicate watercolors with a fine paintbrush on some very elaborate piece of paper.
And then there's proper bowling.
Proper bowling is kind of a sheet of metal being hammered by a sledgehammer
No, incorrect.
and then going,
You're talking
it's a swan.
Jackson Pollock. Was an artist, wasn't he?
I've no idea, mate. I'm not particularly
Yeah.
I'm not particularly cultured.
He was an action painter.
What does that mean?
It means
He used to do somersaults whilst
he threw paint at the.
that just makes him a bit petulant, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, people pay millions of pounds for these things. He used to flick his brush at the thing.
Hmm.
It's gobbledygook, and I mean that is what he did basically.
Different strokes for
And
different
his
folks,
name was
isn't
Jackson Pollock. Well, I don't think he touched the paintbrush on the different flicks for different.
it? Finish the rhyme yourself at home. Hawkins back. He's got 1 foot. Got safe saved, didn't he, on the stroke of tee?
It's just an education for you, didn't it? We'd cover art, we cover
Yeah,
cricket.
never. Loosely dragged down, pulled away. He's going to get away with it though, isn't he? Fielder down there, offering that bit of protection. So just 1. Just needs to.
I want to see him bowl over the wicket again, actually. I understand why he's gone round the wicket, and he has got turned from round the wicket. No doubt about that, but maybe mix it up a little bit. It seems to be one or the other, and I'd like him to. I mean, obviously, it has to be one or the other, but you know what I mean. It's been blocks of overs of one, blocks of
Yeah.
overs of the other. I'd like to see him altering within an over just to change the angle.
Off spin from around the wicket always feels a little bit more defensive, doesn't it, than over? And I mean, that length isn't going to help, and that is going to be 4. That is powerfully struck by Justin Broad. He's not going to miss out on that. He missed out on 1 at the start, didn't he? You're not going to give him that twice. He's absolutely bludgeoned it
Yeah, he hit that
through
very
square
hard.
leg for 4. He moves into the 40s.
Captain's coming to have a word with his young debutant. Probably helps as well. I mean, I think Wayne Madsen's just a really good bloke, so that definitely helps. Also, he's more than a part-time off-spinner himself, Wayne Madsen,
Yes.
so he will understand better than almost anyone else out there the thought process of a young spinner.
Yeah, well, I think he's encouraged him, hasn't he? I think to come over the wicket for starters.
So that's good.
There's just 1 ball left in the over, so be a change for Justin Broad for at least 1. Potentially just kind of just talking through a plan here, isn't he? Kind of saying, look, if you can bowl at this particular line on this particular length, then what we want to do is try and encourage X, and this is what we think might happen.
Well, actually, it's interesting. You're right. I think that's exactly what the conversation was. It has led to him going back around. Back around the wicket. He was going to come over the wicket, and he's now changed his mind. One of the short fielders has gone out. The short leg, in fact, has thrown the lid down behind the keeper, placed it actually rather than thrown it, and he's gone out to square leg.
Outside off stump and a really quick single taken. Brooke Guest does the fielding. Good awareness. 14 overs to go in the day then. Another one closer to that second new ball, and Northamptonshire trail by 154 with 5 wickets left in this innings.
Big clap for the run, wasn't it?
Mm.
I mean, it's been a long day. It's now nearly 5:30. It's good to know the home crowd are on it. It was a good run. And it got a warm round of applause. It's good to know.
But the two are batting together. Got two at very different points of their professional career, but both relatively young in sense of Northamptonshire cricketers. Get behind them.
You've got your wish.
Here we go.
The magician.
The wizard. Lewis Rees is back. 2 for 47 off 18. Second spell, 10 overs. Bowled exclusive off-cutters. Exclusive off-cutters with one leg cutter, which was a drag down, wasn't it? Everything else with a beautiful bit of drift from the hands. Couple that really gripped into the surface. I suspect it's what we'll get from the David Capel end until that second new ball becomes available. Broad on 42, Bartlett on 40. There it is.
Oh, that
The
was
off-cutter.
gentle. It was, wasn't it?
It was, and that's going to be, well, it's just a test of mettle, isn't it, for Broad and Bartlett? How long are you prepared for Lewis Rees to run in, bowl off cutters on off stump before you do something different? You can probably block it back all day if you're good enough to. You can do that, but your score's not going to move.
Mm-hmm.
How long are you prepared to do that if you're prepared to do it? Well, Justin Broad, not for very long. Gets a bit of width and tries to run it past Zach Chappell.
I think one of the things you've got to do in a situation like this is exactly what Justin Broad will do, and is exactly what George Bartlett didn't really manage to do. You've got to demonstrate that you're looking to score. So you've got to be very positive in your movements. Do not let him bowl at you because he will line you up. So firstly, be really positive in your footwork like that. That was extremely positive. Thank you, Justin Broad. On cue, he's played a glorious drive through the covers for 4. There are 2 guys on the perch catching short mid-off, sorry, they're short extra cover, and there's not 6 feet between them. Justin Broad hit that so powerfully, it went directly between them. It was brilliant.
Yeah, very well played. Moves to 46. 46 off 67, trailed by 150. He's just a good cricketer, isn't he, Justin Broad?
They've now staggered a bit, those 2 fielders. They were alongside each other, and one's now deeper than the other. I like that, actually. I like that stagger.
Yeah, I do. I think that's kind of one eye on the lead of 150, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. They can't take their eye off that. No, you're absolutely right. And he's pushing in deeper still. So it's less of a stagger now and more of a traditional extra cover, and one catching, who is the captain himself, at short extra cover.
They'll be looking to, well, they kind of split the difference, haven't they, as that one's been timed through.
That well.
Yeah, it was a touch early on it, wasn't he, when he got into position and just played it with his hands through there, moves to 47. But I suppose with that deficit that just ticked down to 150, if they kept the 2 in and a few more went through and all of a sudden the deficit is double digits, potentially from a Derbyshire perspective, you think, oh, a lot of our hard work.
For sure. Well, then
it's not really gone the way we wanted it to do. I mean,
absolutely.
if it's 80 or 90, it's still a lot. It's still a big number. That's outside edge.
Oh, I thought he was calling 111. He was calling wait, thankfully. If they'd run there, that would have been out. I mean, considerably out. Wouldn't have got halfway.
You'd have fired up the charcoals then, wouldn't you? You would have all been having Justin Broad burgers for dinner.
74, the partnership. They've played nicely, these two. I think Bartlett has certainly benefited from Broad's busyness.
Mm.
It's sort of taken the pressure off him a little bit because the board has turned. The scoreboard has turned over because of Justin Broad's intent.
Yes.
So 7 overs to the new ball. You would think that Derbyshire's plan is to use Joe Hawkins to get there from this end. And I think Northampton could try and get a couple of big overs here. I'm not saying they take a great risk, but play very, very positively.
Yeah. That one has grip, doesn't it?
That was really nicely bowled. There was no foot movement at all there. It was slower and loopier. It dropped, and it did turn, as you say.
Just played it off the crease. Reverse sweep, doesn't get it. Ends up running out into the leg sides. Just feels like it's starting to bite into the surface a bit more now from Hawkins. And encouragement again.
Must have got some bat on that, didn't he?
Yeah, toe ended
Yeah.
it, I think. Maybe a touch early. On 47. Dragged down. Justin Broad will feel like he's missed out. Hit away from a 50. Currently got 3 in his career so far. Batted all over the place though, hasn't he? Justin
Well,
Broad
he
is-
has. Yeah, he has.
Oh, it's bounced.
I mean, he has even opened the batting.
I was going to say, the numbers that he's put together so far, whilst statistics don't really lie, they're not strictly accurate, are they? I mean, he's batted almost 1 through 9, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he was used at the order as a sacrificial lamb, really. That was,
But it's cruel, I think,
well, it was crazy. I
with
mean,
the
it
benefit
was,
of hindsight.
well, I mean, I said it at the time. It was just absolutely crazy. I wanted him to succeed, of course, but you know, he was not geared up to be opening the batting in England in red ball cricket. Absolutely not. And it was no surprise when that didn't last very long. But yeah, it was a very, very big gamble very early in a young player's career. I didn't think a whole lot to that, I have to say.
I think it was something with the benefit of being able to reflect on it. I think it was a look around, and unfortunately, Justin Broad probably met somebody's eye and said, "Go on, then I'll do it." I can't see any other reason as to why it would have happened. And
It just didn't have it doesn't have the credentials to do that job. I mean, he's got other credentials.
yeah.
And, you know, we said he's a genuine all-rounder in this team, currently batting at number 7. And he might find himself at 6 in time. So, yeah. And that is not out.
I think he hit the floor
I
as
think
he on the way
I
through.
think he hit the floor, yeah. But it beat the bat.
It did. It was reminiscent of the James Sales dismissal, wasn't it? Bit of width on offer, never really kind of got into it, and just threw or just waved the hands at it, I suppose. Didn't really throw the hands at it. Wasn't a great deal of hand speed involved. And that fielder at cover that James Sales was caught at is back in position as well. So it's risky to play anything through the air on the offside. You've got to be so precise. And he's back on the money. But as I said, how long are you prepared to let Lewis Rees just bowl at you?
You got to show intent. If he bowls you a good ball, you defend it. If he bowls you a poor ball, you attack it. If there's something in between it, you make a judgment. And what you don't do is think about how long. What you think about is the next ball, because that's the only one that counts. Not the one after that. It's the next one.
Very true. That's a poor ball.
There you go. You draw the error.
Muscled away by George Bartlett, all the way for 6.
That's your second 6, isn't it?
Second 6 of the innings, second 6 of the match. Bartlett moves to 46. It was a drag down.
Has it gone out of the ground?
I think it might have just skipped off the roof, did it? Of the groundsman's quarters.
Good luck finding a 75 over
Yes.
ball in the box. Somebody could have helped the umpire out there, Northampton's 12th man, for example.
Don't know who it is today. I think Nirvan Ramesh is currently in Peterborough playing for Northamptonshire too, so I'm not sure.
Oh, it's Tim
Robinson,
Robinson, of course it is, yeah. Well, he's not read the script at all. Looks to me like the Northampton chaplain has passed the box of balls on. I think that's David Chorner there down there.
Yeah,
It's an old-fashioned position, isn't it? Northampton chaplain.
I was going to say, I wonder how much work gets done there. Volunteer role?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's worked He's an interesting bloke, actually. Obviously he's been a vicar, and he's also been a vet. He's done work in numerous sports in rugby. He did quite a bit with Wasps back in the day. He's an interesting chap. I mean, this is all about. It's not about religion. It's about someone to chat to, really.
Sure.
It's probably a handy resource from time to time for players to just have a chat with someone who doesn't really know a lot about cricket, but knows quite a lot about people. Just a good listener.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's a ball in the box that's 74 and a half overs old. So they're asking to see if there's any other spares around. I suppose the one from Northamptonshire's first innings, that 80 over old one, would probably be the nearest available.
Well, they've sorted one out anyway.
Good strike, though, from George Bartlett. Not quite as stylish as the first 6, but
he'll take it, won't he?
Hit it with a bit of tax on it as well to get it up over the set of garages.
Oh, has the ball come back, maybe?
Don't know. It's a strange building, that, isn't it? It almost looks like something that you'd see alongside of a terrace of shops or something on a high street.
In the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. You're right. Yeah.
I'm sure that's probably when it was constructed, wasn't it? In that kind of era?
Probably. Oh, actually,
anyway.
Yeah, maybe before that. Yes, you're right. It does look exactly like that. Yeah.
Back to the cricket.
Let's bring it up a level, lads. I like that. It's good encouragement from Zach Chappell. Let's bring it up a level. Oh, very nearly did George Bartlett fall over that. It was so slow.
The slower ball.
That's the thing about when you bowl slowly, is that someone gets into a bad position and you're bowling 90 miles an hour. They're not in such a bad position when it gets to them because I haven't had time to move. But you're bowling at 60 miles an hour. They're in a shocking position by the time the ball gets to them, and that was an example of the latter.
Last ball of the over then. And in a much better position that time. 6 runs off it, 236 for 5 after 75 overs. 11 overs left in the day. 5 overs to go until that second new ball becomes available, which I suspect, without being too big of a detective, will be taken straight away.
Well, I got it wrong in the Northampton because I said they wouldn't, or probably, well, I didn't say they wouldn't. I said they shouldn't take it immediately.
No, I think you said you wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And Northampton pretty immediately got a wicket with it.
Yeah.
But then they went around the park with it a bit. So it was, but it got the wicket. That's the key thing. They needed to get Anderson out. Proctor did do that.
Yes.
But I think it will be. I would certainly take it here today.
I think with Zach Chappell and Blair Tickner in your side and the way they've bowled.
And that's the big reason and why I wouldn't have taken it immediately yesterday, because I don't think the seamers were bowling so well.
Yeah. Hawkins then. 1 for 81. Bartlett 46. Broad 48. They'll be hopeful, won't they, to kind of just go past that milestone before that second new ball is taken. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Change of pace from Hawkins. He's done that well, I think, through the course of this 20 over innings. He's really kind of mixed it up, hasn't he? He's been prepared to take pace off. He has bowled quicker and flatter ones. Not always to the length that he would like, but shown an array of variation. Bartlett takes a nice single into the leg side. 2 runs from it. I think he'll be very interesting to watch through that one-day cup for Derbyshire supporters. That is flighted up, cries of catch. Just fell in front of Martin Anderson at mid-off.
That's nicely bowled, wasn't it? It was flighted.
It wasn't really driven, was it? It was kind of smeared at mid-off. Played off the back foot. Broad disappointed with himself that he couldn't maneuver it into the gap. 2 runs off the over. 10 to go today. 236 for 5. Partnership now worth 82. The two of them have gone very, very well. I tell you what, I have enjoyed Derbyshire.
Yeah,
today.
I have. Yeah.
I've enjoyed I mean, we've been blessed today and yesterday with the fact that it's been so still. So we've been able to have our effects mic outside the door here, just pumped all the way up. And to be able to hear the conversation and the enthusiasm and the encouragement has been really, really good fun.
Yeah, it's been good fun, hasn't it?
Some good characters out there. It's Lewis Rees from the David Capel ends. As you'd expect, really, on the money. Frustratingly for George Bartlett, it's got to be so incredibly tempting, isn't it? Just to try and manufacture something here. Short leg side boundary, not a fielder out there. How many clubbies would be thinking, well, I'm just going to slog him down towards cow or a try?
Well, I think
I would be one of them, yeah.
You're putting your colours on display there.
And there is that hit down towards cow. It wasn't a slog. It certainly wasn't a slog. It's going to be another 6, and it's going to be a 50 for George Bartlett as well. And a big round of applause for those that are in the grounds this afternoon. There's a lot of supporters beneath us here in the Lynn Wilson Centre, and the Northamptonshire staff on the balcony as well, giving George Bartlett a good and healthy round of applause.
I like that innings because he's been nowhere near his best. It's been really hard work. He's been under the pump and he's gritted it out. Well played.
Back on it as well as Lewis Rees tries to push him a bit wider.
You know, I've mentioned a few times today that the amount of skill this kid has got and the shots that he's got. But you can't always play the way you want to play. And Derbyshire have not allowed him to play the way he wanted to play. They have put him under a lot of pressure. He's had to defend a lot of balls. And he has not thrown the towel in.
It's his 13th first-class 50, second this year, and his 5th since moving from Somerset to Northamptonshire.
Good running. Oh. Okay, well, mostly good running, apart from he nearly headbutted the ball on return. The sun is low, isn't it, over there? And he completely lost sight of that ball, and it very nearly cleaned him up on the way through.
Yeah.
Let him have another go.
Pleased for George Bartlett. Well earned, well worked. 50, 55 now. Walker length. Trying to, again, just tempt the shot for George Bartlett. But again, similar to what we said when Luke Proctor surpassed 50 earlier today. Yes, it's a match kind of contributing innings, but it's not a match changing innings.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But 100 plus here would be.
150 does it. He gets 150. Northampton are a very, very strong position, aren't they? I mean, that's a long way from 50, right?
Of course.
About 100 away, isn't it?
Well,
but that's what he's got to set his sights on.
About 200 deliveries at this rate as well.
That's what he's got to set his sights on. The partnership, 90. And full credit to George Bartlett for the way that he's got stuck in. That's what he should do. That's something that has been tested and numerous times during his career, and he hasn't always responded to the challenge. And he has so far today. As you say, it's a start. It's a start. It's not a finish. But he has been helped, I think, as well by his partner, who has shown real intent and just taken the challenge back a little bit to the Derbyshire bowlers somewhat.
He played by Justin Broad. We'll move to 49.
I've got hitherto and somewhat on the same day.
No, you've done well. You have done well there.
This is like joined up writing for me.
I just had a look at joined up writing, calligraphy. Had a look at George Bartlett's numbers there, and it's what I think makes really interesting reading. He obviously would have played a lot more for Somerset than what he has for Northamptonshire so far. And he's only got one of those 9 first-class hundreds for Northamptonshire compared to the 8 for Somerset. But the first-class average for Northamptonshire is actually 5 better than what it was at Somerset.
Wow.
28 up to 33.
He averaged 28 at Somerset. Did he really?
Yeah.
That's really surprised me.
It did me. That's why I kind of elected to say it out loud.
Okay. That has really surprised me.
But encouraging signs that it seems as though it's kind of heading, or things are heading in the right direction.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't realise he was starting from quite as low a base as that. If I'm honest with you, I didn't realise that. So that is quite a surprise. And it also kind of confirms a bit of what I've been saying, I guess, in a way, is talent is one thing, but making a score day in, day out is something else. And that's the bit he's found more difficult. But yes, your more relevant point is that it is trending in the right direction.
End of the over.
I guess confidence is something, isn't it? How do you know whether you can do something? Well, doing it repeatedly is a good thing. You know, the people who, in the world of sport and coaching, there's a whole branch of how people develop and learn called skill acquisition. And there's a lot of very good skill acquisition experts and coaches and operators who talk about the power of doing it and doing it in different circumstances and staying connected with what you've done and keeping putting those skills on. You know, can you hit a half volley through extra cover? Can you hit it through mid off? Can you hit it through mid on? Can you hit it through backward point? Can you do it in different boards? And so, okay, well, you can do that. You have acquired that skill because you can repeat it and you can do it in different circumstances. And I think that's where George Bartlett is in his career now. Is okay, you've shown occasionally that you can do it. Can you do it repeatedly? And can you do it in different circumstances? Not just when it's flat and there's 300 on the board.
Yeah.
Can you do it when it's not, you know, when Lewis Rees is bowling magician deliveries at you and it's gripping and turning and the lads are getting stuck into you a bit? Can you do that? And the other question about that is, do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Have you got the ticker for it? So it's good signs, as you say, very good signs. I'm pleased to see that. I'm sure everyone is. Oh, I think he nicked that. It's quite a healthy nick. It is a chance because it did hit the keeper's glove, but I think it was a big deflection. Yeah, it was a big deflection. Caught the end of the glove, didn't it?
Yeah, it's quite wide really from Lewis Rees by comparison to what he's bowled so far during the course of the day. Broad was just trying to get enough on it, wasn't he, to run it down and get the single.
But it's a life, isn't it? It is a life at 49 for Justin Broad. He's just had a little look at the leg side boundary. Is he thinking about sweeping?
Was that or that kind of bottom hand shovel that Bartlett has executed quite well?
Doesn't need to sweep that because and it's another poor delivery from Lewis Rees. I say another poor delivery as Justin Broad gets a very well-deserved round of applause for his 50. Another poor delivery, meaning the third that he's bowled really in this spell. But they've all been in the last few overs. That's why I say another one. 2 drag downs that have been put away for 6 by George Bartlett and a full toss that Justin Broad has pumped back past the bowler for 4. But also frustration for the bowler because the previous ball to that had got the edge of the bat. It was a chance in that it hit the keeper's glove, but it hit the end of the glove. It was a big deflection, and it would have been an amazing catch had Brookes been able to get that in the middle of the glove or anywhere in the glove for that matter. But it was a very, very difficult chance. Stood up that one. Last ball of this over, the 22nd over from Lewis Rees. It's left alone. 7 overs, therefore, remain in the day. 1 over before the new ball is available. 95 is the current partnership. 249 for 5. So Northampton's 1 away from a batting bonus point. Bartlett will be on strike. He's on 55. Justin Broad is on 53. And it's been a pretty good afternoon session, evening session, I should say, for Northants. Lost the wicket of Saif Zaib, which brought about the tea interval. And so far, no wickets in this session. The debutant for Derby, the 18-year-old Joe Hawkins, is going to continue his off spin. This may be the last over before the new ball is taken. There's someone warming up at backward point. I can't identify who that is. I think it might be Ben Aitchison, possibly. Having a loosen up. I imagine Derby will take the new ball. I can't see reasons why they wouldn't. Yeah, it was Ben Aitchison warming up, and also Blair Tickner is warming up. So after this over, there will be 6 overs left in the day. 6 overs of new ball for the 2 Bs, Bartlett and Broad to face. That's provided they get through this over. Nicely swept away for a single for George Bartlett. And the ripple of applause you can hear is for the 250 for Northants. 250 for 5. This has been a fantastic partnership for the home side, much needed. The tricky position at the fall of the wicket of Saif Zaib just before the tea break. A wicket for the debutant for Joe Hawkins, his first wicket on debut. A lovely bit of bowling round the wicket, up and down, turned, caught the outside edge of the left-hander. He bowled well at both the left-handers. He bowled very well at the captain, Luke Proctor, and also didn't bowl many balls at Saif Zaib because he got him out pretty quickly, but bowled nicely there too, and he's bowled nicely there as well. Justin Broad having a good look at the leg side boundary. He loves a sweep. And he's just having a look at where he needs to get that ball to get a boundary, I think. But that is the end of that over from Joe Hawkins. I think that will signal the end of his work for the day. And a good workload it's been on debut, 23 overs, just the 1 maiden, but 1 for 84. Picked up a very important wicket, as I say, Saif Zaib, just before the tea break. But he can be pretty happy with his afternoon's work, and he batted very nicely as well and got 30-odd red this morning. Ran out of partners. That's what he'll be telling people. Ran out of partners. But yeah, very well bowled, young man, on debut. Good start. He will want more in the maidens column, no doubt.
Yep.
And he will get more in the maidens column as he develops, no doubt about that at all. But the second new ball has been taken. It's going to be Ben Aitchison from the David Capel end, 6 overs to go.
Yeah, I didn't have Ben Aitchison on my 1 of 2 new ball bowlers from Derbyshire today on this second new ball.
They've bowled a few overs, haven't they?
Mm.
You know, he only bowled 9. I thought he bowled quite well,
yeah,
particularly so in his second spell. So he'll have 2 slips. Where is Martin Anderson going to stop moving, and what position is he in? He's on a line of gully, and he's going into gully. Thank you. So 2 slips and a gully, 3 catches, a man on the point boundary, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And immediately, things have happened quite quickly. George Bartlett indicating to his partner there that ball swung or nipped. There was a way shape was indicated.
I've got so much time for it. Let's have a look and see what is happening. Definitely away swing. And it does, doesn't it? It does swing.
Yeah.
For about, what, 8 overs?
Yeah.
The new ball?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't get much more than that. And then it will continue just to seam slightly.
That was loose. You know, that was loose. Talked about Bartlett's approach and why he maybe hasn't got the numbers that he might be capable of. And second new ball, second ball, wafty one, nicks that. Suddenly, Rob Kerr's in against a new ball, and we give the advantage away. He didn't nick it, so, but he may well have done because it was a bit of a loose shot, wasn't it? There's no conviction to it. It wasn't positive movement. It was just kind of foot somewhere near the ball. But anyway, he got away with it. But that is the sort of dismissal that makes coaches cross. Because it's a lapse, isn't it?
Yes.
It's made me cross, and I'm not a coach, and he wasn't out. So,
Yeah, it's not just the lapse; it's the timing of it as well, isn't it?
Exactly.
As you said, you caveated it with the fact that had it been, we're talking in complete hypotheticals because George Bartlett's still there, but you're 55, 56 not out. You faced 100 plus balls. Second new ball's taken, all of a sudden you're walking past your mate going to face it for the first time and having not looked at one for, well, probably since about 10 o'clock this morning, I guess Rob Keogh would have last faced a cricket ball.
But it's offered a bit, hasn't it, already? One's gone past the outside edge, one's caught the outside edge, and one's caught the inside edge. And that's in 5 balls.
Well, it's not lavish, is it? But it is quite a dramatic change from the old Kookaburra, say the 9 over old Kookaburra, to a new one. It's quite a dramatic change.
It's gone through. Lovely carry that, says Zach Chappell. And he's right, it was a lovely carry. Reminds me, actually, in terms of his contribution and the amount of it and the style of it and the volume of it, of one of my favourite county cricketers who retired very recently, actually, or last year or the year before, was Luke Fletcher of Notts. Very dry, very constant, very loud, just a good bloke to have around the place. I mean, he was a good bowler as well as is Zach Chappell, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying sometimes a bit goon-like, but willing to do that because he knows it keeps everyone going, as well as keeping himself going. So Luke Fletcher was great at that, and Zach Chappell's got that role here, I think.
And it's positive noise as well, which I think is what kind of people resonate with, isn't it? Yeah. It's not a he can't hit the ball off the square type thing. It's fun noise.
Yeah. It's 99% of it is supporting his own troops.
Yes.
But also it's quite clever because there's the odd little comment in there to just maybe make the Northampton batters think a little bit. So it's going to be Blair Tickner. He'll be happy to have a newie in his hand. He's got some catchers as well now in more orthodox positions. So 2 slips and a gully for the Kiwi.
Yeah, that was loose, wasn't it? A bit floaty. Bit of a loosener by Tickner. I don't know whether it was I think it was a spike, wasn't it? That Blair Tickner had just picked up from the square and handed to Bartlett, which I don't know why went via Bartlett to the umpire.
No. Well, I think it was Bartlett. I think that's what he was saying. What he expects him to do with it.
Yeah.
Other than give it to the
Bear
umpire.
with me one moment.
Yeah.
Let me take my pads and my boots off and
he's just checking in with is that Kate? Who is that?
Harry Kame, isn't it?
Harry Kame.
I think signalling over to the balcony for sunglasses, is it maybe?
Something's going to be taken to the boundary edge anyway for him, isn't it?
Funny this, isn't it? And I know there's only been 3 deliveries from Tickner, but he doesn't look as quick with the new ball as what he does with the old one.
I totally agree. I mean, the one difference, but you're right. I think you're right. He did bowl quite a lot of short deliveries, didn't he? But nonetheless, I think there's, at the moment he hasn't really bent his back in the same way. I agree. Yeah. Short balls generally look quicker, don't they, than pitched up balls? But yeah, you're right.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's that's a good way to get your speed gun up a little bit, isn't it? Just drag your length a bit shorter.
Exactly.
Not so short that the gun doesn't register, but you can kind of get yourself an extra couple of mile an hour just by bowling a shorter length. And of course, he has bowled 14 overs in the build-up to this.
He has. But he wants to have plenty of gas behind this new ball because he wants to find that outside edge. It's not there. Some way from the middle of Justin Broad's bat is at the bottom of the bat. Goes away for a single. He moves on to 54. The partnership is on 99 for the housemates. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Getting 100 in partnership with your mate, both get 50s and then drive home together and have a nice evening in front of the TV, telling each other how well you played. Lovely. What is that fielder doing there?
Saving one,
That's
I
a
guess.
ridiculous position. What? You just within what? That's the end of the second over with the second new ball, and he was halfway to the boundary. So it's not a wicket taking position. He saved a single, but if either side of him would have gone for 4, I can't work out what the heck he's doing there.
Yeah, I think it might have been a drink and possibly some pickle juice.
Oh, could be.
Help with cramping.
Yeah.
Don't think it was a gel because he's almost inhaled it rather than drunk it.
Pickle juice, eh? God, that sounds horrible, doesn't it?
It certainly does. I think I'd rather have cramp. Oh, it's a beauty.
All of the seamers, every time that they've changed the bowling, the next seamer has come on, picked up the baton, and looked challenging with control, haven't they? Every single one of them throughout the day. It has been relentless, and I'm really delighted from a Northampton perspective that they've been up to that challenge, because they have been challenged and continue to be challenged. Well, if anyone wondered why Derbyshire are in the position they're in the table, the evidence is very clear, isn't it? It's absolutely where they deserve to be.
Well, considering they've come into this game without Alex Thompson and Jack Morley, to have bowled as well as what they have done, has been really, really impressive. Considering the stereotype as well is that it's spin to win with these kookaburras. That's a nice cricket shot.
Well fielded, wasn't it? That was a great shot because he hits the ball so hard, doesn't he, Justin Broad? Aitchison did very well to get something on that because that was going all the way back past him for 4, had he not? The new ball just makes a different sound off the bat, doesn't it?
Just hard. Yeah, harder. Sounds a bit more like a gunshot, doesn't it? Rather than a custard tart hitting the kitchen floor. Balls to go in the day. 253 for 5, trail by 124. I mean, the timing of this second new ball for Derbyshire has been brilliant, hasn't it?
Yeah,
6 overs to go at the end of the day's play. Just not to say that they haven't been enthused throughout, but in case they needed any encouragement for the final 20 minutes or so of the day's play. They've got it with a brand new ball. Northamptonshire, just don't give them a sniff. We said at tea, didn't we, that Derbyshire were in front, and it's a nice shot down the ground. Does it beat Chapel? It does.
It does beat Chapel. No,
on it?
I might have got something on it, but it's going to go for 4.
But it's one of those, isn't it? That shot does bring up the 100 partnership between George Bartlett and Justin Broad. Another healthy round of applause for the pair of them. 3 overs to go. We said at tea, didn't we? I was kind of halfway through saying before Justin Broad played that beautiful straight drive. It was Derbyshire in control of the game. There's a lot of cricket, 18 balls to play here. Northamptonshire have wrestled this back.
Oh, 100% they have.
To a point of if it's 5 down at stumps, it's getting close to that kind of 50-50 again, isn't it?
I think Northampton in a strong position if they walk off. If these two walk off, I do, yeah. A stronger. I think they're just ahead, but just ahead. I tell you, who's not ahead, and who'll be banging his head against a brick wall, is Emilio Gay, because he's been out. He is out for 99 against Surrey.
He got one down at the Oval, didn't he, against them in that return fixture? It was in that ridiculous game where Surrey put on 800.
That's right. 19 off 108 balls, so he was playing, wasn't he? How was he out there? Court Kishore bowled Sam Curran.
I don't know where Sai Kishore would have been fielding.
No, I don't. In the wrong place if you're Emilio Gay, that's for sure. Oh, well, that's one for the grandchildren.
Yes.
I'm
The
sure,
99 club.
I'm sure that's what he's saying to himself. Getting back-to-back 100 against Surrey, that would be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it? Anyway, well played, Emilio. 99's a good number. And well played these two as well, 103. Partnership with plenty of power to add as well.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you'd say about Northamptonshire being fractionally ahead is Rob Keogh is 8, and he's a very, very good number 8. 9-10 Jack, maybe not so much. Liam Guthrie has certainly shown ability. The other two, Scrimshaw and Chahal, whilst potentially being able to hang around, I don't know whether we'd be able to have too many shots available.
No, and I think the responsibility is with the batters, isn't it? It's with these two and Rob Keogh to get Northants past. That's how they'll see it. I'm sure that's how Darren Lehman will be seeing it. So it's down, he probably thinks he doesn't need to spell it out. It's down to you two guys to get us, you three guys to get us a lead here. Anything after that is an absolute bonus. But I'm expecting you guys to get yourselves back in the morning and go on and go past that number. That's what I'm hoping you'll do. Oh, that did bounce. Got that down somehow quite quickly. That was a good bumper.
Yeah, it's got him on the glove, isn't it? And I think for a moment, George Bartlett was just figuring out or trying to work out whether it hurt or not, wasn't he?
But you're right in what you say. There's still a deficit of 120.
Yeah.
The tail is a tail of 9-10 Jack. And there's no question about that. That's what makes that really loose drive against the new ball just, thank goodness he missed that. Otherwise, I'd still be going on about it. I've let it go now. So what have we got? 2 overs to go.
Yeah, 2 to go, 12 balls. Aitchison from the David Caperland. Ticknell. I don't know. I mean, if I was Wayne Madsen and I'm not, I reckon I'd get Zach Chappell to bowl the last 6, just for a different look. Just something a bit awkward, isn't it? Oh, we'll get Tickner to face for the last. Oh, hang on. Something different. Maybe a little find a lapse.
Yeah.
It's Aitchison to bowl the penultimate. And that will be it, won't it? It'll just be the 11 balls to go. We've gone past 6 o'clock now. It's 11 minutes past 6.
Yeah.
Local time.
Yeah, there's been, what, 20 odd overs of spin. So we should be nearly on time. It's pretty close, isn't it? 15 minutes. We're not going to argue about that.
Well played, well bowled. I think the two of these, Bartlett and Broad, have, well, since this second new ball's been taken, it's been very much a mindset of shut up shop here, isn't it? And make sure we're there tomorrow. They've not looked to score. They've not really looked to do anything. It's absorb the pressure. Shot. Square drive. Just one to Harry Kane. And they'll know as well that actually if they come back tomorrow morning, yes, Tickner, Aitchison, Chappell will have had a decent night's sleep and they'll be a little bit fresher and ready to go. But that ball will already be 6 overs old. And they potentially look at it and go, well, maybe we've got 4 overs to get through tomorrow morning and this ball's going to stop doing quite as much.
Absolutely.
That one played off the back foot, dropped into the offside. They're going to look for 2. They're going to come back. I think they are. Bartlett.
Oh, they should not have got 2 there. No, and Ben Aitchison is disappointed with that. And it's fair dinkum that he's disappointed because Martin Anderson made an absolute, he's just apologising now. He kind of ran around that almost. Like it was Morris dancing or something. Eight balls to go in the day. It's been an interesting day, hasn't it?
It definitely has.
This session with 7 balls to go, assuming these 2 guys walk off together in 7 balls time, it'll be a wicketless session. The first one of the 6 that we've had so far, undoubtedly, therefore, Northampton's session. And it's been really challenging because Derbyshire have bowled extremely well. But they haven't been able to prize either of these 2 out. There was a half chance Justin Broad caught behind off Lewis Rees. It was a thick edge and the keeper standing up hit the outside of his glove. Can't really expect keepers to catch those. That is the danger of having the keeper up, of course.
It's the trade-off, isn't it?
That is the trade-off.
Whether Justin Broad would have played that shot had the keeper have been back, I don't know.
Absolutely. But this, we resumed this morning on 3:48 for 8. Having won the toss, Derbyshire added 30 this morning before they were all out. Good lower order run. Ben Aitchison at number 10, 45. And Joe Hawkins on debut at number 9, 34. 11, an entertaining 11 from Blair Tickner. 377 on out seemed like a lot. Northants lost Vasconos early for 8. Well, that's a nice cricket shot. That is a beautiful cricket shot.
You don't run for those, do you?
Wow.
Stand and admire that.
There's not been a better shot played in this match than that. That's a fantastic shot. Bush. Oh, have some of that. That's a great shot. Yeah, Tickner was bowling particularly well. They all bowled well, the Derbyshire guys, all day, actually. Tickner pitched one up, swung it back in a little bit. Vasconos played around at LBW. But Manus was going nicely, then feathered one through off Chappell. Having his previous ball for 4, Chappell responded well. Caught the outside edge of McManus's bat. James Sayers was in.
Yeah.
And then really played a loose shot, loopy drive to cover when Rees was bowling his cutters. Whilst all that was going on, Luke Proctor accumulated another 70. And I say another 70 because he's often out in the 70s. It's not a bad number to be out in. But again, doesn't add to doesn't improve his conversion rates of 50s to 100, but a good 71 before he was out LBW. A little nip backer, just again played around it a bit like Vasconos played around the front pad. So did Proctor. That led to his demise for 71. Safe they then was determined not to get bowled at. There was a period of play when Bartlett was in the headlights and Lewis Rees in particular was giving him nothing to score off. And the scoreboard was going nowhere. And Safe came in with intent to get the scoreboard going somewhere. But he was out the first wicket of his career to Joe Hawkins. A nice bit of bowling. Turned and caught the outside edge. Nicely pouched by Guest. And from then, it's been the B&B show. Broad and Bartlett coming together at 154 for 5. The scoreboard now says 265 for 5 in a partnership of, well, crikey, 111. So Nelson's up, feet off the ground. And a wicketless session with 2 balls to go sees Northants, parity, I would say.
Yeah.
112 behind these two. And Rob Keogh, the recognised batsman, still around. And then whatever the tail can add, as and when they get there, go sometime tomorrow. So it's been a fascinating day, an entertaining day, and I'd say a high quality day. You know, someone who really enjoyed good seam bowling. I've really enjoyed this because it has been exactly that, good seam bowling and a good rearguard action from these two. It's not been full of flowing drives and cuts and boundaries, but it's been full of really hard attritional cricket, and I've particularly enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been good to watch. It's not happened quickly. It's been challenging. It's been enthralling throughout the day. We've got the last ball of the day. Blair Tickner into bowl, short ball down the leg side, and well evaded by George Bartlett, in fact, who's quite keen to leave the crease. Excited to go and take those pads and those boots off, have a shower, and a sit down. And it stumps at 265 for 5 at the end of day 2, the deficit 112. And both sides will go away this evening and come back tomorrow morning optimistic that they can make a good impact on the remainder of the game tomorrow morning. Derbyshire will be thinking, well, a couple of quick wickets first thing tomorrow. We're still going to have a lead of 80, 90, something like that. That's quite good on this surface. We'll carry that through. Northamptonshire will look at it and go, we've got 2 in. We've got Rob Keogh to go next. We can chip this through and we might get a lead going forward into the 3rd and 4th innings. So it's interestingly poised between the two sides, the partnership of 111, and a good round of applause. You can see the Northamptonshire team on the balcony welcoming Broad and Bartlett back to the dressing rooms. Well, thank you very much for joining us through the course of the day. It's been a good day. The sun has shone. I think we're in for another good day tomorrow weather-wise, so we should get a full day's play. And Phil Rowe and I will see you tomorrow at about 11 o'clock for day 3 of the Northamptonshire versus Derbyshire County Championship fixture.